Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for being here on this beautiful summer day. You should be outside, not inside, but it is May 31st. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. We'll start with reading the mission statement aloud. The mission of Monument Academy is to provide a challenging, content-rich academic program offered within an engaging, caring, and positive learning environment. Established on a solid foundation of knowledge, Monument Academy emphasizes academic excellence, respect, responsibility, character, and exemplary citizenship. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Even though this is a spring retreat, I am going to do a roll call. Okay, well, she's present. Mr. Wichkowski?
Present.
Mrs. Clinton?
Present.
Mr. Dole is absent today. Mrs. McEwen is present. Mrs. St. Aubin is absent today. And for the record, Ryan Graham is here, so we do have a quorum, so we'll proceed forward with the agenda. Missy, we went ahead and just put you in as president. That said, are there any additions to the agenda for today? All right, then we'll motion for approval of the agenda. In opposition to that? Seeing none, it passes by unanimous consent. Let's go ahead and proceed forward with our welcome and introductions. I guess I'll start real quick. I'm Ryan Graham, I'm the president of the board. Move on to you, Ms. Clinton.
Lindsay Clinton, I'm the current secretary for how much longer?
I'm Mr. McEwen, board member at large.
Emily Belisle, incoming board member.
Mark Brocklehurst, Chief Financial Officer.
Merlin Holmes, Chief Operating Officer.
Kurt Walker, Principal, West Campus.
Laura Barrett, Assistant Principal for West Campus.
Dave Kennington, High School Principal.
Tina Young, Director of Academics.
Angela Duca, assistant principal of the middle school.
Craig Harley, incoming board member.
Joe Wichkowski, board member.
Terrific. Thank you all. All right, that will move us into our roundtable discussion on West Campus focus points. I'm going to let Ms. Clinton take the lead on this with discipline and consistency.
Okay, well, I emailed all of the admin and just kind of said, let you guys know that we would just have some questions, and I was hoping to just kind of get a feel from each of you about where you feel like there are some things we need to address, how we want to address them, and then what are some strengths, positives that we have moving forward. You'll see that the three topics I laid out are the same for both East and West, and these are just topics that have been kind of consistently coming up as items that board members would like to address, that we've gotten feedback from parents. I know none of these are new to you guys either. So with discipline and consistency, that basically just encompasses what we're looking at in terms of our discipline policies, and obviously East and West Campus will differ. What's appropriate for West is going to be different than at East. And then also consistency with not just the discipline enforcement, but also uniform infractions, how teachers are, implementing those things. We've received feedback from parents that one teacher will say that's allowed and another teacher will not. So just having some kind of consistent benchmarks if we're going to be a uniform school, for example, a school that's known for its strength and character with a strong discipline policy as well. So if we could just hear from, we're starting with West, if we could just hear from you guys with what your thoughts are on these matters and kind of what we're looking at going forward.
Well, Laura and I really haven't had a chance to really talk about this yet because I was off last week, but we do recognize there's some inconsistencies in the building, but a lot of that was just due to the roughness of the year. So we're planning on getting together, fine-tuning it this summer, Laura and I, and come together with a plan because we will have a lot of new staff, so we have to really spend some time with our new teachers and staff to go over what is there. It's there, we're just not following it consistently, but I think as we get on board and get everybody trained, we'll get there, right? Right. And then as we bring in the character first, and training with that, then I think we'll get back there. It just hasn't been, you know, I came in October, I didn't know what was going on. I still don't even know what the uniform policy is, so gotta brush up this summer, you know. But it's just been a weird year, and we're looking forward to getting going, so.
Well, and this is a question I know that we have for both campuses, but kind of what is the process with which, and you may not be able to answer this yet, but it's a later point be able to address it, but the process with which a student is removed from a classroom, is sent to the principal, and then is there a point at which there is a suspension that occurs? Because right now what we mostly see in our policy is the process of you work through your questions, if it needs to, the child being removed from the class, and a DAR. But for example, I've had a para approach me and talk about a child that had, and I don't know who the child was, she just said child, but has had multiple DARs, doesn't take that very seriously. The parents don't take it seriously. And so then you're just, the teacher and ultimately the class is left to just kind of deal with it. Is there a point there where you've had 3 DARs and your parents are now being told they're gonna have to stay home for a little bit?
So we don't have a set number because they could vary in severity. So it's kind of like if it's the same repeat. So if it's like someone keeps punching and it's like multiple times physical harm, then that's something, but they could get it for a DAR for like verbal, they could get a DAR for physical. So we look at it case by case.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I suspended someone this year. I mean, that happens, but it has to be pretty major. Like, and have documentation to support it. Because if the district comes back and says, why, because it goes in their database, why did you suspend someone? We have to have proof to back it up, because that's a big deal, to be sent home and asked not to come back. So there's not a set number.
Okay.
And it's kind of something we work through with the parents and say, okay, if this happens again, then you're gonna come pick them up and then you're gonna go home. But that's a conversation we would have with the parents.
And it also depends on grade level, from kindergarten to 5th grade. A little punching is gonna be a little differently, and how we treat that's gonna be differently, so that's why it's a case by case.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, there's other differences if it's a punch in the arm or if it's a punch in the face or if it's shoving or, you know, but I do think one of the things that we want to look at as we review the parent-student handbooks is there a process, and what is the process laid out there, what we want? Does it give them, because really they should have enough structure to do what they need to do, but also have some leeway to where they're not boxed in as well. You know, probably 15, 20 years ago, there were a lot of laws passed in a lot of states that were kind of zero tolerance laws. And what they found out was a lot of kids got suspended that shouldn't have been suspended. You know, or it didn't cover everything, it didn't leave administration leeway to look at the individual situation. So I think that's, as we look at review our parent-student handbooks at each level, we need to look at that and see, does it give enough structure to make sure that parents understand there is a progressive discipline process, that we don't just take the same behavior over and over and over, but yet give them leeway they need to use professional judgment for the various situations. And so I think that's something that we need to look at as we look at those handbooks, is do we have the structure we need there? And obviously that some board comment on that, parent comment, teacher, admin, looking at that piece, I think would be a good thing for us to do across the board.
Okay.
Well, when you guys onboard a teacher and you take them through the process at the beginning of the year, do they have a pretty good understanding understanding of what our discipline policies are, or is it something they're learning as they go along the way? My question, I guess where that would lead into, and the question would be, what are inconsistencies that you guys have seen last year that we hope to improve this coming year?
They are trained. So at the new teacher orientation, it was me going through like, okay, if it's physical, sexual, or verbal, you know, this is a DAR, it comes to admin for these things, or you can do it in class just for documentation. So they all have the same training, but what was the second part of the question?
What's inconsistent?
Oh, inconsistent, I would say some teachers are more, what's the word? Yeah, they're more willing to work with the student, and some are just like, nope, I'm done with you, you're going to the office. So some are really want to partner with the family and help that student instead of being like, no, that's not okay. And it depends at the grade level. So kindergarten teachers are the most patient people, and if we documented and wrote a DAR every time they push, we do nothing else but talk to kindergartners.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that is a little bit of an inconsistent. So kindergarten, they're like, well, my student got punched. Well, no, they really didn't. They got pushed, and then they say, well, my fifth grader got pushed, and the student got sent to the office. So there's that part of teaching the parents too of what a kindergartner does. We have a little bit more grace than when it comes to a fifth grader.
What does DAR stand for?
Disciplinary Action Report.
And does it automatically go to admin when there's a DAR issued, no matter what? So teacher or a para, can a para issue a DAR?
They cannot.
Okay.
They don't get paid enough to have to do discipline.
When DARs are given, are parents notified, like is that part of that reporting yeah?
So there's two types of DARs. There's an in-class DAR, that's really just like a, hey, this isn't okay, you need to change your behavior. That's handled in the classroom, the teacher contacts the parents. And then there's an office DAR that gets sent to us, we handle it. It's beyond being handled in the classroom, and then we contact the parents.
But we can see the in-class DARs, those are sent to us also, so that we
Okay.
can review them.
Okay.
So that if an office DAR comes, we have all that backup.
Do you ever insert yourself into getting involved if you see a list of DARs and you're like, how come this is not something that's been brought to us yet? So, okay. So you're paying close attention to that, and you can make a determination if you need to be involved with it or not, even if the teacher is not bringing it to you, per se.
Because we need to find out what's causing that behavioral problem, and then figure out how to get our counselors involved, do some one-on-one involved, whatever it takes.
So can I ask you guys, these last 2+ years have been really, really difficult. I mean, for everybody in education, but here at our school as well. And I'm curious, you know, as part of this discussion and conversation that we're having, a couple of things. You know, what are you guys seeing? Which is, you know, we're asking you a lot of questions, but I'd also like to hear, I think we all would like to hear, what are you seeing in the way of discipline, behavior, on both sides, parents, children, patterns, and what do you guys do to really measure patterns, and just to know like how we're doing, how we measure up. Does that make sense?
So it's a Google form, so it gets broken down. We can see how many physical, how many pushing, shoving, hitting, and then it tracks how many students, like it says their name and how many DARs they've gotten, so it's broken down by that level. But, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would say this year, even versus last year, behaviors this year have just escalated. But I would also say we have seen more for little pitty disputes than last year, just because the teachers are like kind of over it.
Yeah.
And they don't have the time or energy to deal with it. So it gets sent to us.
But I also notice, you know, when coming off of COVID, and when I was in Phoenix, I just saw a lot of discipline issues, and I thought, oh, I'm not gonna see that in Monument. Yeah, I saw that here in Monument
Yeah.
also.
Mhm.
Just coming back into school, and our counseling department is busy, overloaded. And we meet with them weekly, and we go over stats and what's going on. A lot of it is just conflict resolution. It's
Mhm.
just trying to get back. I think this whole year is just getting back into the groove of being in the building full time, and how do we react with each other? Because believe it or not, I mean, the kids being at home all that time during COVID, they got a lot away with a lot,
Mhm.
and then having to come back to
Mhm.
routine and structure is kind of
Right.
hard for them. So we did a lot of counseling, a lot of classroom lessons, guidance with our counselors, and next year we plan on a lot of assemblies with our
Okay.
character
Good,
first
that's
to
great.
bring back that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question, is
Yeah,
then
me
what
too.
can we do, like, what can you do in terms of what you can plan, how can we partner with you to help? The piece that I think we could try and help with too is, it's, you guys have to deal with it within the school building, but we also understand it's a big parent issue too. So we're doing assemblies for the kids. What ideas does anybody have? Like, what can we be doing at both campuses in terms of really laying it out for our parents? Like, you know, I've heard this just over and over again, like the parent, you know, a kid keeps getting in trouble, the parent doesn't care. And, you know, they probably would care if their kid was at home for a week and they had to rearrange their schedule. I mean, not that we can just do that willy-nilly, but I'm just saying, like, the parents, you know, what can we do to try and help with parent behavior and educating them better? Some just won't ever hear it, but at the same
Would
time.
you say that's accurate though too, what she's saying, that parents, have you found that to be true?
Do parents
No.
need a
Some
dar?
parents,
Do parents
I mean-
need a dar?
Some parents do need a dar. Some chew us out, cuss us out, because their child would never do what we're calling them about, and so
Wow.
it's just trying to educate them on an individual basis.
I think if we send them home, they don't do anything. I think they just get to watch TV and it's a day off for the kids because
Mhm.
parents have to work.
Mhm.
So I don't think suspending is our best option.
A lot of kids want that, they wanna go back home.
So I saw an article recently about a school district that implemented parent fines. So if your child misbehaved a number of times, there was a fine.
At a public school?
At a school district, yeah.
Wow.
Just food for thought for, you know, things get really
I would
bad.
say Brad's not here, but I'll say that probably needs legal review.
I don't know where that, I don't remember where that was, but is it, you know, this will kind of go in with the volunteering part too, with the handbook and some of those discussions, but, you know, I mean, it may be just the extent that with back to school night and some of those things that we're really laying out with the handbook, like, this is what, you know, we'll do it at board meetings, but it's only how many people see it there, but then in terms of really making sure you've read it and signed it, it's part of your back to school night, if that's the extent of what we can do in terms of parent education, and just trying to get them on board with what we're trying to accomplish as a school and make it better within each campus.
I do think that some of those things are good discussion items at the board level, because you guys are all parents at the school. One of the things that as administrators, we're a little hesitant to do is tell people how to parent.
Right.
But I will tell you, social media is not our friend.
Yeah.
It's probably impacting at elementary, and it's a,
You mean student use of it?
yeah,
Or,
just student use of social media, just in general.
And
And,
parent.
you know, and parent.
You mean parent, talking about what's going on at the school level in the chatter?
I'm talking more about how social media impacts kids.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah,
It's
definitely.
just, there's so many of the kids are on so much social media that it does have an impact on their behavior.
Yes.
And we see that here, I mean, I kind of wrote it down to talk about at East Campus, but since we're talking, I think it does affect both
Well, it
campuses.
does, in our older grades,
Uh-huh.
the kids are coming to school in the morning in conflict over stuff that's been going on social media the night before,
Right.
or even that morning, that we're not even aware of, and then trying to cycle through all that and fix it.
I mean, how much of what you deal with
A lot.
involves social media?
A lot.
Yeah.
There's,
Kind of like what you
30%.
said,
they just bring it to school the next day.
So, but again, it's one of those things, it's a good discussion question for the whole group
Right.
of how much do we as a school, do you as a board, as co-parents with your kids' friends,
Right.
want to jump in the deep end on that?
I think we have to. I think we absolutely have to.
But it's something that if we had a united message in front, I think
Right.
it's doable. I think if it's an individual administrator or, someone speaking out saying, this is our opinion, you can catch a lot of backlash about that pretty quickly.
So we're going to do, Misty and I are going to meet with the temporary committee that we helped form with some parents and a couple teachers that wanted to jump in and kind of talk about the parent handbook. We're gonna do that on June 14th to be able to then provide that feedback back to you guys to then be able to discuss at the July meeting. So moving forward with any changes made to the discipline policy, would you suggest we pull that piece out of the handbook even further, not just in having them sign the handbook, but have it pulled out in a separate way to be presented to parents as well, and have kind of head down that path of jumping into the deep end a little bit with it.
Are you talking about social media use, or are you talking about, what are you talking
Just
about specifically?
discipline and then.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you guys this, do you feel our policy needs to be tightened?
I think if you tighten it, it takes away some of the, my words are not there today.
No, I understand what you're saying. It doesn't give us the freedom to really look at the problem and see if we can fix it without having to be so harsh.
Yeah, which we don't want harsh, we gotta find that middle line, we don't wanna be way over here or way over here. We definitely are, I think, all advocating we wanna be in that sweet spot in the middle.
I think too, it would be great if people understood that we are working on a progressive discipline. So if students come in, they have an issue, well, there's things that we have in place that we do for each student. And we try to be as consistent as possible. But if they come in again and they're still having the same issue, then we take it to the next level. And when I talk to parents, I try to let them know that hey, next time this happens, this is what we're looking at. So I think that it would be important that we communicate that as well. That
How
it is
do
a
you suggest
progressive.
we do that?
I don't know.
Are there
I don't know, and I
ways-
think that we probably could put that maybe in policy very loosely,
Yeah.
that we are looking at a progressive discipline. So, for example, student says something they shouldn't in class, okay? They get a DAR, they come in, I talk to the student. Here's your warning, here's how we're gonna move forward. What do you think you're gonna do to fix the issue? You need to apologize to the teacher, great idea, I like that. If it happens again, oh, we're still doing this, we haven't learned. Guess what, now you have an after-school detention. So it kind of keeps ramping up. And I think that when Tamiko and I first started looking at this in the first part of January, that is what we started putting in place. So maybe something like that can be outlined so parents and students know that, it's a progressive discipline too. You're not gonna be getting a conversation for the same thing all the time.
Is there any school suspension?
No,
We didn't, well, we did several.
You guys
do
did?
not have them.
How did that work out?
Great. They were miserable.
Right.
Yeah.
They stopped doing it, but I didn't send them home because they wanted to go home. I was like, ooh, we'll just keep you here.
Is that in the handbook, that you can do it in school suspension?
It's on our DAR form. I don't know if it's in the
Are
handbook.
parents given the DAR form at any point in,
When they get the DAR.
student back, no, like in, parent orientation, student back to school, just a more comprehensive look at, like what you were talking about, like this is kind of our approach. These are some of the things that can happen eventually. This is what, I just think a huge part that's missing is parent communication and education, even if we have some that will never listen or heed it. it would still, I would think that it would be a good, for lack of a better term, CYA for the school as well, to kind of lay it all out at first, you know, in orientation night or back to school night, or if you guys want to hand that off to the teachers to communicate and the teacher back to school. I don't know the most appropriate way. And then maybe an additional email following up, just saying, this is a new refocus for Monument Academy this year. Kind of lay out, you know, that progressive discipline approach, or just this is our, or whatever, the character first thing, just kind of a new blitz,
Yeah.
a communication
Because
blitz about it.
we're hearing from both sides, from inside the school and from parents outside the school. There's just confusion or not understanding, or even this feeling of lack of policy, discipline policy, when there is. So we just need to message it, rather than saying, we're gonna come at you guys and change everything, we don't need to do that, but it make it more like a
Message what
messaging
exists.
campaign for parents, but also then how are we messaging to the students, for them to understand, there are consequences here. So that's what I'm asking for, is what is our approach to outline this for kids, like, you have real consequences here, it's not just, you know, it's not gonna just be overlooked, but also with parents, we do have discipline in place, your kids are expected to show character, and you as a parent are expected to understand what the process may be when we need to implement this in the school. So I mean, if that's an assembly for the kids and back to school night coupled with an email for the parents, you know, that's kind of what I'm looking for, just to have a plan coming out of this.
I know that there'll be assemblies at our level that
Great.
I already have in my mind that we're gonna do. I haven't seen the back to school night yet here, so I don't even know how it runs, so we haven't even had a chance to talk about that,
Okay.
because it looks differently at every school.
Right.
So I know what I've done in the past, but.
I think though, to Lindsay's point too, about parents not being involved, if there was that, the progressions that you were talking about as well, to where it's like, they're gonna have in-school suspension, next is in-home. In-home, it's gonna affect the parent's life, it might get the parent more involved in making sure that the behaviors change,
Yeah.
but.
It's just it's a communication that needs to occur, versus us looking to come in and rapidly change a lot of things, just
Right.
where do we need to tighten up, which I wanna hear from you guys in a little bit on where you think that looks like for the East Campus, but, where do we need to tighten up, and then how do we message that, so.
Well, and I think too, just, you know, it sounds like, and I love, you know, what you're talking about, the assemblies, and that's a more proactive approach, you know, and I think we all can recognize these last couple of years have been really rough, and I appreciate what you said, you know, this year was a lot about, whether any of us really were consciously thinking about it, it was really about getting back into, and how do we do this again, you know, when it's been so crazy. And I don't think maybe we haven't fully realized the effects of the last 2 years on everybody. And you guys had quite a task, you know, this year. So thank you for fighting the way you did, and coming in and holding the line as well as you did. It was rough. We recognize it was a rough year. We're grateful for you guys. And I think just one other thought I have is, with the curriculum, you know, the character curriculum, that's a big part of who we are as a school, it's a big part of our vision. Character, you know, that character piece is huge to all of us, we all believe in that. I remember talking to someone, previous year, about this, and concerned that, where did it go? I remember when we first came, you know, we're going into our 7th year, our family at the school, when we first came, there, you know, we would get, you know, blurbs sent home about this character key and that character, this, you know, week or this quarter we're working on, you know, integrity, and the teachers would send home that bit of information, and then over time, that just kind of fell by the wayside. And I mean this, and I'm not pointing fingers, I don't mean it as criticism, it was just an observation. And I remember talking to somebody on staff, and they're like, yeah, we don't really do that anymore. And that was, I don't know, last year or some point. We didn't really have time for it, was kind of their response. And that was like, that's not, you know, and that's not what any of us want. So I think a lot of what this is too is how do we get back to really intentionally honing in on that character piece as a school, you know, and so is it through the assemblies? It sounds like that's where that's gonna start coming in.
And the assemblies, the whole new program, going back to character first at our
Okay.
level.
Oh, good.
Okay,
We've worked
good.
a lot with Tina. and,
Okay, so there's a curriculum, and forgive my ignorance.
You will
there's-
start seeing changes.
Okay.
And will that be also is there a parent communication to that? Like,
There
hey,
will
we're
be.
about to have an assembly on Friday, maybe ask our
Well, I'm
children
not
about
gonna announce
this?
every assembly, because I may just do a spur of the moment assembly,
Okay,
you know, when I feel like there's a need,
right.
so.
But there were, I heard maybe like handouts too coming home that to
There
supplement.
used to be, so they've changed their program a little bit,
Okay.
because there used to be coloring sheets and trading cards and all that. That's not quite there anymore, so we have to kind of dig and see what we can come up with.
Okay.
But there are set lesson plans, and it has a little story and a video and a song, so a bit more geared towards the younger ones.
Is that something that Mrs. Leon, or is it Leonie, I'm sorry? Leon, that you guys will collaborate together on? The character curriculum?
Well, she's part of curriculum, so
Yeah.
of course.
Okay.
So, Mr. Walker, you said there will be some measurable things as we move into the fall
Sure.
that you can cover.
I mean, we're still working all that out.
And then you guys are meeting to review the
June 14th.
June 14th, and then that's gonna come back to July.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we can do? I wanna keep the conversation moving on. There's a lot. We
No,
gotta
I
get-
think we just need time to develop it over
Yeah.
this summer
Okay.
and get it prepared.
So, yeah, well, anything you develop be able to be brought back to the board if there's changes?
Changes for the,
No, just an overview of what you're planning for the year, the character curriculum to present to the board, or, just after you've had a chance to meet?
we can,
We can ask about it in open session.
I mean,
Okay.
we
Once
can
we would
just-
know if you've had those discussions,
right,
we
because
could ask about it in open session.
it's gonna be an ever evolving
Sure.
as we, move throughout the year, so, don't take me wrong, but at one point, I don't wanna be micromanaged what I'm doing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So give us the freedom to develop it,
Mhm.
play with it, experiment, tweak it.
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
So looking at volunteering needs, I'm just looking for ideas. We have our software program, we have people, I just had another notification today, I have people that sign up almost every week. Someone will randomly finally see it in the links newsletter or something, and so I have people that are logging their, because some of them are just logging their hours now, so I'm collecting hours and have that data. And I'm hoping at back to school night to maybe have kind of a setup, a table. I'd love, by the way, at back to school night to have a board table there too, so that we can have a visible presence and shake hands and introduce ourselves. But also with the volunteering, have the ability to have people sign up right then and also sign the liability waiver right then and already kind of be in the system. I'm looking for any advice, and this is from everybody, because I didn't put it under the East Campus, but this is everybody, both campuses, like, do you have ideas for how we can best partner with you? How, I still have the handouts, so we can do some of those. We've been sending it in the emails for people to sign up. East Campus in particular, right after I rolled out the software program, I had parents saying, hey, where's the East Campus opportunities? So I went back through and color-coded everything, and then, I know this is shocking, but then none of those people on the parent page that commented asking for that signed up. At all. So I'm frustrated. I'm still motivated to want to do this. I see the value in it. I think parents need to be a part of this. It's part of being a charter. It helps like in the lunchroom. I know it's a great morale thing for our staff that are working in there. So we've talked about having watchdogs at East Campus, and a great place for them being they need somebody that checks names off the list coming into the lunchroom. Well, that's a great way for a watchdog to be learning all the names and having that presence. But if there's just other ideas, things that I can bring back to the volunteer committee that we can work on, how can we partner with both campuses in the best way possible? So I'd love feedback.
The lunchroom is definitely in need, and we don't have any lunchroom, so parents in the lunchroom would be great. Maybe cleaning up around the building might be nice too. I know that's not a very glamorous job to help with. That would be a good need.
Interior, exterior,
I
both?
think both facilities could use a lot of parent volunteers to take care of grounds. I mean, you look at West, you know, all the little rocks get kicked into the sidewalk, you know, just sweeping those back in. Snow that builds up on the sidewalk, just kind of clearing that. There's just a lot of little things that add up. And I've asked Chuck, I was talking to him, West Campus Facilities Lead, if he could make a list of all those little things that are just hard to get to, that would be perfect for parent volunteers.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff I'd like to do.
Yeah.
Is, you know, I probably ought to do it now, just grab a shovel and shovel off the snow that walk by it when I'm walking, but it's those little things that I think both campuses could benefit from. And those are easy to do, you know, you spend an hour, you do some cleanup, whatever. I think that's an easy one.
Is
And
there,
it's gonna benefit the school a lot.
Mark, is there an opportunity for the students themselves to do some of that?
Absolutely.
In-school suspension.
Well, we have to
I'm
be
sure
careful.
pride.
We have to be careful with that, we have to get
I'm just
parental
joking.
permission. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
I think maybe more at the secondary level. I know there's some students that do that now,
Mhm.
that like that just help out where they can, and say, hey, I'm bored, what can I do?
There are. I understand we're not able to require volunteer hours, so it's an expectation is I think how we're doing it. And I would like to come up with, you know, a way to reward those that volunteer the most and make it a positive. I want to be involved in volunteering. It's not that you're doing it for the recognition, but as a way to recognize those that are routinely in the building and build interest that way, so in a positive momentum way versus you're falling short, you're not doing what we expect you to do. So I'm trying to look at it through that lens. I know we've spoken before about like a volunteer dinner, and I just kind of have to figure out what that looks like, because end of the year is such a hard time to do something like that, and I don't want to detract from the fundraiser we might be doing and other things. So there's just some plans that need to come together for that. But if anyone has other ideas on how to help kind of, I mean, I hate to use the word incentivize, but it's true, and motivate and get parents in. It takes once to come in and realize just how fun it is, frankly, and how much you love being in the building. And, you know, especially at the West Campus, my kids still like to see me there. I don't know by the time they get to East what that will look like, but,
Well, I'll tell you, the photos of the watchdogs brings a lot of talk, and if we had a volunteer board somewhere with, after so many times, it's hours of volunteer, your photo gets put up or something, you know.
okay,
It's just that little recognition.
yeah, that's a
It's a great idea.
Okay, thank you. If you have any other thoughts, please send them my way. I'm gonna be brainstorming all summer. And then hopefully, and I can speak with you about that further, just kind of back to school night, what that might look like as you guys have more time to
Or
talk.
we can start having volunteer principal coffee, donuts, or something, you know,
Sure.
anything like that.
I think part of it too is just making
Yeah.
sure the community is aware that we really are back open for business again. You know, I think even at the start of last year, there was a lot of concern about COVID spread and, you know, rules and regulations
Oh,
around
yeah.
that.
You're back in the
I
building,
think
you're
parents
welcome
were
back.
hesitant to, you know, to come in if they were gonna contribute to the school getting shut down or kids being sent home. You know, so I think just to try to get back to as much of this is who we are and this is what we do, and we do want everybody back in the
Well,
building.
like when we
Right.
had, was it Mexico Day that had such a long, I mean, parents came in droves. So we know they'll show. I mean, that's for a special event, but, you know, even just, we're getting there. I know that it's getting there.
And we have
but-
to tweak Cause that was such a long line trying
Yes.
to check in.
Yeah.
So we've gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to tech usage, and this, is kind of all encompassing of, we wanted to have some discussions about iPad usage and, even educational apps. So, board, I know that some of you have some questions, so I'm just gonna kind of open that up and.
Are we talking specifically still West Campus?
No, well, we can do,
Yeah.
we can do,
We jumping around, maybe. I think.
we could, let me stick to West. Well, my concern, we can stick with West for now.
It's gonna tie back to you.
It's gonna end up
It will.
tying in, yeah. I mean, I know I personally am a little concerned that my fifth grader is going to be assigned an iPad. And I do know, I spoke with parents who had fifth graders last year and just,
Fifth grade or sixth grade?
fifth,
Assigned
I don't think they were signed iPads.
They're
in
not.
high
They took
school.
It's a
iPads
rolling
at home.
cart.
Yeah.
they had iPads at home.
Fifth grade?
I wonder why he had one. So sixth grade, they're assigned
It's
iPads.
sixth
yeah.
grade.
Do you take one?
I don't know, maybe he took one.
I'll have to.
That's the one we're missing.
Tell her she, you might need to follow up on that.
I hear a dart's coming.
Seriously.
Parrot dog.
So West Campus, up until middle school, it's just cart usage?
Correct.
Okay, and what is the parameters that are in place for when those are used?
I wish I could speak to that more. Laura just left to go do tours at West Campus.
Well, that's good.
So,
Well, I know they use them for centers sometimes, like when there's set up as
Correct.
centers, and so it's one center, you know, you can only have there's only so many adults to go around for centers. We spoke at one point about this, and I was curious if you were able to follow up with the tech department on that in terms of how they monitor what's put on there, how often they're
got to
cleaned.
that one thing.
Yeah.
Right. We still haven't figured out how that, because that's been blocked, but kids are smart. They can get to anywhere they want to go. I mean, they're smarter than I am on that. They can click here, and then that takes them here to click. They can go around about to get to that site that we want.
Can I ask?
Which is weird, but.
That is weird. What is the goal of even using iPads in the school and starting at the fifth and sixth grades? Like, just help me as a parent understand, what is our goal in bringing that in? And I know you didn't, I know you didn't bring it in, I'm just saying, like, why do we have iPads? I'd like to just talk about that.
Well, one I know is assessments. That's how we're doing it.
So they do assessments
We did
on
the
them.
whole, what's it called here, CMAS
CMAPs.
on the iPads
Wow,
at the West Campus this year.
okay.
We do all of the NWEA testing on the iPads. So I know assessments, that's one.
And is that for ease, convenience, what?
Probably no
Well,
longer
everything's
available.
gone digital for assessments.
Okay.
Okay,
And we were kind of piloting that at the West Campus for the CMAS this year. Right, it's coming for everybody.
okay.
And I think some of that is more, I think it's a tough question to answer because my understanding is that here on East Campus, they made the decision to go to one-to-one iPads for middle school even before COVID was around.
Right.
So it's been
I
a
remember that.
long-standing
Mhm.
practice and implementation that if there's concern, and I think there is valid concern around, are we using it too much? I think it's a pretty long discussion goes through curriculum committee with lots of teacher feedback. Answering those questions of how are we using them?
Right.
And how are we using them? Is that the best use of it? And then, having teacher, admin, board discussion, parent discussion about, is this who we want to be?
Right.
And, because my assumption when I came here, I knew everyone had one-to-one iPad, but it was a COVID decision, which made sense to me.
Right.
That-
It wasn't.
But it wasn't, and so I think that's, what I'm hearing is at least a desire on the board's part for us to go back and look at the whys, how were they used, have a deeper understanding of the purpose and intent of that technology, not that we can't have it in the building.
Right.
Because, I mean, we know that, I mean, look how many of us have iPads just here in this meeting. You know, technology is part of what we use in our culture. And so we don't want our kids are gonna be using technology in the world they live in. But there's also a lot of brain research and learning research that shows that when students are younger, it has a deeper impact on how they think
Right.
and their brain channeling
And
than
they
it
learn to
does for
socialize,
adults.
right.
And so I think all of those go into and I hate to push it back to curriculum committee and put more on Tina. But I do think it's the right place where that conversation needs to happen and make sure that there is parent input in that, there's board input in that, there's teacher input on how we're using that. So that we can be very intentional about how we use technology and why we're using it.
Right.
And that then everybody, and part of that I think would be getting people on the same page
Mhm.
with,
Yes.
we all understand why we're doing what we're doing and that there's intentionality about it.
Right.
Because obviously, that probably was conversations that were had 6 or 7 years ago when we made the one-to-one iPad decision. That was probably all made. But then during COVID, it was like, okay, we've got to use this. This is the one tool we have that's going to actually get us somewhere when we're not in the building. And so we used it a lot, and that pendulum swung.
Mhm.
And so how do we come back to intentional use of technology?
Right.
That's what we all agree is
And
the right way to use it.
great
And part of it's
appropriate
at age. Age level matters as well.
Yes.
You know, when I first started taking care of my grandchildren, I was told that they were not allowed to see any screen of any kind until they were 2 years old. You know, so because that's,
So good.
you know, they've both done a lot of brain research
Yeah,
and
right.
here's, you know, it impacts different kids at different levels, so age matters to all that. And so,
What
I
are-
talked for a long time, didn't mean to go.
What are
on.
other schools that rein the iPad usage in more? How, does anyone know how they address technology education? You know, like we had computer lab, like when I was in high school, I had a computer and I learned to type, and that was the extent. Of course, that was a long time ago. But how do they implement appropriate education on how to use technology while also being a pencil and paper place? Like, you know, my son this year was in 4th grade this year, and I thought it was great. He had to write out his outline. It was all written out first, and then he wrote out his paper, and then he typed his paper.
Mhm.
And I was like, yes,
Nice.
those are the correct steps. Writing out your outline, writing your you know, getting all that place, then typing it out. And so I thought that's a great use of him doing that. But I'm hearing that we have kids like talking to type. I mean, I know we have kids, and not at our, well, I don't know at our school, but other places too, like my stepsister who graduated and could barely spell, they use autocorrect. So, you know, that's kind of stuff that we could discuss in curriculum committee, but I'm wondering what other schools have done to kind of balance it better versus it being this one-to-one iPad thing, and I'm speaking more to East now, of course, but.
One of the concerns I have as an East parent with the iPads is the talk to text for writing papers. And then, you know, they are given iPads, so there isn't that discipline, and I don't know, there's probably some educational research on, you know, as you formulate your words, you either write it out longhand or it's coming through your fingers on a keyboard, but the kids are not issued keyboards. And so are they learning that skill of keyboarding? And how do we do that when we only have iPad technology? I know other schools, I've talked to some friends who have middle schoolers and they're issued Chromebooks. I know these are all huge money things. I'm not saying we should switch to that. I'm just saying maybe there's a reason why they were given that as opposed to iPads. Just one of my concerns as a middle school parent is that thought process of either longhand writing or typing your output seems valuable. But again, I'm not an educator, so.
Well, you're right on there. I mean, if it can go from here through pencil or this,
Right.
it's gonna stay with them longer. I
Mhm.
mean, that's what research says.
Right.
I mean, it would be as simple as ordering, we had to order keyboards for our iPads at West, just so we could do the testing.
Okay, yeah.
But that's money.
And,
Right.
and it took my son longer to do things iPad digitally because he was kind of hunting and pecking on the iPad screen. Then he was using the work, I was listening to him, I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm writing a paper. Like, why are you so loud? So that was frustrating discovery for me as a parent, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. And then I do know they use iPads at West Campus for Epic. Is that correct, for the library app?
I don't know what Epic is.
It's
so.
the reading app for books.
Oh.
So it was mostly introduced during COVID, I think, as part of a reading assignment process.
And it's still, so for instance, in third grade, I know that they're, 30 minutes a day of independent reading. And I believe they're using the iPads for that, but I don't know if they are also, you could go to your in-class library, or you can check something. I don't know the process at all. I would love to know that, but, and then when we had those snow days, that was one of the snow day assignments, was to get on your Epic account and read for a little while. And I did some poking around for some interesting titles that I wondered if they were available through Epic, and they were certainly some things that I know I had a problem with as a parent, and probably a lot of our other parents would have a problem with too. Obviously, you would have to know what you're searching for, and then I stopped looking because Epic is Epic. It funnels suggestions to
yeah.
you once you search for certain titles.
Yeah.
Right, and so I stopped searching because it would say, Patrick, continue reading this title, and I wanted it gone from his account. And then, of course, I worked with his wonderful teacher who said, well, I'll block that title, but I don't think that we can continue to play whack-a-mole with problematic things. Like, it's just, I think it's something that needs to be looked at in the curriculum technology world.
Well, and if we have classroom libraries, why do we have to be on an iPad reading?
I mean, the pros of Epic are it's huge database of titles. It's probably very convenient for the teacher in a lot of ways, but I do think it's something that needs to be explored for lots of different reasons. Brain development, how they should be reading, what we want them to read, like all of the above. So those are just my 2 cents. And I know that, for instance, my son's third grade used it heavily. And I don't know how it goes on in other classes or other teachers, and what autonomy they have to choose that or not.
That's a good question. I don't know.
So you don't see it as a tool in the toolbox right now, it's being relied on too heavily. I don't know anything about Epic, so I'm learning.
It
listening.
was relied on heavily for my third graders' experience this year. And also for first grade, I
And
believe.
it was the year before, for COVID year quite a bit too.
Yeah.
So it started to just become kind of a more regular use thing now. So the question then is just intentionality with, are we guiding them towards specific titles that are going along with what is also being done in the curriculum in the classroom? It was helpful during the 20-book challenge because you had a wide range of books with awards.
It's a
So
cool
you
app.
could
It
search
just
for
has some
books
problems.
with,
For sure.
that were award-winning books, so that was helpful because we didn't have as many of those at the house. So, so it just needs to be examined, as I would hope, like kind of any educational app that's being used in the classroom is. And it all just ties together with intentionality of our time and how it ties back to what the goal is within the curriculum in the classroom. So.
Ms. Leon, do you have any thoughts on this?
I'm not familiar with Epic, but I would definitely want to get more familiar with it so I can comment on it at a later time, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because this is the first I've heard about it, but I would love to look into it.
Yeah, we have it. We use it at the house specifically for access, right? It is a tool in the toolbox. My concern with a lot of the digital stuff outside of the assessment standpoint, because I think there's a ton of validity to that, and to familiarize yourself both for expediency of utilizing a tool that all of us use on our adult life from a day-to-day basis, However, I think the issue that I would confront is, number one, they're gonna get exposed to it no matter what. So we can try to teach it in the classroom, and if it goes really well, great, but it doesn't matter, because they're gonna go to a friend's house at 5:30, and that kid's gonna have one, and they're gonna be on it from 5:30 till 9 playing Minecraft. So either way, they're going to learn. So we can either say, hey, let's try to control what they're learning, which is probably a fruitless effort, especially in the realms of, like, just like you said, they can click, 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 and now they're doing something they shouldn't do. So if we can minimize exposure to click, 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 that's probably a course of action worth at least exploring, right? From a skill set standpoint, there is, I mean, we all know the data behind, hey, if you can put pen to paper, that's gonna go a whole lot farther than, and I'm in a very professional industry, and I can't tell you how many upper level CEO executives have emails that are just abhorrent with spelling and grammar and all that kind of stuff. And like that, you know, does that matter? Is that gonna preclude you from some sort of career choice? No, but it's an instantaneous reflection of like, something happened between the ages 4 and 11 where you just stop paying attention to that. I think the technology component exacerbates those symptoms. Just like the autocorrect, just like the talk to text, anything like that. So if we can minimize those kind of things, I know for me personally, that would be good.
I'd like to hear, I agree. I'd like to hear from Mrs. Duca and Mr. Kennington. You know, you're coming in from other schools. I'd really appreciate hearing your perspective on what we're talking about. You know, how have you seen, you know, technology used in the positive? How have you guys minimized that? What do you want to see here at MA? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on all of this.
You want to start?
I think I'd like to go back to what Merlin was saying about the intentionality.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that working with Tina on the curriculum and really finding out why are we using the iPads, what are we using them for.
Mm-hmm.
I know that my two kids all through college, it was all technology. They turned things in, they had to know how to use technology. They had to know how to use it properly. They had to spell correctly and use their grammar correctly for all the papers that they had to write. So I do think that they need to, especially in high school, be exposed a little bit to how they're using technology.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's what we use at work, and as you were saying, it's how we communicate through our jobs, and also to be successful in college. So I do think that we just need to look at the intentionality of it in the classroom and what we're using it for.
So I guess I would start by saying I'm not full-time yet at London Academy, so I'm taking some vacation days to be at important events like this.
Thank
So
you.
I can speak to my experience and then what I've learned so far in the last 2 months being here at MA. So in my experience, technology has a place, but in a classical curriculum, you have to be very careful with that. So Susan Weisbauer wrote a great book. She's one of the leading voices, you're probably aware, in classical education, being a professor at William and Mary. Well-Trained Mind is one of her best books on that, and talks about how the research is you are so much more actively engaged in your work, in your education, when you're writing things down and when you're reading physical books. So I think it's really important for classical schools to do that. However, in my experience, we always bring back our seniors for a senior breakfast in January. They come back. We have one student who would come back from Harvard and tell us about his experience and said, you know, I was well prepared coming out of Vanguard for Harvard, and you know, we are a small, high-performing classical school. So the one thing that I was not prepared for was the digital component, and that is consistent across almost all of our seniors come back, because we have limited technology application, but we're growing it. So in my experience at MA so far, what I would say is if we're going to use technology, it needs to be lined up with our mission and vision. So we're using technology to create a challenging, content-rich academic program. If we are, then that's a good use of the technology. Is it helping our students become well-rounded, flourishing individuals? If it did, then that's a good use of technology. If it's not, probably should look at that closely.
Yeah.
Well said, Mr. Kennington.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna move this along. We have Brad Miller here, legal counsel, corporate counsel for the school. Brad, welcome.
Yeah, the name tag for me over there, so I didn't get there earlier.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're gonna get off track really quickly.
Yeah.
Mrs. Clinton, thank you for packing the schedule full today.
I was promised coffee, and I think I'm gonna just kind of,
There's.
wade my way through this because I didn't get my coffee. But do our best. No, thanks. Hi, Tina. It's great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Wow.
It's been a
Hi,
while.
David. Yes.
Real quick, do you want the three new board
That'd be
members
great.
to just quickly introduce themselves to you? This will be your target audience, and obviously we're here today, we'll be
Yep.
on next year as well, so.
I'm Craig Carley,
Hi.
incoming board member.
Kids at,
Oh, I have a kindergartner at Monument Academy West campus,
Right.
and then a 2-year-old who will be going here eventually.
all right, cool.
Hi, I'm Emily Belisle. I have 3 kids, 1 here at East Campus and 2 at the elementary campus.
Katie and Brian, 2 at West as of next year, and please stop me if I'm about to say something stupid.
So hi, I'm Brad Miller. I'm a lawyer. I have a little bit of connection historically to the school. Jane Lundeen is my mother-in-law, so we've got Jane Lundeen Drive here and Jane Lundeen Library, I think, down at West Campus. She was an original administrator here years back, and so I have these wonderful, warm feelings about Monument Academy because it's been so much of our family's experience for years and years. And so, little law firm, 4 of us that work primarily with charter schools up and down the Front Range and some rural type school districts, and then Falcon School District 49 as well. So we have a sort of an interesting niche practice, but I just do school law. That's all I do. Run into Tina along the way. Merlin and I have known each other since 2000 or so when our kids were playing soccer and basketball together. Kurt Walker taught my middle son in 5th grade at the Classical Academy, and one of our very best experiences. And what do we call the day where we dress up? I just remember coming into your little modular. He worked out of a modular at the New North Campus over there, and you're just a hoot. One of my favorite people.
It must have been Renaissance Day.
That's what it was, yeah. I was trying to think of what the name of it. And David, I do work with the Vanguard School as well, so I know some of the
Thank you
folks
for your
that you work
assistance,
with.
invaluable for us.
Yeah, awesome. I have an hour, correct? Yes. Right. You 3 stop me at any juncture. What I'd like to do is go through sort of a high level of what does a board do, what is its roles and responsibilities, and what aren't its roles and responsibilities, so we kind of get clarity of how we should function as best as we can. Understanding there's no sort of magic best practice, but at the second half of what I do, I'll talk about our legal requirements, open meetings laws and Open Records Act, and these things that do intersect with your worlds in real ways. So we'll talk about that. But as I go, just stop me at any point. I will say that this board, in my experience, its current iteration, is, I think, the exact right balance of intentional, forward-thinking, we address some of the culture issues via resolution and thoughtful commentary at a board level without getting into the weeds of telling Merlin and his team how to do things. So the idea as a board is about, ends, not the process. And so that's what we'll try to emphasize, okay? Yes,
Right,
sir.
if I could say one thing, if any of.
Oh. Thank you, it's just black.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wow, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be much more fun now.
Good.
Admin, if anyone wants to bail out for an hour, I mean, you're welcome to sit in this.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
But don't feel that you have to. And then we'll pick back up at 11, so just want to put that out there.
All right, ready to
Thanks,
go?
sir. Yes, sir.
Please do feel free to jump around. So how does a board act? I want to make sure that you understand you don't have any individual authority outside of this room, and we should not act as though we do. So be very careful as we talk with Kurt or Tina or Angela or any of these people or a teacher, because they're going to view you as a board member, and that's going to carry a certain cachet and a certain power. And it's really, really important, particularly in this sort of, it's almost like a church-like environment in terms of community and people know each other in a more direct way, that we don't engage in communications that feel like directions to our staff members. We don't have any power, no superpowers outside the board. You only act as an entity. Once you step outside, you're just Danny. You're not, Director Danny, right? And so Merlin should, or Mark should, as your two direct reports, really not expect that you can give them work to do outside this board. You can ask them questions, you can look for information. I'd like to know how many kids are moving from the 8th grade into PR versus staying here. You can ask for questions, you can ask for information, but don't say, Mark, can you create a report for me on blah, blah, blah. We don't have the power or authority to do that any more than another parent. Does that make sense? It's a really important sort of foundational principle for us. So we act as a body. So we got to have some rules and understandings of how we do that. So we also don't just do things by sort of a consensus or like having had a conversation here that Ryan says, okay, so are we good? We think that we should get rid of all devices in the high school? And you guys go, yeah, that's great, okay. And you feel like you've done something? No, we need to formalize what we do, right? And so he's done an incredible job this last year, and whoever's your chair going forward, I'm confident we'll do this, but we need to have a question for decision. That can only happen if we've given proper notice of a meeting, so we have to do that at least 24 hours in advance. We put it on our website, because that's the way we've said we're going to do it. And that's the only time we can take action, is at a noticed meeting of the board with a vote. We don't rubber stamp things that have been sort of commonly figured out outside. We're having a conversation around school security. You might have been at a town hall a month or two back. We were talking about the possibility of concealed carry for staff members with trainings. We've talked about what is our SRO relationship like. What are we doing with that? So let's say you decide as a board, you're going to put on the agenda, we're going to adopt a new security protocol. I don't ever want you to come in and just say, I move to adopt this new security protocol second, and then everybody votes. We need to have transparent, open dialogue so our community can understand the rationales and the pros and cons around things. It's really, really important, particularly in today's day and age, and I'll get to today's day and age in a minute. We have to have a majority vote on everything. There's only a few places where we have a super majority, like change to our bylaws, and we keep minutes. We're like a corporation, we keep minutes of our votes. That's basically how we do things. We have to have a quorum when we meet, so you'll be 7 now, huh? Incredible, good. So we'll always need to have at least 4 people to have an official meeting, right? You may have watched news sort of emerging after school board elections this last fall. There's been a lot of controversy in the school district world. So we've got much more highly attended meetings. There's, I work in a few local districts where we're having turnouts that are representative of like 5% and 10% of the school district community. I mean, massive turnouts. And so people are watching with real close eye. And one of the side notes to that is the use of what's called the Colorado Open Records Act. There's been a lot of, so CORA is the acronym. You'll get used to tons of acronyms if you work on a board. Everything's an acronym in school. Probably because, Danny, we didn't learn as kids how to write out full words or something, and so LOL, but it's an acronym. So what you do sitting here, we need to be careful not to sort of undergird it with lots of side note conversations, particularly not by email or by meeting with more than 2 of you at a time. So we had in Douglas County, that's the school district right up north, new board was elected, new folks were on the board. There was a sort of a situation in which the superintendent ended up kind of resigning, or was he fired, or how did it go? And it turned into a lawsuit where the question was, did the board chair meet with the board secretary, and then they decided something, and then did the board treasurer, and I'm sorry, I don't remember all you guys' roles, but get in on the conversation. We loop in, so we had like basically 3 people talking and making a decision outside of a board meeting. This is a thing that in a charter school can happen quite a bit. My kids went to the Classical Academy, that's my world. And board members there are at everything. I mean, you guys are gonna be at everything. You're gonna be at every concert, every volleyball game, everything, right? And, and board members, you know each other, you've been through the war, so you tend to sit together at the volleyball game, and all of a sudden, are you having a meeting of going through things? This is the place where we can be in the most sort of legal trouble, is if you guys make decisions outside of board meetings. In Douglas County, the finding was that 3 people serially getting together violated the open meetings law. There's now been a case in Woodland Park where the judge has come to the opposite conclusion, that that is not a violation. And so there's no clarity in Colorado law exactly about this, but that said, I would urge caution. Try not to build consensus outside of a board meeting. All right?
Is that also with electronic communication? Are you getting
Very
that?
much so.
Are you, okay.
Yeah, and when I get to the open meetings, more particular thing, I'll go through that in a
Okay.
great deal of detail.
Yeah.
2 more sort of general things about meetings, and then I'll go to that stuff. The question of public comment has become a real big one in some of the environments I work in. And let's say we go to that security issue. We've now had the shooting, and so this has become a renewed. Or let's say we have an issue around gender expression, because that one is kind of percolating up in the world of education. What is a child's rights being offended by a rule that or approach that we're taking? And so this stuff becomes sort of conflated and energized and passionate, and so you get a bunch of people coming in to comment. Our board meetings are, from a First Amendment standpoint, called a limited public forum, which means that we can put guidelines around the format of public input, the timing of public input, the amount of public input, but not the content. So if someone wants to come in and say that this thing that you've done is offensive to me, and they want to sort of castigate you as a board in a general sense, you have to let them do it, because you can't discriminate on viewpoint. You can, however, you can manage it by saying we're only going to give 3 minutes per comment, or 2 minutes per comment, or 5 minutes per comment. You say we're only going to take 30 minutes of public comment. There's school districts in the state that don't allow any verbal public comment. It's not a requirement that you have to have verbal public comment. You just have to provide a means of public comment, of input. So it could be emails. You could say we're only taking it through, MA board dot whatever, and that's the only way we're going to take public comment. So you can manage the format it comes in, but you can't quash the content. And that's an urge that I just bring it up now every time I do a training, because that question continues to come up, because people are getting pretty offensive. Because they've been, yeah.
I did not know that, Brad, so if it comes in electronically, we're still required to read that?
No,
We're
Yeah, I was
not.
gonna say,
you're just
we do
required
it.
to receive it.
That's it?
So
You don't have to share it.
You just need to give an avenue for public comment. Let's say you're gonna, whatever the thing is that you're going to do that's important to your community, you have to give them an opportunity to give input to it. That's why you have posting requirements. That's why you have open meetings. Because otherwise you could just be a private, corporation, right? But no, we have to respond. We have to give our community a chance to respond to our decision-making. I would say it's not a good practice to not offer public comment. I think there's a good valve of expression. I think it's important to do it unless it really becomes challenging, but you don't have to.
And what is the requirements when we do receive email comment, our response time as a board?
You don't have any response requirement to any of these things.
Okay.
So, and let me just extrapolate from that and say, look, I don't know if your perspective is going to be the same as his perspective on school security.
Right.
So why would I delegate to you? You know, we got to be very careful. Are you going to be the voice of the board in response to a community member? So how do we do that? We probably need to be thoughtful around that. I would typically say, well, we'll have board chair be the only one that responds. When we do public comment, you know, there's someone standing there at a podium talking to you, I would urge you to not give substantive responses. We're going to look into that and do this. Well, I agree with you. That sort of thing. It ought to be more just respectful. Thank you. We appreciate your input. That's good input. We'll consider it, but without materially or substantively responding to them to give them your opinion in reflection to what they're saying. That can divide your board if you're not careful. And it inadvertently gives a message to the community that the board thinks something when that's not necessarily the case.
Typically what we do, and that, just like we did this morning, with Lindsay responding to a comment that we received, is we'll be discussing this at our June 9th open session meeting. So
procedural sorts of responses are great, but you know, and oftentimes in a public comment, my preference is going to be, thank you. You may speak to our COO, and you know, because we don't do the operations, he does the operations.
Right.
So I'm concerned about dress code, COO. I'm concerned about, you know, school safety, COO. You guys are setting the policies for the most part, so let's direct it where it should be operationally.
That's good. That's very good.
Does that make sense? Okay. By the way, for you three, I have three little sort of things that I've written up. I'm willing to give them to you offline, but I don't want to put them into a formal packet here because they're sort of my own work product, and once they go into a packet, then they're open to open records responses. And so for your own purposes to see some of this material, I'm great to do that, but it's like private work product, so I'm not handing it out. You can maintain order. So, in my experience, you've been great at this, but if people are starting to clap or stand up or to murmur and do whatever, or speak out from the audience without being recognized, the board has the absolute right to control its meetings. It is a meeting of the board to which everyone else is an audience. They're not participants, other than that narrow realm of when you've asked for a presentation from Kurt or me, I'm not allowed to interrupt your meetings. I need to be recognized. You guys, it's your meeting. If you have people in the audience that are disruptive, take a recess, ask Mark, because he's the strong arm, to ask them to leave and walk out, and you know, but take some time to, even the board could even leave the room and ask, you know, your leadership to kind of help. Let's get people moved out of here if we need to, and if it becomes truly disruptive, you have the right to ask for, you know, security to take steps on that. It depends on how it goes. But you can't regulate the content other than personal attacks. So I will say, I'm standing here to say that Merlin is a, you know, blah, 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 blah. We can stop that comment immediately and not permit personal attacks. Or, I know that student such and such is doing such and such. We're not going to allow people to talk about individual students in public comment. We'll stop that. You guys are all of equal status, but your chair has a couple of delegated powers typically. Setting the agenda, that's the most consequential thing that the board chair manages. You can set up processes where there's a couple of you involved in agenda setting, but typically, in most entities, it would be those guys and the chair are setting the agenda along with, someone to facilitate just keeping track of it and managing that. The chair has the right to cut off discussion of the public, to cut off discussion within the board. We've gone on too long on this topic, I'm gonna call the question. That's board chair's role. And then to just rule on procedural stuff. You can take a point of privilege and say, Lindsay, I just need you to stop interrupting when, somebody's talking, and, you can do that sort of thing. That's the only unique power. Except that in lieu of taking action on an issue as a board, you guys do have the right and the power to appoint 2 of you to committees. You can appoint 3 or more, but then those committee meetings have to be noticed and open in the same way that your board meetings do. But you can have a committee of 2 of you that are, let's say, our finance committee, budget and finance committee, or school culture committee, or uniform committee, or maybe it's a digital device committee. And you send your committees out with having approached it as a board to create the deliverables, the timeframes, the authorities, the composition. So you can say, we want to have a committee to review the use of iPads in the schools. It's going to be those 2. We want you to come back to the board with a report in 2 months. In the interim, we want you to meet with each of the principals to talk through the values, pros and cons, and we need you to give us a written report with 2 recommendations, at our August meeting. So time frame, deliverables, extent of authority, and those authorities can be more direct, like active, like to create an evaluation system and then work with the principal to enact it. If you really wanted to get down to something specific, you could with a committee. It's not often that you would do that. I can't think, no ready example comes to mind. Usually it would be a report back. Questions about any of that? All right.
So to let you guys know, it's like finance committee, using that example, when we meet monthly, there are times, so Chris Stoll sits on that with myself. Sometimes we'll direct Mark to put together a report, bring that back, and then that is what we would bring back to the board in an open session. Typically, we would not be in a position to make a board level decision, even though we may have some authority to do so based on being agreed upon by the board to be part of that committee, but bringing that back to the board in open session to have those discussions.
Do committees change?
Yes.
And do we assign, make up a new committee sometimes? Or is it always just finance committee, building committee?
Our bylaws line out the committees that we are to have, and right now all of our committees are filled on the agenda each month. You'll notice we'll have there's been a couple we've made this year.
Okay, so you do make new ones?
We can.
As need arises?
Correct, but we do have some specifics.
That remains.
Policy, governance, finance, RDC, curriculum. I think there's one other that are required. But we'll have discussion later today on 22-23 fiscal year for committee makeup.
Got it.
And sometimes that's referred to standing and ad hoc committees. So like curriculum committee is a standing committee, finance committee is a standing committee. Whereas like the 105 committee is an ad hoc committee just to deal with that particular situation.
Okay, thank you.
Lots of schools came up with COVID committees, right? How are we going to deal with this? And so they were very short term. All right. So let's talk about emails. Emails are a part of the definition in open meetings law of a meeting. So if there's an email amongst all of you, it's an open event. And if you have 3 of you, in an email that's substantive, discussing public business, that would be a meeting. And it then necessarily becomes a violation of the open meetings law because it is, it's a meeting that's behind closed doors in effect. So what can you do in terms of email? First, you can have communications to arrange meetings or to do logistical things, to, gut check, are you all gonna be able to make it to this? Just all those sorts of things. You can have those sorts of communications. If you have a communication where you say, gosh, I just heard these presentations and I'd like to ask that on the agenda next month, we put this topic on, you could copy every board member suggesting that, and the board chair could even respond to that, as long as we're not getting into the pros and cons of what the action's going to be. So what is the topic gonna be? That's okay. I'm gonna advocate that we arm our teachers, and it's not okay, because now you're sort of getting into that area of advocacy. So is that clear enough?
Don't lead with the bias.
Yeah. So you have these logistics conversations, and all of a sudden it becomes more of a substantive conversation. Have the discipline to cut it off. The best overall practices are have and only use your email that's assigned by the school for anything school related. And so to put a more prominent stamp on that, I'm working with at least 3 school districts of under 5,000 students, each of whom have had in this year to hire full-time employees to manage Cora requests. Like over 200 Cora requests in the last 5 months for these entities, which each one probably takes 5 hours to manage by the time you download the information and all this. If it gets sucked into your private emails, you've got some real problems, real challenges. If you've been using your private email once you're sworn in, are you guys already official? All right, good to go for a while. It can become an amazing suck of time and effort. Use only school district or school issued email accounts if you can possibly do it for school business. Don't reply all. And if you need to send something like it's logistical to all, you could ideally do it with a to your board chair, BCC everybody else. That will just help everyone else have the practice and discipline of not replying all. It doesn't have to be BCC, there's no magic to that, but it's just a sort of a, just a practical way to help people not to get in conversations. As a board, have a process and policy so that you can be confident that you can have candid discussion without any administrator being able to review those emails. So make sure that your approach to, conversational integrity is not, that there's not somebody sitting else, your IT director isn't like reviewing your emails and learning about you. So you can address that concern if that's a concern. But just use that and don't do reply alls. Those are the 2 biggies. Questions on that?
And Brad, that goes for texts as well.
Goes for text as well. It does. You don't have a archive requirement. You don't have to maintain all your emails for any specific amount of time. If there's something that was candid and sensitive and you just don't want to keep it in the files, you can use a delete button. You don't have any obligations to keep everything that you've ever communicated as a board member. But be aware that unless there's legal sort of roped in, or there's something about a student or something sensitive about personnel, just figure it's going to go to the public. It's going to be in the local paper. That it's write your emails and your communications with that in mind. They are open. Fun, huh?
I tell staff that at the beginning of every year too, write every email as if the public's going to read it. Because they just might.
I'm going to talk about the following, and it always gets viewed as controversial, and I scratch my head and I don't understand why. We're a nonprofit corporation, we're a local public body, it's distinguished from a state public body, but we have some obligations about record keeping, minutes. I advise that you only keep minutes of meetings at which action is taken. So if you don't have any motions for today's meeting, there should be no minutes other than if you want to do a call to order and who was present. That's all you need. When you take action, it should be who made the motion, what the motion was, who seconded it, and what the roll call was, what the vote was. We don't need minutes to be kept of what was said in public comment. We don't need dialogue being sort of reflected somehow in our minutes, because all of these are going to become a record into antiquity, and the bias of the drafter of those minutes will be built into that. And if we have to look back 3 years to decide what did we vote and how did we decide that, and there's sort of narrative built into the minutes, it might change our trajectory in terms of the way we are interpreting those decisions. It's kind of like I, as a lawyer, look at legislative intent when a bill passes and what was the commentary back and forth, and that influences the way I interpret the meaning of that. Unless you are super disciplined, I don't see the upside in having much narrative content in your minutes. You should just have what happened. And I suspect that the public thinks that that's non-transparent, but I think it's incorrectly transparent if you do it any other way, because it just looks like it comes from the voice of whoever drafted it.
Brad, I have a
Just-
question.
Yeah.
What about like regarding committees? Is there a requirement there for any kind of minute taking?
If you have a committee that has more than 2 board members on it, I would keep minutes.
Okay.
And if you don't, that's just a practical question.
Okay.
It's not a legal question.
So for public comment, do you even have to put down anything about that anybody even made a public comment?
You don't have to, because it's not an action. There's nothing, so if you want to say, maybe it's interesting and somehow worthwhile to keep a track of, Brad Miller and Tina Leone and Kurt Walker gave public comment.
But just can leave it
But
at that?
don't try to describe what they were saying, what their point was. That'd be my recommendation. That's not legal advice, pure legal advice. You can do it however you want, but I haven't seen it be helpful.
Seems like extra work too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I'm going through dense stuff too fast. I'm so sorry. And any of you guys, in particular with Ryan's consent, if you need to follow up and email me or call me with questions, feel free at any point, okay? I'm gonna go through the open meetings and open records laws in a more direct way, just going through it quickly. This document is one that I can send you. It's got some density around it, explanation around things, and I'll go through it quickly. You guys are what is known as a local public body. That means 2 of you may meet together. 3 of you is a crowd, so we approach that differently. But you guys can 2 of you can meet together and talk about school business, and that's not a violation of anything. Okay. My brother-in-law was on the State Board of Education. That was a state public body. That meant he couldn't even meet with any of his peers to talk about anything privately without notice. That's the difference of state and local public body. General rule is any meeting of a quorum or 3 or more of you, whichever is fewer, is a public meeting open to the public at all times. With a board of 7, there's this weird sort of anachronism in the law that says 3 of you meeting to talk about public business, because you're not a quorum, you couldn't vote because it takes 4 of you to pass something, could actually meet, as long as you do it publicly, doesn't have to be noticed, but you'd have to invite anyone around to be able to listen in and do it and you know, be witness to what you talk about. The Classical Academy thinks that this is, you know, they've utilized that sort of opening to sometimes populate committees with three board members on it and not notice those meetings historically. I really frown on that, but it's just a little side note, probably mostly for Joseph's interest. I threw that in, but I'd rather you only keep to 2. Email discussions are not illegal, but they're gatherings. We just talked through all of that. I won't go back in to beat that up much. Your notice requirements are 24 hours. Ideally, you do a little bit more than that. You need to put up an agenda with as best as you can. What are the topics going to be discussed? Sometimes there's a little bit of vagary to that because you're just not sure with much detail, but you tend to post a notice with an agenda on it 24 hours in advance. There is what is known as, informally, as the Christmas party exception for board members. If Misty said, hey, let's all go to Topgolf and hang out, just get to know each other, we need to build relationships, you guys can all go to Topgolf, it doesn't have to be noticed, and you have to be sure, you know, pinky swear that you're not going to talk about material school stuff. You guys get to build relationships. You just can't talk about important school business or things that are likely or possibly going to be on board agenda. So you're not going to go to Topgolf and talk about our security plans, but you can go to Topgolf and talk about your kids, right? And talk about my motives for being on this board, and you know, and how hard it is, because it will be very hard. You know, all those things. So just give you that clarity. School district boards go to the CASB conference, and all of the board members go to the CASB conference. They don't necessarily post that. They're actually talking about school type business, but they're not talking about their own local district business. That's okay. I would like you to, well, all your board votes are public. You can do secret ballot for board officers, and that's the only thing you can do secret ballot for. If you want to talk about board dynamics, let's say you're having board controversies, you know, infighting, that has to be done publicly. You don't get to have an executive session for resolving your issues. One-on-one, obviously, but as a board, you can't go into an executive session, which I'm going to detail in just a minute, for board stuff. So only secret ballot is for officer elections. When you go into an executive session, you need to do a roll call vote. That's a law. You must do roll call to go in and roll call to go out of executive session. That's because there's a supermajority requirement, 2/3, to go into executive session. All right. So this will be the last sort of big topic I talk about, and then we can just kind of Q&A a few things. Executive sessions. That is when the board gets to be in a private meeting without anybody else, or at least limiting it to the people that it wants to invite into a meeting to talk about something that needs to be private. So that could be negotiations with a contractor. What is our position in terms of you know, how much are we willing to spend, or what are the, you know, the architecture of that contract going to look like? We get to go into executive session for that. To talk about student issues, student discipline possibly, or things of that nature that would otherwise be, you know, would violate that student's confidentiality. Personnel matters for particular, specific, individual employees. Not to say, how are we going to change our org chart? Not to say, what should our salary schedule be next year? But to say, how is Merlin performing? How is Mark performing? Those you can be in private. for legal advice. Is it legal for us to, to adopt this resolution that Ryan's come up with? We can get legal advice, or we're being sued by somebody, or an OCR issue or something. Security issues. This is probably the next big one, is like, are we gonna put cameras up, and where are they gonna, what is their, field of vision, and those sorts of things. You can do executive sessions for those things, and there's probably a couple others that I didn't hit. I would love for a school board to not do an executive session every month. I would think that it should be uncommon, that it should be really deliberate and only when necessary, because you want to be transparent. You want to have your meetings as open as possible to the public. I thought about my presentation here. I'm a lawyer giving you guys guidance. I could have easily said that this should be an executive session. It would have been legitimate to have this training be an executive session, but I'd rather it not be. So I try to be open about that. Your board secretary needs to know that there's a thing called the Sunshine List. Your local media, probably a couple of interested parents or grandparents want to know directly every time you have a board meeting. So the Sunshine List law says that we have to give them a direct email, a notification when we're having board meetings, 24 hours in advance. Executive sessions, when you go into them, you've got to stay on topic. It's not a chance to get away from the public and then start to vent, to talk about that crazy lady that talked to, you've got to just stay on the topic that you were there for. There's a couple of lawyers out there this past year, they're really interesting. They've been chasing down some of the little rural school districts who probably don't have a board secretary, don't have a lot of sort of administrative support, and they'll put something wrong on their agenda, or they'll go in an executive session and it lasts longer than somebody thinks it will need to, and the lawyer files a complaint, and then a judge has to listen to the tape of the executive session, and if that board went off topic, then the entire tape becomes public, and the lawyer gets lawyer fees for filing the complaint. It's a racket in a way, but it's because the law is set up that way. You've got to be disciplined in executive sessions. To that end, you three will be signing an affidavit that subjects you to a misdemeanor criminal sanction if you violate the sanctity of an executive session. It's the one place where you're going to have personal legal potential liability. If you go into executive session, we're talking about Merlin's evaluation and performance, and you come out and you tell another dad what the board is going to do. You violated the sanctity of an executive session. It's like, 30 days probation or $500 or something. I mean, it's not a massive sort of thing, but it is a thing. So one place where you guys can be in personal liability as board members. So drifting from that, you guys are, you're on a board of a local public entity. You have what's known as limited governmental immunity. Means that only if you intentionally harm somebody in your role here can you be sued for votes or statements or things that you make in the board. You can. I'm working with District 49. Board member has been saying very faith-based statements, in the public meetings that probably are outside the realm of what's okay in government. She almost certainly can't get sued for it. It's really a high bar for that. There's almost nothing you can do unless you defame an individual with intentionality, knowing that it's untrue, sort of like the normal, what lawyers call torts. Those are the only things that you can get in trouble for. Any vote you take, any statement you say in support of the action you're going to take is protected. Okay? We also have insurance, directors and officers liability, and you have corporate immunity too because you're a nonprofit corporation. I mean, there's just sort of layers upon layers. You're protected except for violating an executive session and personal harms. If you stood up over here and punched Merlin in the nose, that would we're not gonna protect you just because you're on the board. So I've weighed you down with a ton of things. Serving on a board in today's day and age, serving as a school administrator in today's day and age, to me are the most important public service that anybody could be doing. I really salute you guys for doing this, particularly in MA's world where it's never seemed to be easy. You've got such an intense sort of community. We're under the gun of multiple external interests. I know the Facebook pages are always full of stuff, and I really appreciate you guys doing this. I hope to be a good resource to you going forward. I'll take 10 minutes of questions if we need, but otherwise we'll release you early. Yeah. Any legal questions, any other questions?
CORA again stands for Colorado Open
Records Act.
Records Act. Is it like FOIA?
It is,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you, Ron.
Oh, I thought you guys were
I
about
don't
to
have any other
questions.
questions. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm sure things will come up as we go.
Yeah.
For right now, nothing specific.
Right, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Appreciate you.
It's okay, I'll stick around for a little bit.
Absolutely.
I ordered you lunch.
All right, let's see how that goes.
Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back at 11 and start East Campus focus points. That work?
What you been up to? Yeah.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Rested up a little bit.
And kind of plans, what you're looking at, what opportunities you see for improvement. I think we just kind of want to hear from you guys and what that looks like, and then anybody that has questions. I know there's a few of you that have questions.
Do you want me to jump in? Okay. So, it's starting in December. We just jumped in, and Tamiko and I talked a lot about discipline. And our biggest thing is making sure that we're consistent. So we talked through that, we worked together on discipline issues that came in. And I think the biggest thing that we can focus on next year is just really ensuring that the teachers understand the process. Because sometimes the teachers will say, well, I'm not sure if I should write a DAR for this, or I'm not sure what to do. So I think Colin and I will have a lot of discussions, and we've already started those discussions for next year. And certainly bringing that up in the new teacher meetings and really talking through that. Tamiko and I were able to talk to them at our staff meeting in January, but I think that is one of the things that we really need to focus on, is just having them understand what they should write a DAR for and what we do on our end.
That makes me, and this is kind of a question for both of you, but we talk about new teacher training, but the consistency with these issues is with current staff as well. So
Yeah.
what does that look like for everybody being enveloped into just having the same communication?
Well,
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's very important though. They're not finding our lunch order and under Lindsay's name or Monument Academy. So would it be under anything else? Or can you tell me something on it?
Will you look under Jamie Harding's name? She's
Okay.
the pickup person.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I've emailed with the
No, they
owner.
mentioned that name, I didn't recognize it.
Sorry, yeah.
Very important. She's
One-
gonna tell
one
us.
thing-
It is
On
very
fire.
important. We have a room full of angry people.
One of the things I think that, to help with consistency, not only within this building, but within both buildings, is we're making sure that every one of our teachers is trained in capturing kids' skills. Not only last year, the campuses trained at different times. And I think that's part of what contributed to some inconsistency here is that training didn't happen until January. But then all of our new teachers are going to be taking it for next year, and just so that we have a common, some common tools, some common techniques for how we manage classrooms and set culture. I think that's really important. To give you a specific example of things that I think were confusing here, I think a lot of the teachers struggled with, when do I refer something as a mental health challenge versus a behavior problem? And what we found out during the year last year was that a vast majority of things were being funneled as mental health issues rather than really just behavior issues. Of kids making a conscious decision to, not do what they knew they should do, what their parents raised them to do.
Right.
And what their expectations were in the building. So I think that's one of the things that we were, Angela and Tamika were able to shift during the year, but I don't think that we didn't start the year with that, and so there's a lot of inconsistency among what students could see and things like that. So I think that's another big piece. And it's not an easy thing to understand. It does take some balance, and it's not always cut and dry whether an issue is a reaction to just kids struggling with mental health versus just making a decision to not do what they know they should do. So clearing up some of that, I think, is part of that process that they're working on. So.
Yep. In the current discipline policy for East Campus, at what point is the parent notified? And does the teacher do the notifying? Does the administrator do the notifying? Does it vary?
It does vary.
Okay.
So if a teacher has just an issue with the student that doesn't need to come to administration, the teacher is expected to contact the parent.
Okay.
If the student is in my office, I contact the parent.
So if there's any visit to the office, a parent is brought in or notified of some?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's one of the things that several of the teachers expressed to me during the fall of last year was that they were hesitant to hold students accountable because of parent reaction. And I think we talked about this at the board level, that we were gonna, Tamika and Angela were gonna make some changes, and that, just confirmed with you, all of you, that we have board support to make some of those changes. And so I think that's a important piece of the process, is making sure, and that's why I want to make sure that what we have in the handbooks and the processes that they want to implement go through the board review in the parent-student handbook, so that we're all on that same page.
Right.
Because I think there's that part of that. If a teacher's hesitant to manage their classroom in a way that's productive for the whole class because they're worried about negative parent reaction, they just need to know that they've got administration support, they've got my support, they've got board support,
Right.
for creating a culture that is positive for all the kids. So that is really something that is, I think we're gonna start the year with a pretty major shift, for this campus in particular, that we're all on the same page, we know where we're headed, and that there's not that. And I understand, sometimes those conversations are hard, and parents don't always, I've been in that situation when I've had to get that phone call from school, and one of my kids didn't behave the way they were supposed to, and it's not fun, but we still need to, not allow things to go on simply because there might be, frustration on the parent's standpoint, or, the student goes home and says, well, my take on it was a little different. But I'll say one of the things that Angela does amazingly well, as good as any administrator I've ever worked for, with, she tries to get to the bottom of everything. She talks to multiple kids, tries to ask every kid that may have seen the incident what their version of it was. And she just does a really good job of getting to the truth, which isn't always easy with middle school kids, of what really happened, so.
So we should expect then, between the meeting that Misty and I will have and discussions that you guys have had, especially as the principals start officially tomorrow, is that correct?
Is tomorrow your official start date?
A contract date is July 1st.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Then by the July meeting to review some red lines, so that gives you a month, 5, 6 weeks maybe to kind of, we start messaging out what the changes have been to the handbook, that kind of thing, okay? Is there anything else on this?
Well, I just wanna make sure that you will have had an opportunity to review the handbook and the red lines and give any input, being that your official contract date is July 1st.
Our meeting's July 14th.
Okay, so you'll have a window in there to review that.
Yes, and I'm getting here as much as possible, so things are really wrapping up this week with Vanguard, and I expect to be in full-time
Okay.
after that, so the 6th I'll be here.
'Cause I assume-
Officially under contract, but
Yeah, I assume you're gonna wanna review that and have some input and kinda see what's going on
Very
and all
much
of
so.
that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm adding something here with consistency, it kind of goes hand in hand, but we've talked about uniform infractions, which brings me to, we had an email from someone today asking about uniform policy and that you had some thoughts on uniform policy.
I did?
She's like, I have thoughts.
I'm not sure what that's referring to.
Mr. Brown emailed us this morning and mentioned.
Oh, the teacher.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, and so.
We did talk about the middle school policy to add a couple of clarifying points.
Okay, cause that's something we can bring back in open session, but if there's anything that you wanted to bring up as recommendations, then we can put forward discussion for the uniform policy on the agenda for next week.
Okay, do you wanna do that today?
Well, if you just wanna tell us.
I don't have it in front of me, it's on my desk, but, Mr. Brown and I did sit down and just very minor things that we thought we can add.
Okay, well, if you wanna send those over and then.
Okay.
And then I can put that on the agenda for June 9th and we can.
Okay.
Discuss it then, so, okay, so.
And I know Dave and Colin are working on some things this summer with their staff and maybe, but I think kind of tie into some of this.
Okay.
So if you wanna take a few minutes to share about some of the stuff you're already working on?
Absolutely. So, a couple priorities that emerged very quickly were character education, which Kurt's already talked about, at the secondary, and then how that progression works from elementary through middle school through high school. So we had posited the idea to Merlin that we have some focus groups this summer designed to draw in teacher input, get a sense for where we were so that it can help further inform our decision making. So 2 focus groups came out, one with character education, the other with classical education, and then instruction was added to that. So Colin has headed up the focus group for character education, and I'm heading up the group for classical education and instruction. We had a great response from the staff. So it was invitational. Does anybody want to do this? We realize it's been a tough year. It's been 2 tough years in education. We didn't expect a lot of response, and we did. So we have 14 people who've responded to that. Yeah, really substantial. So we are merging their schedules and figuring out when to meet that. So the classical education instruction group is tentatively planning to meet on the 7th of June initially. So again, the focus groups gather input to help inform decision making. The classical education instruction group is looking at 2 components: content. To what extent are we teaching classical education? Do we read Thucydides, Herodotus, things like that? Caesar's Gallic Wars, those kind of things. But then also instruction. And I'm very interested in assessing the staff's ability to instruct. Because, somebody banging at the door. Because in classical education, as we all know, there is an arc of instruction that runs roughly from elementary to middle to high school. And at the high school, we really should be instructing at the rhetoric level. So how do we deal in the realm of ideas? And how do we have students become persuasive writers and thinkers and speakers? To do that level of the trivium well, to teach our students how to be rhetoricians, we need to do the basics well first. Our NWEA scores were not remarkable. So I have some concerns as to how foundational our pedagogy is, and I'd like to explore that with this group. So that will be a component of the instruction. Are we doing the basics of setting good learning targets? Are we teaching and modeling well? Are we doing checks for understanding? What's our guided instruction look like? What does our summative assessments, our independent practice look like? So Maryland gave us the okay to do a book study on focus. Shmoka, this is his older version. We're going to use the newer version, which is 2017. I believe it's dynamite, especially in the how do we teach. And so I'd like to get feedback from the staff members who are part of that, is how well are we doing the basics? And are we blocking, tackling, running, and throwing? If we're not, then we probably need to go back to that before we start doing really complicated things. So that will be really good information. And then a component of how well are we delivering and to what extent are we delivering classical education in high school, I think is a key place for us. There was immediate consensus in a team leader meeting earlier this year about we need training on classical education. I've got 4 years of background on that and living and breathing that, and also seeing the power that it comes from a K through 12 program that builds on each other.
Do we feel like we need something similar reviewed at the middle school level as well with our instruction?
Yeah, the whole grammar, logic, rhetoric piece is, actually it's what we're gonna start the year with. We're it's gonna be for everybody, kind of an over 30,000 foot overview. And then at each elementary, middle school, and high school level, we're gonna start breaking that down and have a lot more emphasis on what does that mean. To be honest, most schools, most elementary schools tend to teach in a pretty grammatical way, just naturally. But where the older kids get in this, like if you compare a traditional system to a classical system, the gap just tends to grow as time grows. So there's probably less difference at an elementary school, but more difference at a middle school and then on. And so that's something that's part of our admin team discussion about curriculum and instruction, is that and our staff was very open, like even before they and the team were hired, they were saying, we don't really know what it means to teach in a classical way.
Yeah.
We talked about it, and we have a little idea, but we really haven't gotten the in-depth, master level kind of instruction that we need. But that's also part of what Dave was talking about, is we also realize, I think, there's some basic fundamental stuff too that we need to make sure we're doing well, in addition to making sure we're teaching in a rhetorical way.
Right.
And that
And
we're
then-
doing that.
And then also creating that continuity, being able to not come back to this place again and we look at our faculty and go, they don't know all over again, and we have to read, and how that
Right.
continues.
Right.
It's important as well.
And we bring that up just to, as part of the focus points for East. I think that's another focus point for here, is making sure that we are doing those things from an instructional level, and with Tina's help and Dave's background and my background in some of this, I think we're gonna make some real big progress right away.
Yeah.
And I did want to loop back to what Angela was talking about, and it's because it relates then back to the discipline piece, the character component that Colin's taking well as our staff is, they overlap with each other with the discipline program, because the discipline program is just part of getting us to the culture and climate in the school that we want. Maybe 80 to 90% of that is a positive thing. Here's who we want to be. Here's how we're going to treat each other. Here's the atmosphere we want in the building. And then the discipline piece is just, well, when you're not doing that, what is the process for dealing with that when we're not doing that? And so it's a very important piece. And sometimes people forget that 10-20% has to be there, or we're humans. If there's no boundaries that are set, and no consistent boundaries that are set, then especially teenagers, but all people, all humans as well, will push till we find those boundaries. And that's when we get some of that. It creates uneasiness. One of the terms the Capturing Kids' Hearts folk like to use is, we talk about how important clarity is. the clarity is very, very important, especially for teenagers. Clarity of where the boundaries are, what the expectations are, and trying to get, even though you have maybe, 25 teachers in this building managing their own classroom at least a little bit differently, having some consistency in that helps those teenagers when they're moving from one class to another class to another class. So.
Is there, and I don't mean to get into the weeds, but just talking about the teacher training at the beginning of the year, and I'm so excited to hear what you guys are talking about. Excuse me. Is there going to be ongoing training, especially with the reality of our hearing from our staff? We need more, we are kind of behind, is there going to be an ongoing training continuing education on this specific piece of classical
On a
education?
couple different fronts, we do plan on that. We're having an extensive, I call it Teacher University, which is
Great.
total teacher orientation for both campuses. I mean, we're planning that initially at the beginning of the year. Before that even happens, we're gonna have a new teacher orientation. That's gonna include the Capturing Kids' Hearts. I'm gonna attend that too, because I've never been through that training, so I'm looking forward to that. So I will go with all of the new teachers to that wonderful event. Then once we get through the new teacher orientation and the Teacher University at the beginning of the year, then we are planning ongoing professional development throughout the school year based on what the staff input is, on what they tell us as far as their feedback on professional development. But also I'm planning on capturing all of the new teachers in a group unto themselves and then just working with them and mentoring them. There's an author named Terry Wong, and he wrote an awesome book called The First Days of School, and he just lays out start to finish, how you do the school year well. And Merlin's point about discipline was great. I liked his definition because discipline is what happens once everything falls apart. But you don't want to get to that point. You want to have procedures and practices and culture and routines in place in your classroom so that you don't have to do the discipline. And legitimately, it's been shown over and over again that if you're good at that in your classroom, then your discipline is highly mitigated and you don't have as much discipline. So I am going to be going through that book with them and working with them on that, among other things. I mean, I have a whole list, and we haven't finalized it yet because we're still formulating it, but
Our list is too long.
I know.
So
I know, their
try
eyes
to
go like this when they see
prioritize.
my list, but anyway, but we're working on it, so we have big plans, good plans.
That's wonderful.
So I think that's a great point about the focus on the positive, and that the discipline is when you've lost or had an absence of that character, and you have, the ways that we can reward the kids as well. The backpack tickets returned this year, which was great, and I know my kids reveled in it, and it was.
Do we have something like that for East?
Well, yes,
Any kind
I don't
of-
think of East. I know there used to be something like write-ups. Kids could write up their friends in a positive way, like to be recognized. Things along those lines that I don't know what that would look like at East, but it's a good lens to see it through in the positive.
Like catch kids doing something good, kind of a
Just
program?
capturing
Does that-
kids' hearts,
Does that,
absolutely.
I was wondering, I was just about to ask the same thing.
There are elements in that for the individual
Right.
classroom, and then obviously at the school level, high school, middle school can work at developing those kinds of things.
I know Sources of Strength group has worked on some of those things this year too.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just a thought, and then just my general question about the consistency, and Lindsay touched on uniform policy, and I feel like student cell phone use kind of falls into that, or at least it's in the same realm of, if you're going to make a rule, then you have to police the rule. And how does everybody do that consistently? And I see it kind of the same thing as, we're tasking our teachers and staff and people in the building to police uniform, correct? Do individual teachers call a kid out for a uniform infraction?
Some do.
Right, and the same thing would hold true, I would think, with individual self. What is the rule on devices in the school? How is that policed? does that need to be revisited? From my kid's standpoint, it does, from what he sees on the ground, and then that creates that culture of, hey, that's not fair, or, you know, the inconsistencies and things like that. So again, not trying to get into the weeds, just asking some questions, and would like to know what you guys think about that sort of thing.
Well, and let me take it from this point of view.
Sure.
What I'm gonna try to do at the high school, and this is in line with what Marlon was talking about, you have to start with culture, right? Because culture are the shared values and norms and beliefs that then drive behavior.
Right.
And that's gonna drive your climate, your day-to-day experience at the school. So Capturing Kids' Hearts does a great job of helping to set the culture. And that's gonna be a priority for us. It's gotta be, especially in high school, that we're forming out 1 year ago, because our culture is still under development. It's really key that we get that
Sure.
right. And Capturing Kids' Hearts is probably the best one out there.
Yeah.
The challenge that Capturing Kids' Hearts has, and they recognize this, is, you know, they're building a community. So what do you do when a student who's a teenager who's trying to find the cracks in your
Right.
rules, and so they can jump in the middle of it and run around, right? What do you
Right.
do with them, and really continually press against that? And so restorative practices is something that's really influenced my discipline approach, which is recognition you've done something to, say, hurt the community, right? And how are you going to be restored back to that community? What are you going to do to that? Suspensions don't restore the student to the community. And maybe that's going to be beneficial. I had 2 kids get in a fight over the national anthem. One was standing, one was sitting, and it was a fist fight. So I had to send them home for a couple of days so they could cool off.
Cool off, yeah.
And then I brought them back in and said, okay, what's going on? You know, one was an immigrant, you know, and I said, I'm not going to stand, this is not my experience. The other one said, I'm an immigrant too, and you are going to stand. And so anyway, it was a great discussion. Those 2 are best buddies now, they just graduated. So that was the restorative component of working on. So you deal with culture first, then climate, right? And then teacher training to make sure they're in line with that. And then student training is really that character component, which we're looking closely at. Right? And I think from a classical view, we've looked really closely in previous schools I've been at, you know, Aristotle's virtues, fortitude, justice, temperance, prudence, you know, those are good places to start. Whatever we choose, though, we need to teach that, because that's the student component of it. So from all of that, there's a lot of questions about what our processes would be, so let's get back to your cell phone issue.
Yeah.
Our processes are the end result of all of that stuff.
Right.
If you have a good culture, the processes really take care of themselves. Day-to-day basis, my current school, the biggest thing I have to deal with is a kid's cell phone goes off in their backpack when it's supposed to be in their locker. Easy to deal with.
Okay.
Is Mrs. Duca, from what you've experienced in your time here, is our policy regarding cell phones good enough? Is it thorough, clear?
It's pretty clear. They
Okay.
can't have their phones at all, even during lunch. They need to be in their backpack or in their locker.
Now, I've heard, you know, we're parents, so
Right.
we have that luxury of hearing all the things, right?
Mhm.
Experiencing as well with our own children. I've heard this year particularly was very challenging with cell phones in the bathrooms and kids playing games in the bathrooms and, you know, just some teachers allowing gaming in their classrooms and some do not, and just various things. And so from my perspective looking in, it does seem like it was a challenge, and it is a challenge. And is there a way to mitigate that, or is that just the reality that we live in? You know, but does it have to be that? What do we want? We are the ones here forming and holding, you know, this culture and creating this culture. What do we want? Is this what we want? So, I don't know.
I like our cell phone policy. I
Okay.
do. And just from other schools that I've been at, that is the
Yes.
first thing that I noticed here. It's like, where are these kids' phones? This is awesome. So it's fantastic. Even from a discipline standpoint, you're not dealing with, you know, the cell phone issues and texting each other during the school day, which is really nice. So I do like our policy. I think that if students need to use the internet for any educational stuff, they have their iPads. They can do it through their iPads. We have students come to the office to use the phone if they need to call parents. We have our office staff taking calls from parents, giving messages to students throughout the day, which is I really like our policy.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, even though there's some cracks and there's some individuals who choose to play Clash of Clans in the bathroom from time to time,
Yep.
overall, you're like, this is a breath of fresh air compared to the rest of the community.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I'm
Yes.
so glad to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, just from what I've seen at other schools, like I said, that's the first thing I noticed.
Okay, great.
This is great. They're walking down the hallways, they're talking to each other.
Yes.
Yep,
I
there's
got
no
it, yeah.
cell phones, they're not taking pictures of each other. This is great.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
So from my perspective, I think it's great. I really like the policy.
Okay.
That's great.
Personally.
I think just
I'm
from
not
our
speaking for
experiences, it would
everyone
just need
else.
to be, but that would also be the setup of the culture proactively in the beginning. Would
That's
take
right.
care of a lot of the little things that slipped through this year, but, you know, just what we hear from, you know, the gossip amongst the kids is sometimes it's not always the most consistent, and it's like, it's frustrating from a parent point of view, but I understand you guys have a ton of, you know, people to watch and phones to keep track of and things like that, but there was some slip through on a lot of it this year, I would say, but it's also understandable based
But
on the
that's-
rebuilding year.
It's encouraging to hear your perspective.
Right.
You know, you're the ones, boots on the ground here, experiencing it. Also other experience at other schools, so, it's good to have that perspective, so thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Appreciate your thoughts.
We have athletics and electives on here, and I think I had that because you suggested it.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask one question. Mr. Kennington, to the restorative portion of what you're looking at on the discipline side, how does that mesh with traditional discipline? Probably what we're used to growing up with. I mean, can you speak to that?
If I understand your question correctly, is how do we mesh
How-
yeah.
I'm assuming we're not going one restorative only. There's still, you suspended both of those kids, brought them back in, went through the restorative process. But would that be the approach you would be looking at from the high school side of it?
I found it to be very effective, particularly in a classical school where you're trying to get students to use their brains to solve their problems rather than their fists in that case, right? And so I found that to be a very helpful way to get them to get along and think through their problems. So I think a traditional discipline model that breaks down, if you do this, then this could happen. This is the range of responses that you can have. So Angela talked earlier about a progressive discipline
Yeah,
component.
I like that a lot.
So there's some hot button issues if you bring drugs into school. That's serious, that's a red line. And likely will involve suspension, maybe even expulsion, depending upon the degree of that. Short of those things, we're trying to develop good citizens. And we're working with teenagers who, and I don't see them as good kids or bad kids, right? They're kids that make good decisions and then occasionally make bad decisions. What do we do when they do those bad decisions? If a detention is gonna be a good deterrent for that, maybe that's the best bet. Maybe a suspension is a good route because it's going to deter them from the future behavior. But if a kid is gonna go home and then they play video games the entire time, it may not be the best measure because we're trying to get them restored back into the community. So it is a combination of capturing kids' hearts and restorative practice I've found is the best method to bring students into a recognition they're part of a community. They want to stay within that community. They want to recognize where the boundaries are. And then when they break those boundaries, you have a range of responses to bring them back in that community. Does that answer your question, Mr. Graham?
It does. I mean,
Okay.
it sounds like that's the approach that you've implemented or been part of at Vanguard. And it sounds like if your biggest issue is cell phones going off in a backpack, it's worked.
It's worked well. Kids are there to get a good education. They don't want to have that uncomfortable conversation with me in the office, which is, why did you do this? Now we're going to call your parents and you can explain why you did this, and then I'll talk to them. And oftentimes, I'm not sure this is going to be good for MA, but oftentimes I'm talking with the parent, with the student outside of the room and saying, what do you think is going to be the best response? How should we do this? Because when home and school are on the same page,
Yes.
very powerful for
Yes.
correcting student behavior,
Yeah.
because they hear the same thing in my office as they do when they go home.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that will work here, that's not how we do things.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And just to put maybe like conclude this, you guys were talking about the biggest issue facing kids today is social media and the problems that it brings to campus because of their outside, not necessarily using it during school hours, but I just wondered if, I've heard of the program Wait Until 8th. Have you guys heard of that initiative, that program? It's just, I think so many parents are, they often say, well, it doesn't really matter if I withhold social media from my kid because then they are outside of the loop with knowing what's going on, because that's a component, that's the biggest thing. And so many times they want a group effort or a community initiative to support them in their decision of saying, I'm going to withhold social media at least until 8th grade. That's the pledge or the program. Anyway, just I wondered if the school has ever kind of holistically looked at a push or a campaign to partner with parents and to educate parents about I mean, you have to be living under a rock these days to know that social media is not healthy for children. But I wondered if there's ways that the school or the community or even the PTO or whoever could bring that together and make it part of our culture. Like, kids, MA kids just don't do that until later. We push that later. And I know it would take a lot of years or, to build up, but an initiative like that, I would think our board would be, I don't mean to speak for everybody, supportive of something like that, and maybe a way to campaign that through the school. Something like that. That's just an idea. That's not, anyway, it's an interesting initiative and something to look at to maybe modify behavior.
I think it's similar to what one of the other ideas before. It's how much bandwidth does the board, staff, school
Sure.
have for taking that on?
Right.
Because even our youngest son just graduated from college, and I will tell you that when he had to wait till 8th grade at the Classical Academy, which used to do a lot of telling parents how to parent, he was probably one of only 2 or 3 kids in that school that were 8th graders that didn't get cell phones before 8th grade. So it's a pretty big battle socially.
Right.
But if it's one that board, staff, administration feels like is important to take on, I think it'd be very beneficial if lots of families made that choice together. It would be much more powerful. I agree with you. It's just hard to implement.
Yes.
But not, it's worthy of discussion.
Right, if we're saying that's the biggest problem, but we're not doing anything, but you guys would have to quantify or help us understand how big of a problem it is, and, anyway,
Yeah, it might be
just
worth
a thought.
having some
just
chat
throwing it
with
out there.
different friend groups around the school to say how big of a mountain is this to climb if
Right.
we did this.
Right.
Emily, if I could jump in there, my biggest problem at high school, and this was both my experience in large public schools, 2,000 person schools, as well as small schools like MA and Vanguard. Student mental health is my biggest challenge. It is, student mental health issues are at 38% in Colorado. It is enormous. Every week, I'm dealing with a student with serious mental health challenges, and it's not disconnected from social media.
Right, I was gonna say, what role do you think social media plays in that?
Substantial, right?
Right.
Because bullying doesn't just end at school and
Right.
it goes on. So, we had to put in some expectations with our students about responsible social media use. And one of the things that I would tell the students in our assemblies is, you are accountable for your behavior even when you're at home. It's 10 o'clock at night, and if you're interacting with another student and it comes back and impacts the academic environment, I will hold you accountable, and I'll talk to your parents about that. And that was a good message for them. But what we really had to focus on was student mental health. And our students asked for this, which was proactive support. And so I worked with one of our students, she's a senior, she's graduated, she actually was on a El Paso County board of advising on youth mental health. And done some really good research, and so she helped me form the student group. So we worked with other students to come up with good discussion questions, and we're working right now on the process of how to bring that to the students. But I would just add, that's my biggest challenge at the high school level with adolescents. It is epidemic.
Right.
there's gotta be something that we can implement, have in our toolbox around this as a school. I know we don't wanna overreach into the family jurisdiction by any means.
Right.
But it does come back and affect, they spend 7-8 hours of their day here, you know, with one another and with all of us, you know, for you guys. So there has to be a way that, do we, is it a matter of putting a policy in place? You know, like you said, I love what you're sharing, you know, if it comes back and affects here, and just lay out those parameters. Do we have something like that on our books? I haven't seen anything like that. But I do feel like it is. It's a huge, 38% in Colorado is huge. And we've heard that in the different safety nights we've had, that they also shared that the mental health piece is really big right now. So it's a far-reaching thing.
Well, one of the things you heard Mr. Walker talk about, and I know Angela looks at this too, is looking at, with disability, she's looking at root cause.
Right.
You know, because what we're talking about is the effects of some
Right.
of this. And I'm one of those people, and you know this from other things that you have taken on as a board. I'm willing to go there with you.
Right.
We just want to know that we're very, if we take this on and try to make a difference in how much social media is used and what our expectations for our community are and all of those things, it's definitely counterculture. You know, but I would love to go there if the community's ready to go there as well. Because I think it's a big root cause of much of what we deal with that's negative.
I agree, and I wonder if this would be another one of those focus groups, something we can have a focus group around and have parents and teachers and a board member or two surrounding this, and go from there and see, and just look into it and see what, you know, possibilities might be.
Because ideally, what you want especially the middle and high school, is you want the kids to own their own culture to a degree,
Right.
where they
Have
report
buy-in.
things. So
Yes.
if that
Yeah.
cell phone comes out in the bathroom,
Right.
we hear about it right away.
Right.
You know, it's like, or that student approaches it right then, saying, put your cell phone away, this is a
Right.
private place here, this is not, you know, and if that doesn't work, then if they go to an adult, and quickly it gets resolved. One of the things that I think helped TCA become a great school in the beginning was those original high school classes, they owned the no drugs in our school position very strongly. They were like, it's not happening here, and if you bring it here, you're gonna be reported because we want it out. We don't want it here part of our school.
Right.
And so it set that early tone that this is just not part of what we're gonna do here. And I think if you get students to the point where they own it internally, you've made a big leap forward to, you know, administrators and teachers and parents putting structure in place to surround it.
Right.
So,
At the elementary level, do you guys have any challenges with social media effects that you see?
We do, but like you said, most of it happens after school.
Okay.
Because we don't have them in the day. They bring it with them. The bullying that might start when they get to school.
Mhm.
Right.
And that's what we have to address.
I feel like the more issues that I see are from like sports practice. Like they're on the same sports team and then they bring their drama
Yeah.
from that.
Yeah.
That's all the drama outside they bring into the school.
Right.
Which we can't control that.
No,
Right.
you can't, but.
No. Well, is this a focus group we can make? I mean, where do we go from here with this particular subject? Yeah. Right. Mr. Graham?
Well, you know, it might be something that you wait and see how, you have all new administration come together that we're all gonna put in these plans, and we need to give it some time to see what we need.
Okay.
That's my feeling. I think hearing what I'm hearing today from you guys, I'm extremely encouraged
Yeah.
Yeah.
about the
So
approach of
many
school
things,
in
yeah.
August. And I really
Yes.
feel like you guys have got a handle on what needs to happen. The matter of executing it, I understand it's gonna take time. This is
Right.
a cultural shift in the way Monument Academy has probably been. I'm not gonna speak on West, but from East being, you know, from the impetus of this, it seems like a lot of these issues with COVID were exacerbated, and here we are. And so I'm encouraged to see what especially you two can do for the East Campus. And I know Mr. Machado is not here to speak as well, but I'm not against a focus group, but I would like to let the natural progression of what you guys have in mind happen, and that we're gonna hear about it. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we get, talking about comment
Right.
electronically, we get a lot of comment
Right.
electronically. It's just not in relation to public comment at a board meeting, but we hear from the parents, you know, and then phone calls, whatever that may be, however they're connecting with different board members, so that's my feeling on it.
Yeah, no, I think that's great, and I'm not trying to micromanage or overstep anything. So I agree with what you're saying, and I think you guys are hearing, we're all hearing the same things. So, yeah, you have our support.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's look at athletics and electives. I don't know what your questions were.
I can give you just kind of a brief update.
I
of
think
where
we're just
headed.
looking for kind of an update, and that, really.
And the idea as we grow out the high school especially, and I think this is ready for high school mostly.
Yes, yeah.
Is it's a little bit of a catch-22, because the bigger the school we get, the more athletic programs we can offer, the more electives we can offer. But to grow the high school population, we need more electives and more athletic choices.
Right.
So it's kind of a catch-22 that as it just naturally happens as it grows. Our hope is that we'll continue to add 2 or 3 sports every year for the foreseeable future. For next year, we're adding basketball and golf for both boys and girls, and then volleyball for girls. There's some question as to whether basketball for girls will fill a team and whether, so it may end up about 2 or 3 sports for both boys and girls that we're adding next year. And then one of the things that Dave and I have met with our new athletic director, Mike Bishop, and one of the things we discussed in that meeting is we need to get to our middle school community and do some really good surveying with our kids and parents about what sports they want to see at what time and what year and what kind of commitment levels we have. I don't think that was really done here at Monument Academy when the decision about the high school was made. At least that's what some of the parents who are in our high school now have told me. And so as we move forward, we really need to know what, you know, and kind of get some at least level of commitment from families that, okay, if we have that sport here, are you staying? Or will you know, what sports are you committed to doing? What other activities besides that are we gonna do? So that we have we can make a plan for what sports we're gonna start what year and have facilities ready, practice facilities ready, things like that. And electives are the same way. You know, each year I think we offered 30 approximately electives this year to our high school students, and probably 20 of those will actually have enough kids in the classes to make the schedule. So we're expanding that each and every year, and I think that's one of the things our high school feedback tells us that we need to do is increase athletics, increase activities, increase electives. Facilities is still a big piece of that, and I know that's scheduled for later in the meeting, but having the right facilities for high schools, part of growing that out.
This kind of goes to curriculum, but some of the feedback that I was told, this is middle school level, but the 5th graders going into 6th grade, was that the choices the kids had were very fine arts dominant. And so it goes, and whether it's the middle school or the high school, it goes to our discussion about how we want to position ourselves and what our focus is. And I know it's been brought up before that we are very dominant with fine arts versus other things. I know I personally would like to talk about introducing other options that are more science related, woodworking. I don't know, things like you know, skills related along those lines. Just to bring that up, and I don't know if that is something to do through curriculum committee, but it would lend itself towards the discussion that we need to have about who we are and what messaging we're projecting.
Yeah, one of the things that we've tweaked a little bit for middle school is that students used to have to pick one of the 3 music courses and then also choose between physical art and drama. And so we ended up in a situation where we're the students are taking more fine arts than they are science or math or English. And so we've tweaked what the requirements are for that. So middle school kids now choose one of the fine arts to be part of their, and especially with core knowledge, fine arts is very much part of the core curriculum that everybody takes. And so we're not getting rid of that. We just tweaked it a little bit to make, to have it balanced a little bit. But one of the things that, I know one of the teacher meetings we had in that December, July timeframe, one of the teachers told me, he says, well, I thought we were a fine arts school. And which surprised me for that question, because there's nothing in our, I mean, I did a little research on Monument Academy before I applied for this job, and I've lived here a long time, and I'd never heard that Monument Academy was a fine arts school. But there was that thread in the perception of the faculty. And so tweaking things just a little bit to make sure that it's not, obviously not neglected. We have a great fine arts program, and it's really beneficial. And I love going to concerts and performances, but bringing some of that balance in place is important. And I do think broadening the number and types of electives that we have even at middle school is also important. Because we want to make sure we're getting the basics covered, but have some just fun classes that things they want to enjoy learning.
Right.
There's usually three things that impact whether new electives get offered. Part of it is, one, you need to be able to teach it effectively, teach that class effectively. Is there going to be student interest in that elective? And then the third piece is, do you have the proper facilities to conduct that class? And that's usually where things like auto shop and home ec bumps into the facilities piece of it, makes it really difficult. But one of the things I'd love to do in phase 2 or phase 3 of the build out is we kind of found a cheaper way to do some of those things. It's something called a makerspace. If you Google it, you can find a lot of information about it. It's a way of being more creative and building, and it has they have 3D printers and mini welders and things like that inside those rooms. It's kind of like a science lab, only it's really tech driven and has a variety of different things that kids can do at one time. So as we build out, there's things like that we can, if we have the facilities to do it, we can find teachers who are willing to do it, and obviously I think there'll be a lot of kid interest as well.
On the topic of athletics, I wonder, and I agree about the surveying families and students. I'd be very curious to know what sports would have, the biggest interest. I can only speak to my personal experience and knowledge in that I do believe we have a pretty big baseball community. I know several families that attend our school that our boys play club baseball with, starting with my 10-year-old. And my 13-year-old, and my daughter plays club softball. There's not as many girls playing softball at our school, just in general, but I do know of several families who have asked me, are we going to put a baseball field in? Are we going to offer baseball for the boys? And they would consider keeping their children here. I know, we definitely, my family would, not that this is about my family, obviously, but I'm just to my own personal experience, and I wonder if in our, a parent had, and they were talking to me about this, had shared with me a school where they grew up. They had built their fields in such a way that they had their football and baseball and soccer all use the same space and land. They had set it up in such a way, and you're probably aware of this, and maybe you've seen it yourself. I have never seen anything like it. But I just want to put that out there, I guess, and see if that's something that we could look into at possibly doing in the near-ish future. I mean, I know there's so many factors, but I don't know, what do you guys think about offering baseball and?
Well, see, I think there's ways to do all of that, but I think the key point is knowing what our families really want, what the totals are.
Right.
Because there's pockets of different sports and different grade levels that are very active in club. We just need to see what we have. We need to do broader polling and results so that we know how to drive that information. As far as the baseball field, I've already talked to our developer about if, I've asked him, I said if we, because right now it's hard to know where that would go on the facility plan, but he said, well, we can get you some more land if you need space for baseball fields, because I've already had that discussion.
When does the polling take place
Yeah.
then?
I think it probably mid-first semester would be a good time to get that done. Sometime first semester, do a polling of all of our middle school and high school kids and just make sure we know what grade they're in, what, are they currently participating in sport? That's really, because if they're saying they want a sport, but they're not currently participating in it, you have to kind of quantify that a little bit. It's, because there's lots of opportunities to play different sports if you, that's really your favorite passion thing, you can find a way to do it.
So on my son, just to give you an idea, on my 10-year-old's team, I would say at least half of his teammates, including him, come to MA. And on my 13-year-old's team, I would say the same, at least half. And there's some that are talking to us about our school, but we don't offer baseball. So just to give you just a very small sliver of an idea. And of course, that's my world, and that's what I'm hearing, and I'm hearing from those parents, you know. It may be small, but I think it's definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, part of that can be parents just picking up the ball and running with it.
Okay.
Students as well. I mean, my oldest son, when he went through TCA, he was the fire starter, so to speak, for starting both boys soccer and boys volleyball at TCA.
Right.
And so we as parents picked up the ball. This was after I left the school, but I just went to the athletic and said, listen, if I recruit all the kids, get them playing together somewhere, all you have to do is just say, yes, you'll start it after we put the team together.
Okay.
You know, I
That's
said, I'll make
nice.
this as easy for you as possible.
That's great, Marlon, because I
And
don't
we
think
did-
parents know that.
did all
I
that.
don't think they know that there's an opportunity to pick up the ball, the
Right.
proverbial ball, and run with it and formulate an MA team.
Should I direct these parents to you?
Well,
or-
and we need to have some meetings next fall and have everybody together, but yeah, let's
Okay.
let them know that we're gonna have this kind of interest going out. The difference there was that, they were, and this is, again, fundamental difference in how things were created. The very first permanent building that TCA built was a 1,500 seat gymnasium. It's been last on MA's list of priorities. So that group of kids was already going to stay. We were keeping
Right.
80 to 90% of the kids with what we already had, and we were saying, let's go ahead and start soccer. So it's a, you know, we've got to get facilities built, we've got to get some other things in place. And then it will be very easy to start an initial sport if you just have kids who are interested.
Right.
Then it becomes, it's just a different approach.
Right.
But it
That's
does make it different.
very
fundamentally
helpful.
different.
Yeah, that's good to know.
So, Merlin, do we know why our eighth graders many of our eighth graders did not continue? Have we done that survey? Because I don't think it's just about sports. I know a lot of orchestra students, they're not continuing, even though it's the only place to do orchestra. Choir students aren't continuing. I mean, what's really the root cause? You know, what are they looking for that we don't seem to offer?
Well, Amy can chime in too, but and Amy Torrance and I have had many discussions about this. And again, it's one of those things we need to do some formal polling on. Part of it is facilities, if they feel like it's we have basically a middle school building. Part of it is tradition. For 25 plus years, Monument Academy eighth graders have left to go somewhere else. So you're bucking tradition. Part of it is athletics. Part of it is not having, like for the fine arts program, not having a performing arts center is part of why they don't stay as well. I think part of it is has to do with how MA or how PR and LP recruit our kids. When the district went to one middle school and two high schools, they created a very, very competitive environment. And both PR and LP ramped up their recruiting processes to recruit every single kid known to man. And so part of it is just, there's a competitive nature there that's been going on. And I don't know how we broach that, because some of the things that we need to, I think, do to promote our school to families aren't things I necessarily publicly want to talk about, which are the reasons you shouldn't go to those other schools. There are lots of reasons to go to those other schools, but there's lots of reasons not to go to those schools that I don't talk about publicly, but maybe we need to, I don't know. And so part of it's, how are we gonna compete? Do we take the gloves off or not? And that's one conversation I want to have with the district as well. So I know that's a factor. Honestly, for this year, one of the factors was some of our high school teachers. And just students go, well, I'm not gonna get a better education here, why would I stay? So there's a variety of factors that go into it, but I do think some formal polling on what they think and what would make them stay would be important to do.
When do you think we can do some formal polling of those 8th graders?
I would love to do it after we get a building project started, because that takes away one of the big negatives.
Are we polling when they leave? Is admissions asking the question
No.
why they're not enrolling, like an exit interview to say, hey, what could we have done better?
No.
Because that would be very helpful information.
Amy does a lot of informal polling with parents, but I don't think we have any formal polling.
You were mentioning too that if we plan ahead of time, we can use the district's facilities for certain things.
It's in the contract.
Right.
You have to submit a request schedule by August 1st or something like that, if you want to use facilities for certain things and give us any kind of priority in having it for scheduled, but that's hard to know by August.
But it's probably more like one-off events, not an ongoing schedule of we're gonna use your soccer field every Wednesday I'm just throwing ideas.
Yeah, and until we have high school programs, it's
Right.
really gonna be hard for them to give us the district stadium for things.
Yeah.
Because their middle schools generally don't use that stadium either.
I think we face a different challenge too, just because, Palmer Ridge, Lewis Palmer has good programs. You know what I mean? The football team, the basketball team, like they're solid contenders for state every single year. And I don't think other people have to face that. So when you're looking at kids that are looking to use athletics or use an extracurricular to get into college and have college paid for, I think that's something that other people don't face that we do.
How many 8th graders are not returning?
I think this year it's less than 20% of our 8th graders are signed up to come back for 9th grade.
What about 9th grade? Do you know?
From 9th to 10th, I think we're keeping 85 to 90%. Every grade is 85 to 90%. 85 or higher, I think, except for 8th to 9th.
Once they stay for high school, we have, okay, got it.
And you're saying 8th to 9th,
We stay.
for lack of better terms, the attrition to another school is less than 20%.
Less than 20% are staying, yes.
Oh, less than 20% are saying.
Attrition.
Yeah,
Backwards.
less than
Yep.
20% are staying to high school.
Okay. So do you know what our enrollment numbers are for 9th grade next year?
Mark's probably got on his computer here. It's actually less for 9th grade next year than it is for 10th grade.
It's like 21 students.
21.
Oh, wait.
Enrolled right now
Sorry.
for
Let me
9th grade?
Do that.
Is that what we're checking now? Okay.
29 students enrolled for 9th grade.
And how many did we have this year?
How many 8th graders?
8 then tonight?
It's like 100.
We had 40 40-some ninth graders this past year. So it actually went down.
So roughly 120 eighth graders rolling up to ninth, and it's only going to equate to about 20.
Well, one of the ideas I've had to go along with that whole issue, and it's not really on your list here, but I think we need to create a whole campaign around keeping eighth graders to ninth grade. Yeah, because part of the issue is what parents tell me, there's probably a group of 8 or 10 that would love their kids to stay here, but they said, well, my kids' friends are leaving, so they want to leave. So if you get a group of 20 families that say, we're all staying, we want all you to stay too, and be very public about it, and run a campaign that says, we're all in, we're gonna stay and make it great, or label a campaign with a label and a whole promotion, and, you know, do all that, it will change the dynamic. Because truthfully, if you get a group of 10 if I could handpick the 10 guys and 10 girls that are all gonna stay, 60 other kids will stay with them.
I mean, there's.
And that's just the nature of kids that age.
That's true.
Is there a way we can put together a poll and send that out to those 100-kid families and just ask direct questions? And I know we probably maybe get 30–40% response rate, but it would at least be something to give us a better gauge. Because to Joe's point, you know, I've been hearing, well, it's athletics, but that's not necessarily factual in that there's other facets. And so it would be helpful to hear from the parents directly through some type of polling.
Yeah, there's a list of, you know, 6 or 7, 8 things we could say, rank these in order of why you chose to go somewhere else.
There's a general feel with needing school spirit and culture and the buy-in. I'm so grateful that you're here, because it gives me a lot of hope for a lot of those things that are to have a different discussion come this time next year about what our retention is for the high school. There's a lot of things we've got to do, but we have a lot of potential and only going up from here. So whatever we can do to build that.
Right, to your point on the culture and the community and the school family feel too, I wonder if that's a part of it, somewhat, I don't know. I felt like that as a middle school parent this year, that there was not a lot of plug-in points. I know PTO roles change from an elementary level to a middle school level, but I don't know how a board or a body like that, this tasks that, because it's all volunteer type stuff. But I see a huge role for a PTO in the middle school and even the high school. It just changes, and I'm drawing on just my personal experience, my friends from my hometown that are very involved in their middle school, you know, booster clubs, partnering with teachers only to help they want, but you know, if we want to have an art gallery night where we have touch points of bringing parents in and there's punch and cookies and you shake hands and you get to know each other and then you belong to each other.
But the
parents do that, but I think that's a huge hole in our community right now out at East Campus for opportunities to belong to each other, because then you're obligated to each other. So then when somebody does pick up the phone and call you, you'd be like, oh, I met you the other night and now I feel obligated, and it'll be fun because I get to go hang out with you. We don't have those touch points like that, but I don't think that's something to add to staff and faculty necessarily, but I don't know how to direct it either.
No, I think that's part of the whole, one of the holes created by starting this campus during COVID.
Yeah.
It's like people were told not to have
Yes,
those events.
right.
You know, so those would have naturally happened at launch and kickoff.
Yeah, or
all
like
that
how
that
can
didn't happen.
parents
So
help with peak,
how
you
do
know,
we
peak
recreate
groups
those?
and decorate
It's like we
lockers
need-
and just that fun and that energy, that happiness.
I
That
need like a reopening.
And another group that we
You know,
need
like-
to, you know, to focus on in that process of figuring it out is our staff. When we've got staff kids that are not in our high school, it sends a message to
Right.
people.
It does.
Yeah.
We just need to find out who's all in and and if they're not all in, what would make them all in,
Right.
and start making some decisions like that. But I think part of it we know,
Right.
but then part of it, we need to find out on some of the other things how important a factor it was.
How do you propose we go about getting those results, information, polling?
we could probably get, I mean, once our, we've got a couple open positions that are, relate to that. Once those are hired, we can probably go to the databases and get a poll out, but I'd be surprised if we had a lot of information back before August. You know, it's just, and if we did a poll during the summer, our response rate would probably be half of what it would be if we waited. Just, that's my experience. But for sure, doing good polling, I mean, we could do one for this 8th grade class that just exited, probably do it in August and get some results back. But then we have to do really good polling for the next year's 8th grade class. We've got to know and put a plan together pretty quickly on why we think they should stay, get commitment levels from key parents and students and all that, and just see if we can change that narrative. Because it's a very, even if you talk to some of our staff whose kids are going elsewhere, it seems to be a very casual decision that they're making. It's not very intentional. It's mostly, well, that's all the kid wants to do, so that's what they're doing. And again, this is going back to a couple other schools I started. The parents at those other schools were making that decision. It wasn't a student decision, it was a parent decision.
So, this is very good conversation that we're having. I think it's critical. My oldest, Aiden, is going into 8th grade, and I'm just gonna be really real and vulnerable because I obviously believe in what we're doing, and I'm going into my 3rd year on this. And we have already started, and my daughter's going into 7th grade, so we are very close to coming up to having to make this decision. We have 1 more year. And we've started having these conversations. Isn't this crazy? She taught Edie in what, 1st grade? Yes. And so it's crazy that we're already here. It's really crazy, but we are. It went really fast, and it's gonna keep going fast. Just to be an inside perspective on this, we have started having a conversation with our 2, Aiden and Eden, and you know, I firmly believe, I trust you know kind of some of my parenting philosophy based on what you've been getting to know about me. But we definitely believe, you know, in parents' role in our children's lives, and when it comes to making these kinds of decisions and things, and we are having a discussion with them about it, and we are talking to them about there's these 3 options. MA is one of the 3. You know, it's not just, but in my kids' mind, it's just 2 options, and that is a big hurdle to get over. But we have introduced MA as one of the 3 options, and trying to envision them, you know, of why MA is a good option. You know, we believe in it. It's our same values as a family. It's smaller. You have better opportunity here academically. You get a better education because it's a smaller class. If we're telling them all the things, if they do have the sports that you want to play, you know, you will have a bigger fish in a small pond. Like, we're sharing all the things with them. The things that they come back, you know, to us with, they hear all of that, but the things they come back to us, you know, with are, well, all my friends are going to these other schools. That's huge. And just, that's big to us too, because they have a good core group of friends, and that is important, you know, for where they're at in life. We all know these things. It's not everything. It's not everything that we base everything on. But they talk about, well, there isn't a prom. They want that high school feel, that big high school feel. And for some reason, that's not what we have currently been able to provide and offer. I haven't been a high school parent, so I can't factually speak to this. This is just their perception and what they're communicating to me. And I hope this is helpful. This is meant to be helpful, not a critique or a criticism at all. But that's a big piece of it. You know, our lunch, you know, what comes out in our lunchroom, you know, the food. I mean, it's down to those practical, tiny little thing, tiny, there's no microwave, I can't bring food tomorrow. I mean, it's these little things, seemingly little, you know, it's some of the teachers, which obviously we've already spoken to, you know, you talked about that as well. And so these are the hurdles that I am personally working with my children to get them to stay, because we want them to stay. So if this can be helpful, I hope it can, as part of this conversation.
And I know from personal experience that the friend group conversations are very powerful.
Right.
I mean, our third son graduated at LP because his whole friend group moved to LP.
Right.
And he's like, Dad, all my friends are gone.
Right.
And we're gonna win state titles in basketball.
Right.
So I wanna go with them.
Yeah.
So it's, you know,
Very
it's,
powerful.
so just having sports doesn't necessarily always keep kids there.
Right.
And there are a lot of factors that go into those decisions with
Yes.
families. And one of the things that I do know from personal experience, again, being vulnerable, is having an unhappy teenager in your home because they can't
Yes.
go to the school they
It's
want
difficult.
to can be a very trying experience.
Right.
And so we need to, you know, number one, know why everybody's not here. But changing a 20-year tradition is
Right.
very different.
Yes.
That's the thing that we need to recognize and understand.
But getting to where we have the parent buy-in and we start offering more creates that culture and the experiences. You have the sports added, you start having pep rallies, you have school spirit, you have prom, to whatever extent you are offering a high school experience. I did not like high school, but I recognize those were all important experiences in my life too that made me a happy teenager. So, I mean, I hope that these discussions today start building, you know, blocks to start getting there, but we definitely need feedback and data though to go off of.
And then, is there a plan also with 8th grade parents to bring them in for a parent night to talk about what is on the table in the future with MA?
Another vision.
Well, I'm looking at Misty like, I know where my 8th grader is, you know, but I think.
Just to start planting some seeds, like, these would be the benefits of staying at MA. You might not know, and these are the conversations to start having with your kid, because I think that's one of the things too, is adding in MA as an option where so many families and kids just don't even see it as an option at all. And to not plead with them, but just talk to them about like, and maybe Merlin, to your point out some of those things that they might want to avoid at other options. I don't know if there's a tactful way to do that.
Yeah,
that might not be. But maybe say it in a way that's like, this might not be the best fit for your family, and let me tell you why MA might. You know, and then with my kid, it's all about prep of his expectations and just saying it's going to be. We're gonna formally tour at MA for high school. We're gonna think about it, and no, not all of your friends are leaving. I know that the McEwens are considering staying. I know so-and-so is considering.
We have started sharing that.
Me too. I've
And
started
I think
gossiping
the
like that,
shift
so to speak.
that we would love to see happen over the next 4 or 5 months is that by middle of September, October, we've got a list of 20, 30 parents who have said, oh, we are staying.
Right.
Join us for that.
Right.
And that's a big difference then.
It starts a
Because I think
wildfire.
almost all of our kids consider it unless their older siblings are already at one of the other schools.
Right.
That's a really tough
That's the
group.
big- yeah.
That's a tough group
Yeah.
to get in, but, the others, you know, like I said, if we get data, I think we can address a lot of it. Part of it's just a time thing and tradition, but, having a group of committed, vocal, public families that are willing to say, we're all in.
Well, and like what you did at
Is
Vision
important.
Night, this is what MA is, and we need to talk about that a little after lunch a little bit more, and this is what MA is not. This is, you know, where does your family
Fit best.
fit best,
Mhm.
but, and this is why, we're not we can't compete at the same level as the larger high schools, but here's where we can provide really great options that are quality and what you can be excited about being here. You know, the 8th grade vision night, or so that you guys can start prepping your kids. I mean, start prepping my fifth grader. These are things to look forward to. This is what's coming.
You got 10 minutes on your next one if you want to move on, or
Well,
we can stick with this or go
We
to
kind
it.
of covered it. Is there anything that anyone wanted to circle back to with East Tech?
I think just the overall vision that they already communicated, that we have to be intentional about why we're using it, developmental, age, age and grade, developmental, when it makes sense, and I trust these people to figure that out. And ask, most importantly, just ask that question of like, why are we using it and why is it beneficial to kids? And then also beneficial to teachers, I would like to know that too, but not at the expense of what's best for kids' learning, but I feel like we covered it.
Yeah.
Y'all feel like we've covered it.
I just texted her lunch pickup to see when she's here.
Just one thing that came to mind on the technology thing is, so maybe somebody can answer this for me. The grades on Canvas, the iPad, and I did not do a good enough job as a parent staying on top of this, but Mrs. Duca, could you speak to that about middle school, and do you see room for improvement on?
I do see room for improvement.
Okay, and
Well,
what are some issues that we're facing?
I'll
with the-
speak to it first. I
Okay.
gave him a directive that Canvas will talk to IC next year properly,
Oh,
so the
good.
parents can always know their kids' grades.
Okay,
That will happen,
Good.
one way or the other, it's going to happen.
great.
It's not acceptable, it's unacceptable to me that parents cannot access their students' grade, and that those grades are accurate. So we'll either get them to talk to each other, or we'll use a different system for next year.
Okay, good.
Because that just needs to happen,
And,
so.
and part of that was confusing for me as a parent, I felt like this, just talking to a focus group of track boys in my minivan on the way home one time, was that, like 1 week, they all got those notices that you're on the CD list, therefore you are ineligible for sports. And maybe 3 of them said, it's not accurate, it's not up to date, it's generating this report, and it went to my coach, and now mom has to just kind of pencil with it, because she knows that it's not actually a depiction of how I'm doing in a class. So that was just another issue, and I think that was with the electronic, I don't even know.
Yeah, there's a variety of offshoots of why that system has to be
Better.
functional
Okay.
and work right, not only for just, yeah.
Okay.
Athletics is another reason why it has to be.
Right, because I fully support the, if you're not doing well academically, that should affect, those other things, but I wanted it to be, of course, accurate.
Yep.
And then I also had a question with like the award ceremony at the end of the year for grades. Did you have a feel that was accurate depiction of who would fall into certain ranges of grades and be eligible for awards? And
I know that the 2 sponsors spoke with our registrar to get all of that information. And they waited as long as they could to get that information. So if I would have to speak to that, I would say it was accurate.
okay.
But that's just my understanding of what the process was. I know that they waited as long as they could to get those grades to make sure they were on point.
Okay.
But another reason why it should be accurate all the time.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
agreed.
And then would that involve also teacher training and when grades are due, and was some of that?
There's an expectation that it should be updated at least once a week. I think they would call around and have this conversation. The grade should be at least updated once a week.
Okay, that's good. Because that was a big issue in my house specifically. Was it for you a little bit?
It was.
We're like your 2-person focus
Sorry.
group. I'm sorry. I mean, I want to talk to what I.
It's come up from other parents as
Okay,
well.
good.
And it just, they, have tried to look and
Yeah.
didn't see the problem because it wasn't reporting properly. And for the teacher part of it, they like using Canvas because they can, it automatically updates some of the things that they're doing and makes their jobs easier.
Right.
But the 2 systems should be able, they're supposed to accurately talk to each other and update. But for some reason, they were not doing that here, and it just needs to get fixed.
Right. And maybe just this would be helpful for me personally, just more of a communication of when report cards come, like parents go
Grades
check.
are posted.
They're posted, they're done, and this is, and maybe I'm doing something wrong and I would love to know, but just,
Well,
in
our
the
teachers have suggested that we also do like a Canvas and IC training for parents as well, because
That'd be excellent.
they report that some parents just don't know how to get in and access the system
100%.
very well. So
Yeah.
that's another part of that piece that's come up.
Right. That's good.
Thanks for indulging me.
That's fine. It's just, it's one of those things we just need to do better at. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's all I have for the morning. We're just waiting for lunch.
Cool. Lunch will be here shortly. At ease, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
So is the fridge in our, is that available for you to just grab drinks? What's in there? I think there's a variety of water and sodas, I think a few tea and other things in the fridge in the office that you can just get whatever you want to drink.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
You are, okay, well, I will come meet you.
They're here, food's here.
Probably, yes.
Do you want to eat in here, or do you want to try to eat out in the commons, or do you want to do?
Eat out the commons.
Change it,
I
change
think
the
I
scenery.
saw tables.
I think I saw that
On every level.
Did they show up? Heat's just turned. Maybe both campuses, which would be smart.
Everybody have a good lunch.
Yes. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And to say that none of this would have happened today if it wasn't for Lindsay, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming today.
She has been instrumental in putting everything together, so we do appreciate it very much. So.
No, I did not.
She did delegate that task.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome, we got everybody? Cool, sorry we're 15 minutes late, the coffee line was backed up.
Keurig.
Can't go in the afternoon without a cup. Any follow-up from this morning? Any questions that came to mind regarding any of the topics we covered before we move on? All right, perfect. Let's kick it off with MA mission statement and strategic plan for 22. I know Lindsay she put our vision up behind us. I'm sure everybody's very familiar with the mission statement, having been that we read it aloud at the beginning of this meeting. Getting into the strategic plan, just kind of kick this open and listen to any engagement from anyone here today on, what are some of our, obviously, we talked a lot about our weaknesses, what are our strengths, the opportunities that we have moving forward into next year as we potentially, let me back up, did we develop a strategic plan last year?
We talked about, at the last retreat, we talked about priorities and goals, but then we got distracted down other paths and really didn't.
Okay, so I was absent at the last retreat, but it was something that was discussed, we just never executed upon it, so maybe we can take it upon ourselves this year to execute on something based on what we've provided today. So all that to say, it is opened up for discussion on our strategic plan moving forward, 22-23 fiscal school year.
And I would just kind of like to walk away from this with some goals that we can go back to the community with, just to set for the next year,
How about I'll
Ryan,
start.
You mentioned strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and the other piece of that of a SWOT analysis is threats. Do you
Correct.
want to just talk through those categories?
Yeah,
As part of that?
Yeah, how about this? I'll just kick this with, I'll read our mission statement and you guys can read the vision aloud. But the mission of Monument Academy is providing a challenging, content-rich academic program offered within an engaging, caring, and positive learning environment. Established on a solid foundation of knowledge, Monument Academy emphasizes academic excellence, respect, responsibility, character, and exemplary citizenship. So leading into that, what are we doing well? What are our strengths here at this school? Obviously, we all can talk about strengths, but what are some things that we can start down that road, if you will?
I'm biased. I think the core knowledge classical education model is the best there is. I mean, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. I don't think there's any better way to educate a child than through classical core knowledge. I think that's huge, to have that as a school. And it's proven to be successful. I was talking to somebody, you know, I've been around so long that I know families who have kids that are all grown up who went through this school, and now those kids are successful adults sailing and flying in the real world based on the academics they received here at Monument Academy. And I know TCA has the same testimonies because they're classical core knowledge too, but I don't think there's any better way to educate a student than this model, and it's proven over and over again, and it's proven over time. So to me, that's my big strength.
I think our size is a strength too. I know one of my big motivating factors for being on this board and for wanting to do what I can for this school is because I want my kids to be able to go K through 12 at a location where they are known when they walk through the halls, and they're not lost in a giant environment at such a pivotal point in their lives, especially when they hit high school. For me, I mean, even when they were little, just knowing that even teachers that they had not even had yet that were in the building recognized my kids, that's huge. So I want to see that continue, and that's so having a medium-sized high school and seeing that grow is really a pro. I think our size.
Mm-hmm. I think our partnership, our approach, you know, as a school and partnering with our parents, you know, our staff and our parents, is also a huge winning factor for us. I know that's, you know, a lot of what we want in a school and other families, so I think that is definitely a good thing.
I pulled up some things that we talked about last fall. We talked about building on the brand and evoking an enthusiastic and positive culture of character. I think we're working on, with what we have planned coming up, we're definitely going to see that. And then a good to great mentality. So just kind of throwing some of those things out there from the fall that were highlights with a strategic plan that we talked about back then. Strong evidence of student learning.
I think we have an administration that's committed to excellence. Obviously, our COO has put it out there that he's going where the rubber meets the road, and he's put himself on the line, and I can speak for myself. I'm right there with him, back him 100% on that, and we'll do whatever I can to hang the moon, whatever, to help him in that pursuit of excellence. So I think I don't hear that from a lot of schools, a pursuit for excellence.
And I think one of the strengths that we have right now is that I think we have a tremendously strong leadership team, both at the admin level and the board level. One of the things that I've said before, and I'll say it again today, is our board has been as united in its focus and direction as any board I've ever worked for, and I've worked for a lot of boards. And it's not that you guys don't discuss things, because you do. You discuss differences and even sometimes minor differences, but you come out of those discussions with very clear direction and very clear singular focus. I mean, one of the things Brad talked about today was that you give direction as a whole board and not individually, and you guys have done that as well as any board I've ever worked with. And I think the admin team that we've put together is very strong and very committed, and not that we see everything the same, but committed to that same kind of vision and unity of purpose. And I think it makes us very strong as a group. And I think it's a real strength that we have.
I'll segue off of that and say, hey, even, you know, my limited exposure to what we've done so far, clarity, which was a word that came up a handful of times in our previous roundtable discussions, is an overwhelming, cohesive mantra of, I think, what this board in particular and what administration is seeking. Clarity and a unilateral vision for growth and sustained excellence, just like Tina alluded to. And I've been very encouraged by that. So I think a huge strength that we have going forward is kind of a group of people who have a single-minded vision for their youth and for their community. And what's exciting, the most exciting component of that is the only thing that's stopping an outpouring of success is time, right? We just need time and execution to continue doing the things that we're already doing. And that's what's highly encouraging, is we don't have to start over and tear it down from the roots and do this. The foundation is laid. We just need to stay the course with the pieces that are in place.
Absolutely.
Very well said.
Another strength that we have is just the student body that we have.
Yeah.
When I coach sports teams, so both soccer, baseball, and softball, and when you look at any of those teams, you're going to have, you know, maybe half the kids on any of those teams are MA kids. At my church, I think 30%, 33% of all the kids are MA kids, maybe more than that. Maybe it's even half in the youth groups. And so what I'm saying is that not only are they, you know, good students, good athletes, but they're very involved in their communities. The students that we have at this school, and I don't see that the same with just even the other kids from the other district schools. So I think that's something that we really have a strong advantage over.
Strong communities, strong families. Yeah, absolutely.
Just bring that in the building.
You're writing all these down.
So with those, we can set some goals.
Yeah, what are
Yeah,
our
we need
goals?
to understand what our measurable goals are. We can run through as Merlin said, I mean, I was alluding to the SWOT analysis. I'm sure everybody in here is familiar with that. That to say, we can run through that and then from there, develop our plan and, you know, when we execute on this, have the measurable metrics and whatever those benchmarks are for us to be able to define, are we meeting our goals?
Right.
So, anything else on strengths that anyone would like to offer?
You know, what I've observed since October is the caring teachers, at least at East, and how they keep the students engaged. What? I'm West.
We knew it meant.
Wow, more coffee, please. I mean, because I've been impressed, you know, because I've been in many schools and student engagement is it's something big that I tackle at every school, and I haven't had to do that so much here. So
I totally agree, because I've been at other school districts, other elementary schools, and I think I said this at the vision night. It was the first school that I went to a parent night, and the teacher, Patrick's teacher, she used the word love, and she said, you know, this is why I do this, and I just was like, oh my gosh.
I had kids sobbing getting in the car at the end of the school year because because their teacher was retiring. Like, I mean, that's the
Or just they
impact.
had to move on to another class, little first grade
Yeah.
girls
Right.
coming
Yeah.
out, hugging each other, crying. I'm, this is not 8th grade graduation, this is
Yeah.
first grade.
But it does, yeah.
What
it
a great
speaks-
problem to have.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it is a huge strength.
Huge. The heart
Yes.
of the West Campus is amazing.
And that's under our philosophy, under excellence, pursuing wisdom, goodness, beauty, truth. I mean, that's evident just in my kids at West Campus. when my son is up an hour before school starts, getting dressed, ready, standing at the door, I'm ready to go to school, Dad. You know, there's something that's pretty profound in that for, you know, these children when they're excited to go and they're not excited to leave. So maybe that's the age group, but for me, that was not my experience.
You're trying to say, right?
Some of the other things that you guys have probably all read at some point: growth, we learned from the past, value the present, equip for the future, embrace the mistakes, and cultivate a risk-taking environment, which has been pretty evident this year with some of the decisions that have been made. Fostering creativity, learning, and academic progress. Obviously, character is paramount in who we are, what we do, where we're headed. Modeling integrity, respect, and the joy of education and learning. So, I mean, these are all things that I see as strengths. Sure, there's little caveats to that are weaknesses infused in that, but we can fix these issues. And today has been very instrumental in hearing, you know, especially from you guys as the admin team moving forward. And like I said, I'm very encouraged about what is to come this August and seeing the progress. This year has been tough, no questions asked. And we know that we've lost people, we've lost families, but I feel like that course correction that needed to happen has really translated into that foundation that we all saw when we got onto this board. And for those of you that are newer to the admin team, hopefully we can continue with that and create that and grow from there. But it does take time, to Danny's point. This whole thing takes time. So enough about strengths. Do you want to move on to weaknesses? I know we've already talked about them. I mean, we could just do a quick summary of what we have chatted about this morning, but it's important that we do identify our weaknesses and where we need to grow from.
Just to clarify with the SWOT, the weaknesses are something that we can't fix, right? Just with the whole SWOT analysis idea, right? Or
Well,
is
we
it-
could fix.
We could, okay.
Yeah, for example, discipline.
Okay.
You know, that is something that, you know, ultimately we're relying on our administrative team to have the tools to be able to, I mean, we talked about some of the restorative stuff, traditional discipline, but, you know, that's going to take time. That's a development. When I got on this board, you know, not geared towards West, but East Campus, a lot of the issues I was hearing as a board member were tied to disciplinary issues. And I continue to hear those, but they certainly have relieved to some extent, especially when the threat assessment team, you know, there was a lot of questions last year around what are we doing for this, how are we protecting here, and some of these questions I could not answer. I did not know, and I don't know if anybody could. We had a lot of new people. I mean, Merlin has been instrumental in really helping us pave the way, and I mean, truly bringing in this incredible team of people around us, and that gives us great encouragement, excitement. But yes, to your point, these are issues that I believe we can fix. We need to have measurable metrics and goals set, but it may take another school year to get through it. I hope it doesn't, but you know, we need to be realistic with our expectations that developing this process and developing some of the things that we need to do is just a cultural lifestyle type of shift. It's a change. And that all goes in with the course direction or course correction that we at Monument Academy, and I'm just speaking on my behalf as sitting on this board, what I've witnessed and seen, so.
Well, and how do we measure, you know, I appreciate what you're saying, Ryan, you know, how do we measure a year from now, or even before that? Are we able to measure midway through the year? Is there some things that we can do? So that's what we're working on right now, is what are those measurables and what is our timeline?
Well, I would just back up just a little bit on that. What are some of the other weaknesses that we as a school feel that we need to work on? And we talk about a lot of this stuff pretty significantly at every board meeting. I mean, from finances to discipline to curriculum, 105, phase 2.
Right.
You know, so there's a lot of issues, and you know, I don't want to be the one that harps on these, but I'm also a realist to say these aren't going away unless we do something to address it.
Yeah. Great.
That's just like high school retention that we
Yeah.
talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an easy measurable.
Right.
We've got 21 kids moving from 8th to 9th. You know, I certainly hope that come next year, we're not looking at those same metrics of attrition.
Right. And I would say, oh, sorry, just, this is really fast, going off the heart of the West Campus, I feel like that was a little bit lacking at East Campus, so that thing that families come to know in the little years, kind of was lacking, understandably so many newness, the change in admin, all those things, certainly, but I would just say that's a weakness right now,
Right.
as it exists at East Campus.
Yeah, absolutely, I would spin off of that and say, when we very first got involved with Miami Academy, one of the big
Right.
caveat, one of the decision-making points for our family was, okay, well, maybe we just run this kinder through fifth, and we kind of see where that direction goes, and it sort of tied mostly into continuity, right? So we talked about clarity earlier, and what's really neat about you three in the room, and Colin, who's a very good friend of mine, is I love the idea of this continuity, right? This consistent umbrella of like, we're starting here, these are the fundamental points that we push, and it's gonna carry you all the way through high school. So that was and maybe still is something that was lacking when we very first plugged in.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, another weakness we just need to list is one we work on all the time, but, you know, having a negative for the 2021 school year budget, and then another projected one for next year. It's something obviously we spend a lot of time working on, but it's something we need to recognize as a definite weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's the weakness.
Yeah.
It's the decision behind every decision, it seems like
It has to be
allows us.
taken into consideration for so many things.
Absolutely. And the ways we address that are, we've done everything we can do, I feel like, in cutting what we can cut in our budget, but I mean, we've got to grow out this school, this campus. I mean, our West Campus seems to be doing very well, looking at enrollment projections and growth, but it's our East Campus, as we all know. I mean, that is immeasurable when we're looking at our student count.
And I would say a strong weakness is morale,
Yeah.
staff morale, just with all the changes this year. But I think we're making plans as an admin team to build that back up. So. But it's still a weakness.
Right.
They needed that summer break. So.
Yeah.
And I applaud you, and I thank you guys for what you have, especially you two, Angela, coming in kind of mid-year on this. It has been, and we recognize that as a board, and we know that we have probably, I don't want to say probably, but we have, on a course correction, setting in that direction has been hard. It's been extremely challenging. And, you know, our hope, our intent, our belief is that moving into this year, now that we have, you know, in many respects, course corrected, is that a lot of that will be addressed. I mean, but for me, you know, and I'll say this, I mean, that had to take precedence, because talking about our financial concerns, if we don't fix the foundation underneath this building, figuratively, metaphorically, if we don't fix that, we're not going to have a building in the coming years. And so this is a huge concern, and that is something we all saw as a board, that we have to course correct now. Not next year, not over the summer. And so that has led to a lot of challenges. That has led to a lot of morale issues. And I truly am sorry that that is what that does, but we understood that that would be a catalyst in some respects to that. And so hopefully, with our leadership and what you guys are going to be able to do, with Merlin at the helm, we're going to be able to fix this now and fix the morale issues and focus in on that. So, but thank you guys. I know it's been a challenge.
Thank you for your support.
Well, you will continue to have it.
This is just a logistical one, but car line,
Oh,
truck.
Here's one where West has more of a challenge.
Yeah.
than East.
That's
But
where my
also-
morale is down.
There you go. Just car line find also traveling between campuses as a parent from 2 campuses, not having a bus, that might be some, you know, deterrent to some families choosing MA, as simple as it might be. I mean, I heard, and this is just one friend, that she goes, I'm not sending my kid to MA because I'm not sitting in that car line. I mean, and I just was like, no, don't do it because of that. That would never be a reason I would not choose it, but I know, and then this is another anecdotal tidbit, but I know those little quality of life things that affect your day as an admin, as a parent sitting in car line. Even when I sent my husband a couple of times to come over to East to sit in, not after sports car line, but the real deal car line, he was like, that is atrocious. I was in, so parents who travel from both campuses, they can spend up to an hour and a half commuting and picking up just because of that. So I see that as a weakness.
Hour and a half in the morning?
Even that,
Oh,
no.
okay.
You could, for the morning, but like, if I go sit and wait for my 2 at West and then come directly to East, and this was maybe before I knew some things with like the number call out, or I could maybe circumvent and sit in the parking lot at East, all together an hour, hour and a half. And he was like, that's gotta change. And I've heard some other parents talk about that as well. And it seems like we have such space out here at East that there could, you know, can we form something at the back door? Just, I don't know. It seems like there could be some creative workarounds for the line at East.
We're hoping the 105 project will address some of this, especially for West.
Right.
I know we've talked about school bus. I mean, one of the big issues is.
And I know all the issues behind it. I'm just like you said, morale is a thing. Like, this is a thing. I could really.
It is, because I know that when we give tours on Tuesday, that I'll get someone bringing that issue with me on tours. We've heard about your car line. Right?
We're notorious.
You're like,
We're
no,
so
we're awesome,
Well,
we're awesome.
We're fixing it.
Yeah,
you know?
just suffer through it to get to the awesomeness. But it just seems like we could, but it's great. I mean, I'm glad when Luke does after-school, middle school things, because then I know I don't have to fight the real car line at dismissal time. So maybe some things to think about for East.
Would that fall under an opportunity?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I don't know, but
No.
it's a very relevant point. I'm always saying, honey, will you?
Or like,
I got somewhere to be.
right, I pick Charlotte and Patrick up, and they've had a long day at school, and they want to go home, but then they have to sit in the car for another 30 minutes.
Well, just real quickly, 2 of the things that will help at both campuses, before and after school care program starting at the campus helps.
That'll thin things out for sure, yeah.
And then having more activities after school at both campuses, whether that's athletics or clubs or other things.
Yeah.
It's part of that solution as well, just getting that mass up at the end of the day,
Yeah.
and we're working on all those things, but it is a definite weakness still. And it's kind of those things that we all know.
Right.
But it needs to be on the list because it is a weakness.
So, to that point, is that happening before and after school care? Is it at both campuses or just West?
I think it's just
It's not happening yet. I mean.
it hasn't been done yet, but I think it's 80% likely to happen. If I was gonna say, and I don't wanna speak for Kurt, but I think we can get it done. His perception.
My
might be
mouth.
different.
Well,
There's a few challenges with that.
correct, because we have to get licensed for that, which the person that was
Was
suffering
licensed.
is no longer with us, so.
So our whole building will have to be re-inspected in spaces,
For our preschool program and before and
After
after.
school. Because it was done under a certain license. Yeah,
Okay.
so.
There's a lot to do, but I think
A lot
we can.
Was there a
And
lot of?
before and after could start like into the year. We wouldn't have to start the first day of school.
Right, right.
Was there a lot of parent interest for that?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sure there was, yeah.
I don't remember.
And it'll be taking place in our building?
If we do that, right, if we're if we become licensed, yes.
Is there anything happening in the old laser building?
Last I heard it was gonna be a coffee shop.
Really?
Well, that's
And
an
if
old
that
Santa
happens, you'll
Carolina.
see me
Until they-
walking back and forth.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was their big problem with this parking in their parking spots,
Yeah.
because it's detracting from their want of a coffee shop. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they told me.
Well, they're gonna get a lot of business just from our school parents.
I tried to tell them that, but I don't think they want our parents, because they park in their parking spots. So
Well, they're not very good business people then, if that's their thinking.
Is it a drive-through coffee shop?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That would be another line.
Seriously.
We're gonna have enough time on Village Ridge
Holy
Lane.
moly.
If that building ever comes up for sale, I think y'all have.
Yes.
know about it.
Right?
Agreed.
And the parking lot. Or the grass, dirt lot.
Dirt lot.
Yeah. It's not green.
No, it's not.
The dirt.
Agreed.
I think a weakness that we are just dealing with, that, because it's what it is just how this building was built. Like what was decided as the priorities, and so we're trying to work within those parameters until we can build out.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a huge weakness. And we're dealing with that right now just from this feeling and belief that, you know, and the truth is I completely would get this if I'm in high school, that feeling like I'm in middle school.
Oh, yeah, not having a separate
Yeah, just
building for
not the
high schoolers.
separation
Mhm.
and giving that, you know, to these kids. I mean, that's a crucial age. And we were sharing a little bit of this at lunch. I mean, my high school was huge. And if we
Mhm.
were moved into a middle school type of arena, it would not have been received well by high schoolers. And that would have engaged in a way to say, hey, if there's another school we can go to, that would be a catalyst for, you know, my
Mhm.
feeling and belief, if I can recall how I felt back then.
Well, it goes hand in hand with staff morale. I mean, if I was a teacher on a cart, you know, and you're being told this is only gonna last until this amount of time, and you think you have that light at the end of the tunnel, and, I mean, that impacts your quality of life at work, for sure. And your ability, you know, we've talked about this with wanting teachers to be able to set the tone for the classroom and be at the door. I mean, I know I see that at West, the teachers are at the door and greeting the kids as they come in, and it sets the tone. And we've been told that's not able to really happen here, so.
My understanding is not one person in this room was part of the planning of this building. But we've inherited this issue.
Yeah.
This issue has landed in our lap, and we are tasked with fixing it.
Mhm.
And that in and of itself feels insurmountable some days, but I know that we can get through this. But this was a decision that was made prior to any of us, and we just have to fix it.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we're gonna continue with this attrition of kids leaving.
Well, I think maybe we'll get to this when we talk about how to combat that, at least for the time being, until our facilities are a little bit better. One thing that stuck with me at our last school district was, somebody said, you know, parents have been dazzled by fancy facilities and new state-of-the-art things, but if you can't deliver the quality, you're being duped. It doesn't matter. You can get kids into a portable and have the greatest teacher and the greatest content and the greatest heart, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. So I know it's both, but if we can deliver upon, you know, the content rich and the great teachers and things like that, I think, and like you were saying earlier, Merlin, if we point those out to parents more, like don't be distracted by the fancy glitzy facilities over here. Really look at us for the quality. That would be good. Because that's what I've come to look for now as not that I'm old or an old parent, but as I've seen lots of different school districts and buildings and things like that, it doesn't matter as much at the end of the day, even though I love a great facility. It's just secondary or tertiary. Like, you don't have space for teachers not to be on a cart, that is one thing, but.
And I didn't realize every teacher here shares a classroom.
Every single one?
How many teachers
No.
move?
No.
Maybe 5 or 6?
So that's
Yeah.
been rectified.
No, there were only, even at the beginning of the year, there were only 5 or 6 that were sharing classrooms and traveling.
Okay, that I had heard different.
5 or 6
names.
travelers, yes.
Okay, okay. Well, that actually gives me a little more solace in this. We were at, it was actually when you were just hired. We did a night around the phase 2.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I was at a table, and there were some educators telling me that they all share space.
That's what I thought too.
So that actually is helpful to know. But,
Well, them saying that they all shared space and that they all traveled 2 different things. What that means is, most of our teachers have their own classroom, but then maybe during the planning hour, somebody comes in to teach one class in the classroom, so they're technically sharing space. But the ones who are traveling is who we're talking about, that might
That
be in
don't
2
have a
or 3
home
different
base.
classrooms each day.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
oh,
Yes.
yeah.
So,
And then those teachers have a spot in the teacher area. We have a teacher classroom on each floor, so they have their desk set up there.
Okay. I knew that, but that's actually
Yeah.
brings some clarity to what I've been thinking all year.
It's a little better.
Yeah, it's a little better.
The what?
SWOT.
Oh,
Oh, there's no way it's a hope.
oh, opportunities.
I know.
So hearing all
Kinds of
kinds
acronyms today.
Tora. Okay.
Dora?
Strengths,
It's a
strengths,
dog.
weaknesses, opportunities, threats.
Okay.
Any other discussion on weaknesses? I feel like that segues right into opportunities. I feel like there's been a lot of dialogue on some of the opportunities that we need to address, but
Well, here's the way I look at opportunities, and I put it out there publicly, but I believe we have the opportunity to be the best high school anywhere close. And I think we already are one of the very best from a K perspective. We just need to finish it off at the high school. So I just think we have the opportunity to be the best.
Mr.
Tell
Hollis?
us a little bit about that. Can you expand upon that? What do you see here? I mean, you've been at other charter schools. What do you see here that's?
Or do you mean just the monument, just District 38?
Well-
What do you mean exactly? What's your geographic
Well,
boundary on that?
We can shut off the tape for a little bit. No. I think it's hard for all the schools like us to maintain their focus and drive to be excellence. I think that's difficult. And if you look at the history of probably our closest competitor like us, they've been on a downward track for 20 years. Or 18 years. And I think we have the opportunity to be as good as anybody in El Paso County. They're probably the only school, well, the school I see in El Paso County that has the same kind of drive for excellence as Vanguard. Vanguard has that kind of consistent drive towards excellence that it's always been a part of their school. And like us, they had a K-8 program for many years before they opened their high school. So in many ways, Vanguard is our closest comparative school. And I think we can, in the next 3, 4, 5 years, be looked at, ranked, and have the results to say that we're very close to, that's the company that we live in and people see us in. And I know Dave shares that. It's part of the reason why we just about ended his interview early and just signed him on the dotted line while we were talking, was the idea that we could see in him just that he took the success of the school and the students personally. It matters from just the deep heart kind of thing, not only because he cares about kids, but cares about excellence and what that excellence produces for them and the doors that it opens for those kids. And so I think we're positioned in the right place. We have a great, even though this building cost a lot, we do have a great location.
Yeah.
We have
So much
beautiful
space.
views of Pikes Peak.
Right.
We're at in an area of El Paso County that's just gonna grow and
Right.
expand.
Yeah.
We're set up for success if we just take care of the things that we know we need to take care of.
Yeah.
So I think we just have the opportunity to be the best or among the very best in the state of Colorado.
Mr. Kennington, not to pick on you, just curious, how long?
Pick away.
How long were you at Vanguard?
4 years.
4 years. And were you there when they developed the high school?
I was not. So high school's been there for this 13th year.
Okay.
They've been the #1 high school in El Paso County for student performance for their entire time.
Wow.
So we developed a professional development program when I got there in 2018. Did much the same thing I'm doing here, which is assess the needs of the teachers pedagogically. Developed a 4-year professional development program. 2 years into that program, we were ranked by U.S. News and World Report as having the #1 math and English course in the country. So they have like 6 different levels that they evaluate. So it's U.S. News and World Report. They evaluate schools, AP scores being college readiness, so on and so forth. But one of those mark bands is your math and English performance. We were #1 tied. So we were really proud of that, and we think a lot of the teacher development program that we focused on, which focused on student learning, because we were doing a really good job teaching, but not as good a job as learning, and it just accelerated a program that was already up at the top. So that was exciting to do.
Great.
And didn't you recently win an award from Hillsdale College? What was the name?
We were runner-up for that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
so
were
it's
runner-up.
their Barney Charter School
You were a
initiative.
finalist though,
We
right?
were. They gave it to one of their schools though.
Oh.
So we do the classic learning test, which is relatively new, but it is a dynamite test that measures classical school performance, how well you deliver in a classical curriculum, and it's actually a college entrance exam for a lot of schools, and we ranked #2 nationally. In 22. So we're really proud of that, and I give the credit to the teaching staff because they really jumped on board and decided to implement the things we were asking them to do, and it was tough, and I was tough on it.
How many students are at Vanguard?
315 this year.
Okay.
We were, this is the first year that we've not been under goal, so the first year that we've been on target, hit our enrollment targets.
And that's just for high school, 350?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we had much the same challenge that MA does right now, is that their tradition is K through 8, and then they go to LP or PR. So when we developed the high school, we had 20% attrition routinely for our rising 9th graders, 8th and 9th grade. And we wanted to hit our enrollment targets, and so we developed a really comprehensive plan to help our 8th graders understand what the high school offered and why they wanted to be a part of it. And last year, we had 4% attrition, so we held on at 96%, so we're really proud of that.
That's awesome.
So in the realm of opportunities, what,
Did he say A? Is that what he said?
to make fun of me, what attracted you to want to come here then? Like, what, I mean, I assume you saw opportunity here then.
I did, absolutely. So you have this long tradition of success, all the way back to 1996, which is great, but if it's just status quo, that was not what I wanted to be a part of. I interviewed at several places that said, hey, just come in and be a caretaker, and that's not what I wanted to do, and turned down an offer to do that. What drove me to come here was this compelling vision that you had for success and to be able to deliver it. You know, as challenging as phase 1 was, you built a high school in the middle of a pandemic. Incredible. Vanguard, well, a lot of schools were not able to do that. So that was impressive to me. There was leadership that was involved with that to carry that through. But then you also had some challenges, and you were very open about the challenges. So it's in the media as well, and I felt that my skill set, what I could bring to your challenges, could help you solve that.
I'm so thankful that
We
you're
are
here.
glad you are here.
Thank you. Glad to be
Thank
here.
you.
Really glad to be here.
Can you help us win that award?
Yeah, right? Let's put that as a goal.
That
needs to be our
It's
goal.
called the Henry Salvatore Prize for Excellence.
Yes, it
Let's
is.
give it a
What
go.
was the name of that?
Yeah, what's the
The
name?
Henry Salvatore Prize.
It's through Hillsdale College. It's the Henry Salvatore Prize for Excellence in Teaching, and it says it's a focus on teaching. Core ingredient is effective education reform, support deserving schools with funds to promote principles of classical liberal arts education. So it's hard to win.
And Vanguard is not a Hillsdale school.
It is not.
No.
Okay.
We use some of the Hillsdale curriculum.
Sounds
A lot of our kids go to Hillsdale because they see a nice continuity.
Yes. Yeah.
The Salvatore,
Yes.
that's a metric, I guess.
How many years do you go?
I think one of the other schools that's won that award is Diablo up in Jefferson County, and they're usually ranked in the top 5 of U.S. News and World Report rankings as well. So they, you know, it's this model that we are committed to, and I think implementing fully now is like Tina said, it's the model that has the best results up top, all across the country.
Hands down,
But
no comparison to anything, D38 or otherwise.
I say as an opportunity, I think we started something to build off of that's really positive with the fundraising and the gala, the pledge program. We have some really passionate parents that are just dedicated to jumping in and helping us figure out the fundraising. So when I look at the finances and the budget and weaknesses there, I also see that opportunity and people like the Bread Bowers really taking the helm on that. And that was an awesome night. Even my husband had fun. He is not one to dress up or do events like that, but he had a really great time.
Having background and experience and decades of fundraising, it's phenomenal the amount of money that you raise. That doesn't happen. I mean, to me, it was a miracle what you guys did, and I'm just in awe of those parents and the people that contributed, and that's just not normal.
Well, and it
to
just
have.
was such a good feeling. The
Yeah.
community feeling
Even
there
better.
was
Even
amazing.
better.
The energy and the energy there was amazing. I just kept thinking, if we build on that every year,
Even
it's
better.
going to be outstanding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So opportunities are excellence growth, our academic excellence growth, is that what you have, and then our fundraising and pledge program. Being top tier school. Yeah, that's it.
I feel like this year we've really overcome a lot of opportunities from the 2021 fiscal year during COVID. I feel like that there was a lot of intentionality behind some of the decisions that, you know, the board with collaboration with Merlin and Mark, like we've grown a lot this year. And I mean, when I came onto this board in 20, it just, I know COVID was happening, but it was almost an overemphasis to keep parents out of the day-to-day, keep parents from being engaged, and I personally did not like that. Not even in the slightest. It was like, you know, one of the things that we need to do, I mean, this volunteer committee, that was an opportunity that was addressed early on at the beginning of this term, and, you know, I feel like that there's been, obviously there's room for growth in that, but I've seen a lot of good engagement, and I hear an extreme amount of positive from our parent community on all the engagement watchdogs. You know, something as simple as that being re-implemented and allowing, you know, our dads to come into the school and be a part of it, you know, it's wonderful. And I think that's something that will continue. My understanding is that program is still in place at a national level. We don't need to change any of our, okay.
Our branding,
So
yeah.
No, it's just a matter of getting it up to the east.
is that an opportunity to move, even talking about watchdogs, into this east? I mean, Mr. Kennington, do you have any input on that from a high school perspective? Was it something that Vanguard did or utilized?
We did not have a watchdog program, but my son's middle school did, and I think it's a very valuable piece, because in a threat, we had an armed individual get inside the front doors of our high school this year. And our biggest benefit was that we had really good communication. And that's your biggest defense layer. Can you communicate? Do you know where the threat is? And so having more eyes and more radios in a watchdog program would be a perfect example of that.
Did you guys have an SRO?
We do not have an SRO. we partnered with Cheyenne Mountain High School for their SRO, but it was not on campus, and we did not have armed security at that time.
And would, I don't know that much about what the Watchdog program as it exists right now, but Mrs. Duca, would it be helpful? I know some of the issues that you guys, some of this will be changed and through the process of building the culture and the proactive things up front. But, you know, we had the issue of the bathroom, graffiti and maintenance issue with the shenanigans going in the bathroom with Watchdogs, because I know the teachers can't
Be everywhere.
stand there and guard a bathroom door. And then, so would that be something helpful for that, just to have some eyes and ears on?
Well, like Dave was saying, I think the more eyes and ears we have here, the better.
Yeah.
Well, and in a capacity like that with Watchdogs, I mean, it's not just random parents wandering the hallways, you know, it's part of a program, and I know, that Danny does it, so there's tasks, you have certain things you're part
Tasked
of,
to do, yeah.
and really getting to know the kids, but also, yes, extra.
I mean, I think Watchdogs would have eliminated
Yeah,
that bathroom
exactly.
issue completely. You
Right.
had dads standing there going,
Yeah.
get out of here. Cool.
Any other opportunities?
School safety, scary, which I feel like we've been proactive, that, you know, there's other stuff that, you know, we'll discuss and talk about, but that's always gonna be an opportunity.
Right.
We always need to be assessing and evaluating where our weaknesses are, where our potential issues, you know, may come from. I mean, we just live in a time now where
It's a reality.
it's a very, very much a reality.
Do we want to say anything? I can't remember who mentioned about our NWEA scores at the end of this year. Was that you, Mr. Kennington? That's an opportunity for us. That's a big
Yeah.
opportunity.
Absolutely.
And
Quick question on your thought exactly. Is that something that we communicate to the parent population? Just kind of our overall where we are as a school? Do we not do that? Do we reveal that in board meetings? Is that even necessary? I don't know. What do we do with that information?
Well, do
How
you know
is
what the
it?
history is on what we've
We
done
have
with
in the
NWA
past.
currently?
Or is it just
Yeah, so
individually
it's
you give your scores and?
Individually,
build that?
parents give their student scores, and then we have it in the school's UIP.
What's UIP?
The Unified Improvement Plan,
Okay.
which is public. I mean,
Right.
we don't send it out for all to see, but it's
there
it's on
for
CD's
anybody.
website.
Isn't that what the SAC does, right?
They look
They-
over it. They don't
We
write
review
it.
But we talk about it in curriculum committee too.
And
Well,
then-
in years past, Marty Benachinque was responsible for the test results, and he would come and share. He shared at a few of our board meetings, like a couple of years ago, during COVID, I think, and he shared different numbers and metrics, and, so I do remember that, if that's something we would wanna do. But my question, Mr. Kennington, so, NWA happens at the beginning and the end of the year, correct?
Well, I can speak to my experience, if you like, not to MA.
Okay.
So our singular focus at Vanguard for the high school for student performance metrics is the PSAT test series.
Okay.
And it's very, very valuable because College Board is one of the administrators, and they produce a treasure trove of data and information. And that is also the state standardized test. And while we struggle with participation rates with CMAS, we have
Right.
no problem at all with
With
PSAT.
PSAT,
It
yeah,
is
that's-
generally well supported, like north of 99%
Right.
of our students participate.
Yeah.
And so there are a lot of resources and support out there that will prepare students. So Khan Academy, if you want, your student can upload their scores to Khan Academy, and Khan Academy will develop a very specific student-centered tutoring program for them, and it will feed them questions that are designed to address their weaknesses.
Okay.
So there's a lot of support there. So we've chosen to focus on that, not NWA. I just happen to have seen the MAP score measures of academic progress, another way that we talk about that. So I've seen those scores. It's not used often in high school, but it is data, so we can use that data.
Right. So, Mrs. Leon, are you responsible for NWEA testing review, or who has taken that on now?
It's a team,
Okay,
it's a team effort.
okay.
We all are taking.
Yeah, I think, and part of my reason for asking kind of what tradition has been just to know, schools I've been at, we usually do have presentations to the board on growth scores for NWEA.
Yeah.
And in high school, we use other measures, and PSAT's a really great one. But that takes a level of being willing to be transparent all the time.
Right.
Because sometimes, hopefully a lot of times, those results are great, but when they're not, we
Right.
need to be willing to say that. If that's, we don't need to, like, some years talk about them, and this is what a lot of schools do. They talk about them when they're great,
Right.
and you
And then
don't hear
ignore them.
anything when they're not great.
Right.
And so, it's, I think, just knowing this group a little bit, I think that would be a normal annual part of what we do is report those, or even maybe semi-annually report some of those scores, and just say, this is what we do, we report these all the time, good, bad, and in between, so that we know what's going on. But it does take a level of preparation, yeah, this is part of what we do all the time, and it doesn't change just based on how well the results turned out for that year,
Right.
so.
So when could there potentially be our next presentation of that information, just to see where we are at?
I feel like that's kind of an August or September
The
thing,
beginning of the year, if you wanna see the growth of the year, though, it would be in the springtime,
Right,
towards the end.
okay.
and part of it's picking, do we look at spring to spring results?
Right.
Do we look at fall to fall results? Do we look at fall to spring results? Because you can pull data from all those different viewpoints. You can also pull it, based on, kind of lump the whole grade level together, kinds of things. At the admin level, we will look at it at the teacher level, but I don't know that that's appropriate for a board level type report.
Yeah, that's what I was
Things
gonna
like
ask
that.
before it was a common thing, if we make it a common thing of a board report, what do you guys do with the data? How does that create action items and like you said, there's a committee that owns it, and then what happens? Say like math scores are abysmal or something,
Well, I'll use that as, let's say that happens. We look at some math scores and the growth scores aren't what we like.
Right.
Okay, so my path for this, and Tina and I were just talking about this morning. First, we want to look at, are we using a curriculum that's designed to produce good results? Then secondly, are we faithfully implementing that curriculum in the way it was designed to be presented? I'll give you an example. At my last school district, the first year I was there, we were Saxon math up through middle school, but I didn't feel like we were consistently implementing it very well. And our growth scores were kind of average. So I thought, well, I know Saxon math's a good curriculum, but I have concerns about faithful implementation. So the second year I was there, the principal and we met with everybody and said, listen, for math, you have to faithfully implement your Saxon math curriculum. If you want to do other things, that has to be in addition to your Saxon, not in place of. And this is our requirement. So then in my second year there, we had growth scores where the average kid in the school gained about 2 years of math in 1 year.
Okay.
And so we knew, okay, it was just an implementation problem.
Got it.
Now, let's say the third step in that would be, is there a teacher training problem? Do teachers just not know how to implement the program correctly? Is there just a training problem, professional development issue that's going on? Is another step you could look at. And then the fourth step that you have to look at, if you go through all that and you're still not able to get the kind of growth scores that we should get, is maybe we just have people teaching those classes who just aren't meant to be teachers. Because if we've given them good curriculum,
Right.
faithfully implemented it, given them all the professional development, and the kids still aren't learning, then it's a teacher issue.
And then individually, on a child level, what does the school do on, if a child is not progressing properly based on their NWEA scores or their, is there reach out, is there communication, is there counseling about academic progress? What
From
is
the
that?
teacher, there would be.
Okay.
And then there would be what interventions need to be put in place to help that student.
And then you progress monitor.
And that happens at a middle school level as well?
Mhm.
Yeah,
And the high school.
and high school level.
I
I feel like
give
there
you-
was,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Give you one quick example. So
Sure.
we had a freshman come in, and he was failing all 5 of his core classes, to include language
Okay.
in that. So we have a really robust MTSS program. Are you familiar?
No.
That multi-tier system of support is kind of edgy
Okay.
speak for, hey, we can do some school level accommodations. It's also part of our child find process.
Okay.
The child find process I'm required to do as a school to identify students who have disabilities.
Okay, got it.
From an MTSS in the first quarter, second quarter is on a 504 plan, then very quickly moved into an IEP. So the student is now a junior taking an AP course and passing it.
Got it.
So that's the kind of structured support that you have.
Got it. I was just confused as a middle school parent this year with some of the standardized testing and then having an understanding, like from an admin perspective, you know, like, I mean, there was logistical, your child will be taking this test at this time, but I didn't know when will I see results and what does that mean? If no, you know, is no news good news? You know, and then what happens with that? So that was sort of a confusion for me. Also, when faced with, do I opt my child in or out of certain things? I think a good opportunity, just from an admin perspective, might be communicating to parents, here's some pros and cons of, or whatever you guys want to put out, but I felt very uninformed about, I did a lot of asking my parent friends, what do you guys do? I don't know. Why do we do this? I don't know. And I was left questioning, is there some value in him sitting for the CMAS for preparation for PSAT?
Exactly.
If that's true, yeah, maybe I want to force you to do this. I don't care what all your friends are doing. But I felt more informed at the West Campus level, but less informed at East about that kind of stuff and just kind of that whole tracking of a child. But like I know they don't have a homeroom teacher, but, and maybe it was just a matter of no news is good news. But at the same time, kind of feeling like, I don't know what's going on here holistically.
That's good feedback, thank you.
Sure.
Moving on to threats. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
It's
I
gonna be
can talk
45
forever,
minutes,
so
45, I
shut
mean, this
me
could
off,
take up the whole
whatever.
afternoon if we did it. What are the threats that we see?
Finances.
Finances,
Number
yes.
one.
What are we, what's defined, like, threats is such
I
a.
don't know.
Yeah, like.
Is it the sensitive weaknesses?
Right.
Well, I mean, finances, I mean, that could be a huge threat to the school.
Finances.
Yeah, but it's also a weakness, so what's the differentiation?
Well, the differentiation to me would be this, that if we do not procure the refinancing of this bond, which means we need to grow our student count, which means we need more money coming in. We have a $29 million balloon payment due basically 4 years from this month. And that's the way this school was financed. That's what we've inherited.
We've been given.
And so we have the task of getting to the point where we can refinance out from under that. It's comparing it to a interest-only amortization of buying a home. You know, you go in, you pay interest only for 5 years, at the end of 5 years, you're making a balloon or you don't have a house, unless you can refinance out of that to something a little more fixed. So,
That's what I was thinking.
yes, that is a huge threat. Legislation, I mean, that's always going to be a threat. We faced that last year. House Bill 1295, that was fortunately defeated. However, there's nothing to say that these bills are not going to be reintroduced this coming January. So we're part of a group called the EAC, the Education Alliance, and their role is basically following some of the legislative bills, giving us updates as to what's coming down
As a threat.
as a threat. So,
I would encourage you guys to sign up for their
Updates.
especially other updates.
What's it
Education
called
Alliance
again?
Colorado.
EAC, Education Alliance of Colorado.
Ryan, is there a specific number of students that we need to enroll for a successful refinance?
It's not that we need a specific, but right now we're running in the red. So we have set an enrollment projection for 1150 for the 22-23 school year. I do not know as of last week, but I believe we were at 1128. So 1150 is going to bring us to a relatively balanced, when I say balanced budget based on our projection, no, let me correct that statement to say that yes, we are running in the red for next year, but we had to come up with a projection, so we need to hit 1150 for this coming 22-23 fiscal year. So do you know what the numbers are right now, Mark, as of today?
Students enrolled?
Yep.
I think your 1128 was right.
Okay, so we had a couple tours today at West. How often are we giving tours?
Every week.
Every week. What is kind of our average that you're seeing at West Campus for the number of families that are engaged? Couple, 2, 3 families?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You mean the
There-
sign up or the?
No, like per tour, so if you give a weekly tour, or
Oh, we
I would
have
say 2
two families per tour,
at least 2.
at least,
for the summer.
for the week.
Oh, summer, I don't know, we can start.
That's good.
Yeah, I think we're averaging around 5 new students a week as a K-12 organization
Okay.
over the last couple months.
So net 5?
And that was very good.
So we have time to get to our 1150 goal.
Yeah, I think if we minimize, there's always, and Mark and I think Amy did a study last year that traditionally, our April number, mid-April number is our October mid number, which would put us behind quite a bit.
Okay.
But so far, but that was a result of some people coming in and some people leaving. Right, over the last few months, we've had more people coming in than leaving. And if that trend just continues for the rest of this month, we'll be real close to our 1150 number, which would be the highest enrollment index ever had. But still, it's not the projections that this campus was built on, not even
Right.
close.
Yeah.
Because we were built on, at this time, we would have
1400.
Like 13.
About 1,300.
Yeah, 1,300 and some.
Other threats?
I don't know, I just, from news articles I read, not because of what you guys have said, but teacher retention, hiring, just the pool of good educators out there in general, is that a threat? Is that a threat?
Teacher hiring is a real threat.
Yes.
It's a real threat.
And that's not just MA specific, I would think.
No,
Okay.
but
Nationwide.
Right.
You two were at a conference on the East Coast, right? Or,
We went to Greeley.
okay.
What East Coast?
Well, for some reason, I had in my mind there was a convention going.
Nice coast of UNC.
I went to the Midwest for a couple of days and went to some universities that I've had a lot of success hiring at and got almost no response
Well,
whatsoever.
that's what, that probably, like, just to
I think
blurt
they
that
kind of
out.
merged
You two are at a
together.
conference. My point in saying that is that, from what one of you told me coming out of that, the teacher pool has diminished so drastically based on what you saw firsthand.
Wow.
Yeah, I went for a walk and they were running, like chasing me down, trying to offer me a job. So they were
Yeah, it
very
was-
aggressive. And they had some really good signing bonuses.
And one of the things that we heard from, I think you heard from the UNC people, was that from when you graduated UNC to now, like the number of candidates has dropped like 25 to 30%
Wow.
coming out of that university, which is the main teacher university in Colorado. So everybody's.
That's nationwide.
That's happening nationwide.
Wow.
It's, so. And in spite of that, I feel like we've gotten some really good applicants at both campuses, but we still have some open positions for even just next year. But it's a long-term threat. It really is. An important one for us to remember, have on our list.
How many open spots? I know that's different for.
I have 3. We have 3
Okay.
We
right
have
now.
3 teaching positions here as well.
And we're just waiting on applicants.
Miracles.
Wow.
And we have some applicants that we just, but at some point
Thank you.
during the summer, we'll And luckily here in this area, we'll have new families move in during the
Yes.
summer.
Yes.
So we might get, some families that move here for a spouse's job, and then that brings a teacher along with them. But, you know, just the whole situation's not good.
And then credentialing wise, teacher, you know, just a pool of applicants. At what point do you get, not desperate, but, you know, not lower the standards, but explore other, no, not necessarily.
Well, and sometimes, and I'll just say this from been doing this for a long time,
Yeah.
for hundreds of teachers. 15 years ago, I didn't hire any B candidates. I didn't, I just never did. But in today's world, we hire B candidates and we have to know what their strengths are and what their challenges might be. So we know how to develop design professional development, what kind of support they need, what kind of mentoring they need. And they can become really good teachers.
Right.
But we used to not put that effort into it because we had all A candidates to hire.
Yeah.
So it's just a different way of looking at it, different way of approaching it, and why we're being very intentional about our teacher orientation, teacher university, our own professional development, to make sure that our teachers have the training, tools, curriculum, everything they need to be very good teachers because every one of our kids deserves a really good teacher in their classroom every day.
Yeah.
And that's how great education, like we talked about earlier, is built. And it's a lot harder than it used to be. And you just beat me to it. It was on my list of threats. So it's something we're
Do we always hire teachers with a teaching degree, or is that's not a
not
requirement of the
necessarily.
job? Okay.
No.
Right. I guess that's what I meant, not about lowering standards, just changing standards. I didn't understand how MA operated with that kind of thing, so.
And just real quick, I've been asked numerous times over the last couple of months what I look for in teachers, and the first thing that I think is important is that they're a person of good character, because we are a character school, and their role model example in the classroom is very, very important. They need to be someone that really enjoys being with kids.
Yeah.
You know, loves kids.
Kid whisperer.
And at the elementary, they talk about it, loving kids. At the secondary, it's usually like, I love being around kids. You know, it's a cooler, more adult way of
Yeah.
saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And then they have to be knowledgeable of their subject matter. And at secondary, that usually means they have to have passion in that individual subject matter
Yeah.
that they're teaching. Whereas elementary, it's a little more broad and general, that they have the skills and knowledge that they can impart that to students. So those are the big buckets that
Thank
I
you.
look for.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other threats, ladies and gentlemen, that you'd like to discuss? I think what we can do at this point is take this information, put it in some type of Word form, Excel sheet, something to bring all this together, and then share it out. And maybe this is something the board can take on over the summer with input, and maybe have something to present at the July meeting. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. I'm gonna say the board, maybe Ms. Clinton. She does so much, so I just tease her because I put so much on her plate, so.
Well, and I know a couple of you mentioned goals at the start of this discussion too, but I think then developing what are some tangible, measurable goals that we have around some of these things.
Right.
So I think that is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can put it into a nice document, and then we will have to have some conversation.
We have, just.
Definitely.
Come.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Craig left just in time for board position talk.
He said he
No,
had
he,
to.
he just has to make a quick phone call.
To join a call for business that week.
I mean, that's really no relevance. We're not taking any action on it today.
No.
I think the board positions for 22-23 was going to be basically, where do interests lie? I would really like to have Craig here, obviously with Megan and Chris rolling off. I mean, we're gonna have, every position on the board is open.
Okay.
Same with committees. So those are things to consider. I mean, we can talk about it at the tail end of this. I want to be respectful of administration's time. Faster community survey results. Have you two both had an opportunity to review that?
I did review it.
Okay. We're not taking any action on any of that today. Our intent would be to discuss it more at the June 9th meeting. But I'll give you kind of a preliminary rundown. So we had 2 surveys that were sent out, one to the parent community, one to the staff community. So on the parent community side, we had 372 total responses. I'm just going to highlight probably the important stuff right now. One of the questions was, many Colorado schools and districts have incorporated the statutory option to engage staff members as supplementary armed security guards. Knowing that such staff would be highly trained and well coordinated with local law enforcement, do you support this option for Monument Academy? Out of the parents' survey, 65.86% said yes, for a total of 245. 16.67% said no, for a total of 62. And then 17.47% for a total of 65 said they need more information. So that was on the parent side. We asked other questions. With the addition of armed staff make you more likely or less likely to believe that your student is safe? Does the proximity of either campus in relation to law enforcement officers make you more likely or less likely to support the implementation of armed staff? We asked, have you been informed about the FASTER program? And then we had a lot of parent comments.
A lot of parent comments.
Brian, are you using the most current version?
I think you have the old version.
Because I show, we had 450.
Well, gosh,
parent
I
responses.
apologize, and I have the wrong one. This was the one that I
Here,
received.
let me give you mine.
Okay. Scratch those numbers.
Okay,
I'm glad
so
you corrected me on this.
450 parent responses?
Yes.
And just so I'm clear, each spouse in a household could answer the survey if they were sent the,
You could do it on it as many times as you wanted on a different device.
I think we
Yeah.
need to be cognizant of that in the future with our surveys.
I don't know how you limit that.
Yeah, because that can happen with SAC surveys too.
Yeah,
Surveys,
survey
I don't think
monkey.
people need to take the SAC
Yeah.
survey type thing.
I think if people were really felt strongly, they would.
Right, if they were highly motivated
Well,
Survey Monkey limits it to one response per device.
per device, okay.
Now, you can contract with other companies that cost more, where each person gets a code,
Yeah,
and then that code is entered in, so it very strictly limits it to one, but, yeah, that's just the way
okay,
surveys work.
So let me stand corrected on all of what I just said.
okay, go.
The questions are the same.
Right?
Nobody changed those. 450 parents responded.
Okay.
So back to the question 4, would you support this option for Monument Academy? Yes was 66.67, so the metrics didn't change that much. 300 said yes, 68 said no for a 15.11%, and then 82 said they need more information. So
We're,
still roughly 2/3 of our parent group supports this based on the survey that was sent out.
I think it would be interesting to
I
resurvey
did
people.
find that.
We had quite a few on the 11th that chimed in.
Is this typical of our parent response?
This is high.
Very high.
Mhm.
And I'm sure that some of the board has received, I know we received one email from a parent just after Uvalde, what happened down there, like, hey, I was a little bit ambivalent to this whole thing, but now I'm.
That's what I was just saying today. I'm sure some things might change if we resurvey people after recent events.
But, moving on to the staff teacher survey, so we had 83 total. That was comprised of 51 teachers, 9 classified, and 7 administrators, and 16 is classified as other in what your position, but a total of 83. So we asked the same question. many Colorado schools and districts have incorporated. Do you support this notion? Yes, we're 39 for a total of 46.99%. 25 were no for a total of 30.12, and then 19 for need more information for 22.89%. So. Board, what do you guys want to do in relation to turning these loose? Do you want to do that after the 9th, or
Turning them loose to,
community, or how do you?
Posting the results of the
Posting
survey
the
to the
results?
community.
Yeah, I think we should post them in the same way that we
We've
did
done
the other
everything
survey
else.
results.
Yeah.
With or without comments, some of the comments are.
I say without the comments.
Because
Right.
they're identified.
They're pretty,
They
yeah.
can be identified.
Yeah, if comments can be used to identify an individual, then they need to be removed.
Right.
So just
Yeah.
remove all comments.
Is this something we want to do prior to the 9th?
I think so.
I can put it with the.
You do.
We'll put it on
I
the
would think
agenda.
so.
Boy, I can put it in there.
Recency bias?
Recency bias.
Yeah. So if this is something that we would like to implement from a vote standpoint, I think it's good to keep the momentum behind it. And say, hey, like, the reality of the world that we live in is this happens.
Right.
And it's awful, it's disgusting. But that doesn't mean we can do nothing.
Right.
I would put that there.
I'm in full agreement. I feel like, I mean, this is what the community, these are our
Yeah.
teachers and staff. They should
That
go
is-
out there. It's just, I can't make that decision
I don't see
unilaterally.
why not,
So
yeah.
if the board feels comfortable with that, we'll get it out in the board packet prior to the June 9th meeting, which will be next week, and
I can attach it to the agenda.
attach it to the agenda. So we'll redact the comment portion, because there are some identifiable things in there. You guys good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Now, just a point of clarity, is that something that on the June 9th meeting, something will be voted on, or just open discussion, or that would be an opportunity for public comment? Like, what's the,
Well, it'll be on the agenda, so there'll be public comment.
okay,
My assumption would be we'll probably have some parents that stand up and talk about this.
yes,
To answer your question, the intent would be to vote on it.
okay,
Our objective was to bring survey results in from the community, from the staff, from the teachers,
yeah,
and based on this information,
got it.
take a stand on a position one way or another.
Is there going to be any more discussion between now and then on other, like, additional actions we can take, or,
There absolutely can be.
Crisis prevention, instruction, stop with lead, stuff like
Right.
that, like to.
not in place of it, but in addition to it?
So that's my intention on June 9th.
Okay.
The board comes in on June 9th and says, we want to table this, we want to set up another community, whatever it may be, to have discussions, that would be the board's prerogative.
So we can have further dialogue at the June 9th meeting
Absolutely.
of additional things we would like to see,
Absolutely.
and then take a vote on something hypothetically.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Okay.
we can take a vote, I mean, but just
Yeah.
because there's a motion, to
Right.
do so, you guys can shoot that down.
Okay.
I'd say you guys won't be voting.
We're not official still on June.
Not
Yeah,
July
we're not July,
1st.
sorry, okay, got it.
Can they give input at that meeting, the incoming members?
Oh, that's of course.
Did you guys hear that?
What?
No, we're not official.
No.
You would
Pay
have-
attention,
You would
people.
absolutely be, engaged on your input and dialogue. Because if we move forward with this action and carry this out, ultimately, you three as new board members are gonna be part of the execution
Okay.
and implementation of this, so.
So I was asking if you guys, as incoming board members, without being voting members yet, because of June,
Right.
can you give input also?
Oh, right, we
Yes,
can
you
be part
can.
of the table discussion
Yes.
at the board meeting. Oh,
I mean, I don't know if you'd be at the table, but.
right, I just meant like, part
Be
of that.
prepared for that.
You would-
Yes.
We can put a chair up there, though.
I don't care where I sit. That's not an issue, I just want to be prepared.
And I would also, want to hear input. I mean, we can talk about this now. I just, if you guys have input on this whole thing, I see heads shaking yes, so
Yeah, I'd
Fire
love to
away.
hear. I would love to
Fire
hear.
away.
Hey, that's a military term.
It is a military term. So in my experience, and I put this in my survey results, I did respond to one of those. So in late October, we had an individual who, we had police activity downtown. And we were notified by our school resource officer it was police activity. They advised that our West Campus, we won't call it that, but it's effectively our West Campus, go to secure. So we got that information. What was happening was an individual, and some of this was hearsay, but we believe is correct, had murdered his girlfriend in Arizona, jumped on a bus, arrived downtown Colorado Springs, armed, got off the bus, got shot at 2 people downtown Colorado Springs, and got in an engagement with police officers, and then was fleeing down Nevada Avenue.
Mhm.
At the time that we got the report from our school resource officer that there was police activity, we should secure our West Campus, this individual was entering our East Campus. And we had
Wow.
video evidence of that.
Mhm.
So at that point, I had instructed my secretary to go to a secure posture, which meant we press a button, it locks all the exterior doors, you can't even get in with your fob. And he was still able to penetrate our outer security door. And as I came into the front office, he was talking to the secretary and wanting to get into the building.
Wow.
Occasionally, we will buzz someone in, have them come into the front office, have a conversation with them, take their ID and so forth. But because we had gone to secure posture, she said, no, can't get in. So that individual left, got to the end of our parking lot. The police came and there was a shootout.
Oh, my word.
And we went to lock down
Wow.
because bullets were flying through our buildings.
Mm.
He evaded police, ran into a second cordon, was shot and killed.
Mhm.
So it radically shifted my view of the necessity for having an armed response on campus.
Mm.
Because if this individual had got into the high school, most likely we would have had a hostage situation, at the very least potential casualties.
Mhm.
And at that time, we had no armed security.
Mm.
So that's my experience.
So you are pro, something like a faster is what I'm.
Can I get back to you on the specifics on that?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll speak from my end on the elementary. I'm not too keen on the elementary just because of having a staff member. I love our SRO that has it and walks down the hallway, but a staff member, like, if I even wanted to, I wouldn't feel comfortable concealing a weapon just because I get so many hugs. Kids in the elementary, first grade, second grade, they're all over us. And to me, that concerns me, for them to possibly get a hold of that weapon on whoever's carrying it. So that's just my thinking. From that, before that, I did the survey, I walked the halls, I looked at staff members, I watched kids, even Chuck gets hugs. You know, I was just like, oh my gosh, you know, that could really be a threat, you know.
Yeah.
So that's my concern, and I put that with my name on it
Yeah.
for you to come talk to me about it,
Mhm.
because I just don't know. I could see it at middle school, high school. I'm just not sure about the elementary. So.
And I think we've had so many threat assessments where kids are like, I'm gonna kill so-and-so, or, you know, I wanna kill my teacher, and so we have to do our threat assessment. And they're very uncomfortable in the questions you ask of, you know, do you have access, or, you know, how do you wanna kill them? Well, I wanna shoot them. Okay, do you have access to a gun? And then they will tell you where their guns are at their home, and it's like, okay, is it locked up? Well, yeah, it's in the locked closet in the safe. And that's what scares me, is knowing if they figure out what staff member has it, instead of having to get the key to the closet, the, you know, code to the safe, all I have to do is take down a teacher, then they have access to it. So I think that's kind of where my mind goes, is it's not locked away, it's right there, so they just have to take down a person instead.
Right. That makes sense. and I appreciate your guys' honest feedback, thank you, all of you. If it wasn't per se on grade person, and because my understanding is there's a variety of safe options, you know, thumbprint, whatever. So if it wasn't on their person and it was somewhere else secure like that, how would you feel about that? Because you guys are a different, you know, being in elementary and the hugging and the physical contact, that definitely is different than, you know, what is going on at East Campus. But how would you feel about not on your person?
So it was my understanding that you wanted it on the person for the faster response time. That's how I answered that original question.
That is what the faster program is.
But does it have to be that? Can't it be whatever we create that to be?
Yeah, I think one of the things Faster does recommend is that it's carried by a person all the time to decrease the response time down to almost nothing.
Right.
But doesn't mean it has to be done that way.
Right.
But yeah, I think my feeling on this has been pretty consistent. I think it's a good thing for us to pursue as part of an overall plan. I think a big piece of it is school culture. I think a big piece of it is the safety kinds of systems that you put in the buildings. And I do think for a secondary campus, it's a bigger issue than an elementary campus. But we know if we look at history, even just the last 5 years, some of the worst situations in schools have happened at elementaries.
Right.
And it wasn't connected to the school at all, it was just random.
What, more like David's experience?
Yeah, it was Sandy Hook or,
Well,
you know, Sandy Hook or the Volvo,
just a
both
couple
elementary
years ago, we
schools.
had that
And
teacher that
so,
ran around the
but I do think I would support it as part of an overall strategy, but making sure that the right people are carrying them and that we don't have, I think in elementary, doing it different in elementary, I think is okay. Because I think Kurt's point of how elementary kids hug and grab, and, you know, it's always, you know, I'm a primarily secondary person, it's like, that's the one thing you learn is you don't hug and grab students. You know, let them hug you either. It's just part of what you don't do. But in elementary, that's just part of having a culture where people love each other. You know, whereas in secondary, it's looked at very, very differently, just from a cultural standpoint as well. So I think the campuses can be different, but I support it. And I think we'll dot the i's well and cross the t's well.
Kurt and Laura, I don't totally hear what you're saying, and I do believe part of the FASTER training program, I don't know how in depth you've researched it, but a huge part of it is weapon security, as far as keeping it on your person in a place that is accessible only to you. So whether that be, you know, some sort of, just like Misty alluded to, some sort of thumbprint literally on the holster itself, right, or some sort of more complicated mechanism for removing it from your person, or somewhere up on the chest, or back, or just anywhere where somebody who had been trained appropriately felt like it would be accessible only to that person. So that is a component of the training program that would be implemented, ideally to say, hey, you know, not even the big fifth grader can get this.
I think at the West Campus, part of my concern for safety, and I'm hoping that the recirculation plan will address this, but is the location of our drop-off and pickup being right out in the front of the building, right next to that main 105 road. It's in full display. And this has always been a concern that I personally have had with my children there, is they're in full view of anybody driving by, anybody walking by. And I've seen, you know, pedestrians walk by along that road. And so that is a major, in my mind, another major safety concern. And I don't know if there's been any conversation around that recently, and if part of the recirculation plan, I can't remember, so please forgive me, is to move entirely the drop-off and pick-up to the back of the building. To me, that's a more secure option than smack dab in the front like that. But I wanna put that out there right now since we're talking about school safety. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who has that concern, but. it
Is
a
the
concern.
recirculation going to happen no matter what? Is that a threat that it's not gonna happen?
It will happen.
It will happen, okay.
Will happen
And,
somehow.
and is part of the
Right.
design having pickup and drop off in the back? Is that part of the?
Well, we
plan?
hadn't come to that
Okay,
conclusion.
that's the first I'd heard of that, so I just wanted to clarify that.
But yes, that's always been a concern of mine, that's always been a concern that I've heard from parents, is that you have so many soft, and I hate to say this term, but it's the truth, soft targets in front of the school. It would be very easy for somebody to stop.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
And it absolutely is a huge concern. I mean,
So was that, am I remembering correctly that part of the recirculation plan is to move pick up and drop off to the back, or no?
No,
not?
it's just to have a loop.
just,
Just
that's
a-
something we
yeah.
haven't even really, I mean, we've got to get.
Because-
We were gonna tackle that after we got the loop in to figure out what would be the best logistically.
I don't think we've even agreed to which way the traffic's gonna
Right.
flow on the
Okay,
loop.
well, I guess then I'd like us to consider, as we're dialoguing about all of this, consider the possibility of moving it to the back of the building as another safety piece here, in my mind.
Well, this is why these discussions are gonna end up being ongoing about safety, and I think, you know, at the next meeting, if we can talk through, dialogue more about survey results and talk through more about what we want our toolbox to look like in terms of the whole comprehensive security strategy.
Mhm.
You know, I feel like some of the misinterpretation of this within our community has been that the impression that this is the only measure we're looking
Right.
to take, which is not
Right.
factual. It's
It's part of it.
it's something that we're looking at as one tool within a whole strategy. So we really need to make sure our messaging is clear on that, and that we also dialogue on some of these other things like the triage component, you know, that Superintendent Ray spoke about, what our mental health component looks like and how that process is, so that people understand it is all part of one big strategy.
That was my question on the survey, and it was maybe because I missed the information night on the FASTER program. Shame on me, but I just would like a better understanding of how we proactively profile potential. I mean, this does not address what Mr. Kennington was talking about a random guy, just a bad guy off the street. But I guess for the older campuses, you know, how are we identifying troubled kids? I mean, I listened to a report just this morning about some of the statistics and the things that we know about school shooters ahead of time.
And what kind of training that can mean for staff. I mean, I remember there was something that went around about a teacher that utilized having her class every week nominate a student from their class. And she kind of tracked it, who was always, you know, which kids were being picked. And she used it as part of this whole comprehensive look at her classroom of who's never being picked, who's always sitting by themselves, who should I maybe, you know, she used something that was really positive, highlighting the kids from her class, but also used it as a way to just kind of keep tabs on
The ostracized kids.
who it might be, or who, you know, who should I kind of just chat with and have those things in there. That's probably at an elementary level, but what kind of training opportunities are there out there for staff? It's, you know, in terms of, I hate to use the word profiling, but just looking for those measures and how to be proactive about really helping our kids. The mental health statistics are terrifying right now.
Right. And then this See Something, Say Something program, are we continuing with the
Safe to Tell.
Safe to Tell, sorry, thank you. Safe to Tell, are we continuing with that next
Mhm.
year?
Absolutely.
So, are those now coming directly to you and your team? Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
And does that happen at West Campus too, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
And does that come to you
To me.
guys? Okay.
Yeah, there's a number of us copied on that to make sure that somebody knows, you know, so if somebody's out that day, it doesn't get dropped. There's probably 7 or 8 people on that list, I think.
And then El Paso County Sheriff's Department's on there.
Yeah, and if something pops at night and we're not in the buildings, then they address it. So,
On the Safe to Tell, do you guys find that it's a wild goose chase most of the time? Do you feel like it's effective? Okay. Do you feel like middle school students and elementary students are, from my inexperience, it seems like a heavy burden for peers to carry, or to have the discernment or the maturity to know like what's relevant and what's not relevant. But that's just because I don't know. That's just my first take on it.
I think it's all relevant.
Okay.
If someone sees something at school, even if it's minor and they don't feel comfortable telling someone, well, they could tell Safe to Tell and no one would know who is reporting that.
So it's an anonymous
It is.
tip line.
Unless you choose to add your name, which
Okay.
you know, some students do, and
Okay.
they can if they want to, but they can keep it anonymous. So even if it's something small, and I would say, oh, we probably shouldn't use Safe to Tell for this, I don't mind that at all, because at
Okay.
least I know.
Okay.
I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm not, the metrics were roughly this. There was about 20,000 Safe to Tell reports across 178 districts in the state of Colorado, and I think less than 5% turned out to be more or less non-credible. So that's pretty substantial numbers that
Yeah.
Safe to Tell works,
Wow.
at least.
Yeah.
I think it works.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's great, and again, just new parent, always advocating for communication to our parent audiences. I think, you know, when we do, like you just said, whatever we implement, we need to be really clear about all the things. You know, it's not just faster, if that's what the direction we end up going, you know, that we have. And a statistic like that is so powerful, you know, that's helping weed out a lot of weeds, so to speak. And then, you know, kind of really laying out for parents a comprehensive plan of this is what MA is offering safety-wise.
When do we come up with that plan? It seems to me like that plan
It's
can't-
always evolving.
Yeah, well, until a decision is made. you
But we
know.
already have certain things.
Like
The Safe to Tell, we have, you know, like what are we doing well right now?
Well, the board, if you recall back in, what was it, January?
Yeah.
Tasked you with the creation, not you, but Merlin, to direct you to lead the charge on the threat assessment team here at East.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're having meetings with that team. So, I mean, we have processes in place. I mean, there's just more that we can continually be looking at and
There,
doing.
yeah, there's always stuff to look at and
Right.
refine and do.
I'm more speaking to, if we were to implement a faster type of a program, there's a whole piece to that. It's not just faster, there's the, you know, all the vetting process, there's the ongoing training process, there's the ongoing mental piece process, like, you know, we wanna be clear to the community, like, it's this whole process, it's not just we're gonna get people again, you know, it's this whole thing.
Reading some of the comments, that's what I think
Yeah.
some people misunderstand. There's a
Right.
lack of understanding, like this is not the only thing we're doing.
I don't think it would be a huge challenge to put together a comprehensive list of here's the things we do around safety and security. And we've talked about most of them already. Capturing kids' hearts is another thing.
Right, it all
It builds
works
school
together,
culture
right,
and,
yeah.
there's several, the sources of strength that goes on here. You guys have character program. To me, those are all parts of
Right.
creating a culture that kids want to be a part of.
Yes.
Our mental health team want to have some things to add to that about what they do. There's, just a variety of things that we can probably put together something that's a one pager or less
Yeah.
that says, here's the things we do around safety and security, that this is a part of our plan.
Yeah.
I think that would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, and especially timely now is a good response from our school community in light of what just happened.
Yeah, because just about the time one tragedy gets far enough in the rearview mirror that it's hard to see.
Why any of this is
Tragically,
necessary.
something else happens that puts it right back. in
Well, and
focus.
just that it's,
Right.
we're not, faster's not the only thing that we're looking at. I mean, we can message to other things that we are looking into adding as well, whether it's trainings, triage trainings or, mental health trainings or whatever, but.
And thankfully, that lady at the front office did not
Right.
just,
Buzzing in.
That's right.
She saved the day, she really did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We highlighted her. So it's a all-hands effort, the security. Protocols, she's the I love you guys, security response protocols, SRP, and that really, really works well. in my opinion.
Something else that a teacher mentioned to me recently on this subject was, she felt that there was a need to have, and I don't know how consistently, it was kind of a passing comment, but just a need to have training on, being mindful of your badges, the security piece to that, your key fob, like knowing where it is at all times, having it on your person at all times, making sure that it doesn't get lost or stolen, or and also with that, she talked about, she felt there was also a need for just training. I guess, I don't know how often this happens, but she mentioned the alarm gets set off because people go out the wrong doors, and it kind of makes it can kind of make the staff like, oh, it's just another, kid running out the wrong door or whatever. And her concern was, what if it's not, and everybody responds as if it is. And so I don't know what category that falls into, but I just want to put that out there as well as just something in all of the trainings that we're doing, and how we combat that, that we treat every alarm, as that's gotta be difficult, I'm sure, because, yeah, I don't know. But for whatever it's worth, I just wanted to put that out there. That was a bit of information that I recently heard, so.
Yeah. Something to definitely keep in mind. Molly and I were talking the other day about when we get our SRO in place, there's just so many things we want to do with the SRO.
Yeah.
Walk around the perimeter. What do we need? Watch us for a week. What do we need to do to make our school safer?
Right.
And just to have that expert in here helping guide us with that is going to be monumental.
Right. Well, in building, I'm sure this is all part of what y'all are gonna talk with the next SRO about, but a more proactive approach with our students and building relationship and building friendship, and
Yes.
do we?
That's critical. That
We're-
needs to happen.
Where are we at? I don't know if now is the time, I know it's almost 3, so maybe it's not the time, but just where things are at with the SRO, and I know we have one going out, and who's coming in and when, obviously not, we don't need them right away, but that's obviously in process.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's probably a contract negotiation thing.
Okay, got it.
Executive session maybe.
Yep, okay.
Okay.
construction updates. So plan for the summer board focus. Construction updates for Carline in phase 2. Mark and I have a meeting tomorrow morning with a contractor. We have received no bids on the Highway 105 project. We're hoping to procure one soon, but that's the update for now. Phase 2, still working on securing bond financing, or some other form of the ability to grow out phase 2. Merlin and I are working on trying to get a meeting teed up with Counsel right now on that for as soon as this week. I'm correct. Teaching Staff Café Chat. Lindsay?
I still don't have the location. We are targeting both the handbook policy review with the temporary committee and the Teaching Staff Café Chat for June 14th. I am waiting to hear back on a location, and then I will be able to give, who should I provide? Well, is Julie coming in still most days?
Yes.
Okay, then I can get something to her to send out for the Teaching Staff Cafe Chat.
Yeah, and just copy me on that in case she's out for a couple of days.
And then we're looking at considering having a board-hosted luncheon for the back to work week when the teaching staff returns in August.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd like to put something on. We're gonna need to coordinate that with you guys.
But maybe have us separate and go to both campuses, have some of us at West and some at East, and just get to socialize and feed everybody some lunch.
Are you guys okay with that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's nice, thank you.
I don't really know if we need to talk about most of it.
Oh,
Kind of talked through some of it already. And then,
marketing for enrollment fundraising. I think we're,
yeah, I don't know.
I know you can't hear us. She's asking me, should we talk about handbook policy review? I said, I don't know.
No, I'm talking about marketing for enrollment.
But
We'll
marketing,
talk about that.
yeah, I feel like we've
Yeah.
discussed that. We do have the RDC committee. The last board meeting, we talked about bringing on some type of development officer. We talked about this in finance, what the cost would be. The question has now been asked, coming out of finance, is this something we can do as a commission-based? So we know obviously that's not something we can do with grants, but if this is something where a individual is going out and looking for donations coming to MA, we actually need to get legal input on that. Is that correct? Or do we have a definitive answer that, yes,
I
we can
haven't
do
got
that?
a definitive answer on that yet, so
Okay.
we need legal opinion on that.
Well, from what I've read and looked at, it's frowned upon.
It's frowned upon.
Frowned
Okay,
upon.
good. Well, that's what we need to know. If you're seeing that as frowned upon, I'm assuming legal would see the same, so.
There's an ethical dilemma there, and
Yeah.
that's why they kind of, it's not, from what I've read, it's not illegal, but it's frowned upon.
Okay. So that would go back to the original, and we don't need to hash this now, but is this a position that we want to develop moving forward?
And part of that, we'll have a new enrollment number by the next board meeting too, which might help inform that discussion.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Can we make sure that's on the agenda?
Just to clarify, having that position is frowned upon, or?
No.
No, so we were looking at it from the aspect that because we're in the red,
Got
moving
it.
into 22-23, hiring somebody to organize and basically move forward with that position would be an expense. So the question came up to us, well, can we do it as a commission based? And I said, I don't know.
Okay.
I know as a grant writer, that's not something you can do. So the question was, well, can we do this with a development position that's, their role is to go out and fundraise?
Got it.
So, but to Mark's point, if it's frowned upon, obviously we don't want to be walking in that gray area.
We're gonna have meetings.
Is there any objection to, I mean, we know that,
Well, you got a stipend, right? Is that what
Right.
we're looking at?
well, I mean, that's gonna be part of it, but it wasn't going to. So we brought up at the last board meeting about moving forward. You know, the OCN is that all of our meetings, and they record, and a lot of those meetings get uploaded to a YouTube channel. But we've been asked as a board, can we live stream, can we record, upload to our own channel, whatever that may look like? And so that's been the question that, you know, we've been kicking around at the board level. I think we need to make a decision on it come the 9th of June or even July.
I mean, if we don't have enough information by June, we can push it to July, because really we gotta figure out who's the responsibility factor of that.
And that's, you know, my big push against it, who's gonna be responsible for teeing this up at each meeting and setting it up.
We have quotes on some equipment that we would need to maybe get, but the question is more who would manage all of that. So,
I think we can hash that at the next meeting. If we need to table it to July, that would be fine.
okay. I have it right now on the June draft, but we can look at that and decide. It can be, yeah, we'll see it where we are.
And then we obviously added today to summer board focus, a strategic plan. So we
Yep.
have some dialogue around that, getting that written in stone.
What if we just open our computers at board meetings and put our faces on Zoom?
So we've tried that.
Okay.
It was a nightmare.
Enough said.
Well, there's just a lot, like, when you get all these computers set up, I'm not a tech guy, but there's this interference,
Okay.
there's.
You don't have to explain it for
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So, but we may have a solution to this based on what Mark was able to find out for us. Cost, I mean, I don't think anyone's opposed to recording, but the live stream was gonna be the concern. How do we
Yeah.
do that and make it proficient, efficient?
Yeah.
Do we need to circle back to board positions, or we,
I mean, now that you're here,
for 3:05?
well, we started 15 minutes late because I was in the coffee line, so that's on me. We can take 10 minutes if you'd like, or we can just plan on wrapping up here in 8 minutes, actually, 3:07.
What does admin, can you release admin, or do we need to be here with us?
It's up to you, you guys, yeah, we can release that, absolutely. We're just going to discuss about positions committees next year,
No action, because I don't have.
No action.
But
so.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what I'm in for. Or what's available, what's not, what's moving around.
30 hours a week.
No, I just.
Subcommittee positions and.
Yeah.
Was it
General
Like
open.
talking about what we're interested in.
Well, so I mean, obviously, we have 4 positions, president, VP, secretary, treasurer. Those would be kind of those standing positions, and then we would have the multitude of committees. So have you guys given any consideration to what your interests may be? I mean, again, this isn't anything we would take action on, but if you haven't thought about it or not comfortable talking about it right now, you can give it some thought, and we can have some more dialogue next month.
And then the expectation is how many committees do you serve on? 1, 2? I don't
It
know.
depends on,
Right.
the person.
I think, I mean, it is what, we have these, as Merlin said, these ad hoc committees
Right?
that have been very time consuming, and the truth is, I'm not gonna roll off a 105. You know, Megan's rolling off the board,
We
so
need continuity.
she's out. But my belief is that somebody that's been on the board, at least for a year, would step into that role. That's gonna be a lot this summer, so something to consider. Finance committee, I plan on stepping away from that committee, and the reason behind that is this: I roll off the board next year, and I really want somebody, my recommendation is this: I would like Joe, or not, excuse me, I would like Joe to be on finance, and I would also like Joe to be part of policy governance. I stand corrected. I'm not rolling off finance, I'm rolling off policy governance committee. I would like somebody else to step into that role to carry that momentum moving forward. So that's a monthly meeting, usually about 2-3 hours max, and pretty much it's streamlined now. That committee is, you're going to come in, our objective is to systematically go through every policy, and then from there make recommendations, and that gets brought back to the board through a red line, whether reviewed or revised provision. So that's just one committee. But finance and 105 are very much a lot going right now. Joe's on buildings committee, Lindsay is volunteer committee, Megan St. Aubin has been RDC committee, SAC West or East?
She's SAC West.
She's
She's
SAC
West, you're East. Chris is part of finance.
I'd like somebody else to be secretary.
Okay.
I've already been the secretary.
But I'm willing to.
Secretary Clinton's got a ring to
Yeah. I'm willing to continue doing some of the things that I've kind of gotten used to doing with it, but it would be recording, taking notes, taking the minutes. We upload those, distribute them to the community in advance, so whoever takes that over, I will train them. It's really not hard. It's just some extra time.
This is our new board.
Yeah.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I would like to see you stay on as president if you were willing.
Agreed. No decisions have to be made.
No.
We all got lots to think about.
I will say that Joe is, can I share that? Treasurer? Joe has expressed interest, and I think Joe will be good in that position.
President?
No,
Oh,
treasurer.
no treasurer. I think either of you'd be great.
Hi, Son President.
What do you guys have interest in?
Yeah, where's your interest lie?
Helping.
Okay, that we can task you with, for sure. I was also on curriculum committee, and that will be a really fun committee, I think, for whoever comes in, because Tina's just got some great things going. So we didn't get to do a whole lot with curriculum committee this last year, but I think whoever takes on that committee will really get to be a part of some exciting things.
There's also an HR subcommittee that will continue, and that's
Yeah,
sort of,
There's a lot.
yeah.
8 committees so far, you've rattled off.
I'll tell you, because I put them on every agenda.
Would that be something
There's
you
9.
continue to have interest in?
Sure, or I can help transition someone, or multiple. So Misty and I are on this HR subcommittee that did a lot of work with sort of doing assessments of how the teachers and staff kind of feel at the school. You know, what, yeah, school culture, and what changes we're going to make going forward with things like grievance policies or problem solving, and then measuring the performance of the COO and CFO going forward. We did an outsourced survey this spring, but some of that needs to continue and also just like evolve for the next year. So there's also some other more for executive session, but other HR issues that are dealt with. So there is that topic as well.
I'm just thinking, you know, wherever we need somebody in, I think you will definitely get taken care of. I mean, as far as saying what the interests lie in right now, I think it's really just kind of everything as a whole. So wherever, you know, I feel like over the last, I don't want to speak for you guys too, but over the last few months, I've learned a ton, right? So like, I think, you know, when it comes to what we're interested in, I would say it's, you know, all facets. And I would say wherever help is needed is where we can volunteer.
8 committees divided by 3.
Okay.
That doesn't break out, so we'll have to add a 9th committee to make that a little worse.
Well, maybe you guys need to think on it, and then kind of, if you look at the meeting minutes, you'll see our names next to each of the committees, and you can tell who's doing what, and quiz that person if you want to find out more specifics. I would be happy to roll off curriculum. I kind of feel like I need to stick with volunteer, that getting that going into the fall with a full year. SAT's always been interesting to me, but.
You seem to have a strength listening to your questions in curriculum.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Would you? And, you know, Joe and I, talking about policy governance, one of those things is that, you know, with me going off the board next year, Joe still has 2 years, is getting somebody else. And so I want to kind of look at that. 3 years, 6 years.
2 consecutive.
Yep.
2 consecutive.
You can run 2 3-year terms. And then you can take
Keep
a
hearing you
4-year
say
hike.
rolling off.
I
What's
know.
that?
I keep hearing you say rolling off. You said it like 3 times.
Hey, I'm honored to be here. This is a lot of, well, it's a lot of time.
It is
It's
a
a
lot of time.
tremendous amount of time. More than most would realize, but I'm not complaining and saying woe is me. It's just,
That's a fact.
it's a fact. All that to say, though, for you guys that are gonna be on this board for 3 years, getting as involved as you can right now is a good thing, because you're gonna be sitting here next year, in a sense, and we've had 2 new board members coming on next year. Misty and I roll off next year. And I can't speak for Misty, what her plans are. I can't speak to what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, let alone next year. So. But
Okay, so we want
I think at this point, this is all
more
just,
discussion at the
yeah,
next.
conversation, and then our intent is to take action at the June 9th meeting because June 30th, the current board members are done. They roll off. You guys will effectively be in your position July 1. Our first meeting will be July, I don't remember the date.
14th. Yeah, 14th.
So
So we're
they're-
swearing in June meeting?
We're gonna vote
Effective July.
Okay.
effective July 1. And the reason that's important to understand is because if July 1, we get dealt something that requires board discussion action and we have to call a special meeting, we need to know
Who's doing what?
who's doing what, where the roles lie.
Who's taking the minutes?
Keep looking that way.
You're the secretary. Okay, you're gonna be the secretary.
Awesome.
So.
2 minutes late, is that?
Yeah, but we gotta adjourn.
Yep.
Oh, no, that's my agenda.
All right, any further board comments or announcements? Any new business? Motion to adjourn?
And motion we adjourn.
Second by motion. Mr. Wiskowski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. McEwen, how do you vote?
Bye.
Mrs. Clinton?
Aye.
And for the record, Ryan Reynolds, aye, we are adjourned.